Today's video is a compilation of all the true scary stories from June of 2023, and I hope that you enjoy. Hello. I'm not sure how else to start this, other than getting right into the details. I want to include all of the important information, so I apologize if this is a bit longer. I feel like this is an important story to share in order to hopefully help others avoid being in a similar situation. Or even help someone catch the signs early on before too much damage is done. To start, I'm a male in my late 30s. I've dated off and on for quite some time, but never really anything serious. And I mean like dating for a few months at the most. I was beginning to think that I just wasn't cut out for relationships, and was pretty much ready to live with the reality that I probably wouldn't find someone for me. My dating was all through the normal channels. They were a friend of a friend, blind dates, dating profiles and apps. I was willing to try whatever. I never really had much luck on the sites, but I still kept my profile updated in hopes that I could be proven wrong. That's where the story starts. I was going through potential matches, clicking a simple yes, no, maybe, and after going through a few pages, I turned off my laptop and headed for bed. The next morning, I got a match notification and a message from a girl named Yvonne. I remembered choosing yes to her. I remembered her unique name and her long dark hair in her photos. It's always exciting when they actually match back, so it was a good start to my day. We conversed briefly about each other, how we ended up on the site, simple things like that. Later that evening, because I had told her I was off to work, she messaged me again asking how work was. This was the first time that I'd had someone ask me about work. I thought that it was really sweet of her, and the fact that she initiated the conversation twice now was giving me a good feeling about her. We started talking frequently, and she seemed very interested in me. She asked a lot of questions like she truly cared. She was more than willing to share about her life, too. She actually told me that she had moved to the US with her parents when she was very young, and now she helps to take care of them. It wasn't long after that she was willing to meet up and go on an actual date, too. It was actually a few days in when she asked about an actual date. We set one up at a nearby restaurant, and it went incredibly well. She was the same person from the photos, and her personality even fit with the conversation we'd been having, too. She was very bubbly, and social, and she even seemed very interested in me when I was talking, which I was not used to. We said our goodbyes after dinner, and shortly after leaving, she texted me saying that she was excited about the next date, and to make this official. I was honestly in shock. I had no idea what I had done to win a girl like Yvonne, and why she seemed so interested in me and so quickly. But I guess I may have also been clouded by the ideas of just not being alone, not being a third wheel, and to have actually found a real chance at love. We officially started dating the next time that we met up. We went for dinner and a movie, and she actually came back to my place that night. Things were going pretty well for about a month. I had even told a few friends and my older sister about her. My sister wanted to meet her, but Yvonne said that she didn't know if she was ready to meet family yet, and I understood. We hadn't been dating that long, so I definitely was not going to push it. Around our second month in, I had a business trip that I was going to be taking, and I told her all about it, telling her that we wouldn't be able to see each other for about a week. But she insisted that she go with me. That way we could spend more time together. At the time, I thought it was a great idea. She could see a new state, and I would have someone waiting for me back in the hotel. We got the flight all set up to match with my own, and I offered to pay for the flight because her card had been declined. She said that she would pay me back, though, and, well, that was that. On the trip, she said that she was going to explore the area while I was out, and that she would be back by the time I returned. When I did return, she seemed a bit upset, saying that she was still having troubles with her card, and when she called her bank, they said it was on hold and wouldn't be fixed for a few days. Conveniently when we returned from the trip. I felt bad, and I didn't want her to be cooped up in the room the whole time, so I gave her my debit card and said she could use it to buy herself food, do a little shopping if she wanted, and just be able to have a good time. She thanked me and said that she would transfer money to me when her accounts were back open. The trip was fine from there. She spent a little more than I would have expected, around $300 or so, but she also bought stuff for both of us, which I thought was kind of her to consider. Then, when we went back home, more issues started popping up. She ended up asking for financial help for a lot of things. She asked for help on her car that needed repairs. Then she would come back with something she bought, and when I asked about the car, she said she was able to get it fixed cheaper and had money to spare. If you haven't figured it out yet, I was pretty infatuated with Yvonne. So, all I thought was, geez, she's smart with money too. She was able to pay less, giving her some extra money to spend. I also helped her with paying some bills and even helped her parents who were in a financial bind as well. Unfortunately, other people were seeing the red flags way before I did. And this was about 6 months into our dating. She briefly met my sister when she came over to my apartment, but my sister was not keen on her. My sister and I were really close, so she was not afraid to tell me how she felt. She told me how she didn't like how much money I was giving her, and that I needed to set boundaries. I basically told her that she was crazy, and that I had everything under control. This caused some strain between my sister and I, but at the time, I was clouded by what I thought was love. The money thing continued more, to the point that I was now using the funds that I had put in savings. I was having to make sure that I got all my bills and expenses paid first, so I knew how much extra money I had. I knew I was giving her a lot of money, but it just seemed like I was losing a lot more and a lot faster. So, I told Yvonne that I had to cut back a bit because of things coming up, and she understood. In fact, she started apologizing and crying, saying that she felt bad and blamed herself. I calmed her down, and I told her that I had been willingly giving her the money, so it was my fault for not monitoring it, and she started perking back up. Around this time, she told me that she had to make an emergency trip back to her home country due to a family issue. So I gave her some cash as padding and wished her well, expecting to see her about 2 weeks later. She still texted me daily through an app, but she said she couldn't call because of signal issues. This is where it finally started clearing up for me. The first thing was when I got a low balance alert from my bank. I was confused because I had just gotten paid the day before. There was no way that I was low. Yet, when I checked my account, I was actually negative. I started checking all the transactions, and it was all for things that I had never heard of. There were charges for high-end clothing stores, online makeup stores, Cash App transfers to a name that I didn't even recognize. I reported it all to my bank, hoping to recoup some of it. I was now a bit stressed because I didn't have any money in my account. I was about to ask my sister to borrow some money for the week, at least until I got some of the money back, but I decided instead that I would just use the money I had saved in a different savings account. When my grandfather passed away, he left all of us grandkids a savings account with some money in them, but I hadn't touched it. I was hoping to keep adding to it and put it towards my own home. I was crushed when I checked it and saw that it was almost drained too. However, that one had transfers to an external account, and to my regular account that I wasn't aware of. And this caused me to go back to my account and start digging deeper. This had been going on for a while. The transfers started a few weeks after my business trip. Money was being spent, and then money was being transferred from that savings to make it look like the balance never changed. So I called my bank back to add them to the list, and they brought up that a lot of the charges I was talking about were also used with my card. I didn't even know how that was possible, because I had my card on me, and I know I didn't go to the places that they were mentioning. Then, they explained that someone had called in and asked to have a duplicate card sent. None of this was making any sense. Now my account was being closed due to a huge risk, and my money was going to be held up even longer. So now I had to call my sister and tell her what happened. When I explained this to her, she immediately asked where Yvonne was. I told her that she had to leave the country for a while, and she just laid it out on me. I know that those of you reading or hearing this probably have figured it out by now, but I really thought I had found someone, and I did not want to believe this. So, my sister came over, and together, I was able to start making sense of everything. We did a public records check, and there was no one matching a Yvonne with her description. We went to check her dating profile, and found her on other sites but with varying last names. Then, we were able to find an Instagram with the same pictures, and I was devastated. She had pictures on there with another guy that she was calling her husband. Even worse, there was a picture posted just 2 days prior of her and him in what looked like a theater. A theater that was very clearly in the US. I was at a loss for words. She was somewhere else with her so-called husband, enjoying herself on my dime. I was catfished, scammed, swindled, whatever you want to call it, and I felt like such an idiot. But you don't have to tell me that. She hid it incredibly well. She was around often, other than when we both worked, but I guess that she was just using my money, so she was probably with him. We were even intimate, which I guess added to me actually believing that she cared and loved me. Through my embarrassment, my sister helped me with filing a police report. Thankfully, while I did let her use my card at times, she did not have permission to copy the information and use it as she had pleased. She was also not on my grandfather's account, so I was able to report all of those. I was still out a lot of money. Because of the card present charges, it really made it hard to prove what I did or didn't do, and what I had allowed her to use. I was also paying for her phone bill because she got a new phone while we were together, one of her many expenses that I thought that she had, so I quickly turned that off. I guess that she noticed that one because I started getting calls from an unknown number, and it was Yvonne, asking what was wrong with her phone. I confronted her about everything. She first started denying it all, said that I was crazy and that it wasn't her. She even said that she would marry me to prove it. Then she turned to making fun of me, calling me a fool and so on. I obviously pressed charges, and that was the first time that I heard her real name. Sometimes I still get random calls, texts, emails, and Facebook messages from different accounts trying to harass me, and I know that it's just her or her husband. So I block them and move on. So there it is. While it may not have been scary to some, I lost a lot of money, putting me in a bad situation which was pretty scary to me. And who knows how far she would have taken it if I hadn't caught on. Or yet my sister. I'm very thankful that even though I didn't believe her, she stuck by my side to help me out. As mentioned, I wanted to share this as a warning to others. No matter who you are, do not get tangled up in something like this. Learn the warning signs early on, and know that you are worth the time it takes. The story does come with a content warning, as it does involve sexual assault. If you do not want to listen to a story that contains that, go down to the timestamps below and skip to the next story. I will give a few moments of silence here just so anyone who wants to do so can. I've been a long-time lurker on a number of true scary story groups and platforms, and after reading all the horrifying things that everyone else went through, I thought I should go ahead and share what happened to me my senior year of high school. Well, I guess it didn't happen to me. It happened to my friend, whom we're going to call Lily for the sake of privacy. But it was a terrible situation, and I was definitely a part of it. It also involved an instructor at our high school, who we're just going to refer to as Mr. Smith. To set the stage a bit, Mr. Smith was a new teacher at our school. Our senior year was his first year teaching at our school. He wasn't the youngest teacher, he looked to be in his mid to late 30s, but he was charismatic and quickly became popular because he seemed to relate to us kids. He was one of those teachers that was in the know about pop culture and things that the students liked. And a lot of us students really adored him and his class. He was an English teacher, and he actually made the class engaging and entertaining. My friend Lily and I were in the same hour with Mr. Smith, and from the beginning I couldn't help but notice that Mr. Smith did seem to pay her an unusual amount of attention. At first I thought it was just him trying to help her out a bit extra in class, making sure that she was understanding things and not struggling, which I've seen before. However, there was one day that completely solidified all of the suspicions that I'd had, and made me see that the attention that Mr. Smith was giving to Lily was not innocent or professional. One day, at the end of the school day, I realized that I had accidentally forgotten to turn in an assignment for Mr. Smith's class, and I made a beeline for the room so that I could get it turned in. When I opened the door, I saw Mr. Smith and Lily in the room, and while they weren't doing anything obvious, the feeling of the room was definitely inappropriate. They were both clothed, obviously, but it was pretty clear to me that something was going on or being talked about that shouldn't be talked about in a classroom setting. I timidly entered the room and handed my assignment to Mr. Smith, and as I did, he thanked me and said something like, "Anyways, Lily, if you need more help, we can set aside a time here in the near future to figure things out." She said okay, and she actually walked out of the room with me. Obviously, I asked her what that was all about, and she just shrugged it off, saying that he was helping her with homework. That was obviously a lie, but I also didn't want to just jump to conclusions. Maybe it was innocent. Maybe nothing had happened and I was just looking at it wrong. Yeah, those justifications were completely wiped from my mind as the next few days went on. After having walked in on whatever that was, I started noticing everything that pushed me into believing that it wasn't innocent. I noticed how close he would get to her, how much extra attention and extra help he would give her in class, which would require him to be, right against her. How he would randomly say things like, "Oh, you look nice today, Lily." Things that would sound guiltless, just small compliments and the like. But these virtuous compliments to me were anything but. Then, it came to a head. About a month after I walked in on their situation, Lily came to me in tears after school. I was at my locker getting my stuff together, and she tapped me on the shoulder. When I turned around, she was a mess. Her makeup was running, and she looked absolutely miserable. She asked me if I could give her a ride home, which was surprising to me. We'd always been friends, sure, but we weren't that close. I told her that I could, and we made our way out to my car. The way that she changed from in tears to sobbing uncontrollably the second the doors closed was horrible. She exploded into telling me about what was going on between herself and Mr. Smith. Basically what I anticipated. She said that it wasn't anything serious, that he'd flirted with her and she had reciprocated, but they hadn't gone any further than that. Until that day. That day, she had gone to his room to ask about an assignment, to actually ask about schoolwork, and without going too far into the disturbing details, he pushed himself onto her, and he had definitely gotten handsy. She said that she tried to push him away, but struggled with him, and he said something like, "You know you want this as much as I do." She said that she reached up, slapped him, and that's when he finally let her go. She then ran away from the room and found me. Of course, my first thought was that we needed to report him. She agreed initially, but then mentioned that she didn't think anyone would believe her. She said there was no one else in the room. There were obviously no cameras in the classroom, and she was worried that she would be labeled a liar, or that people would claim that she was just trying to ruin him. We spoke about it a bit, and the conversation ended with her asking me to let her consider things for a couple of days before we did. For those few days, I genuinely tried to respect her wishes. But seeing how he was still making comments towards Lily, and how he was still trying to get close to her during class, even when she was no longer showing interest in him, my conscience wouldn't let me stay silent. I couldn't help but shake this thought that he would go further and assault her again if they met in private, because it sounded like he was more than willing to escalate. So, I made a very difficult decision, and I went to the administrators and reported Mr. Smith. I told them everything that Lily had told me, and I told them about when I walked in on them meeting. The administrator that I talked to took my statements very seriously. She asked me how certain I was of these allegations, stating that it was a very serious situation. I told her that I knew how serious it was. I told her that Lily had asked me to wait because she was scared that no one would believe her, but that I felt like I needed to tell them. The investigation was actually a lot quicker than I expected. It turns out that Lily wasn't the only girl that Mr. Smith had targeted. During their short investigation, after talking with a few other students, there were actually 3 other girls that were willing to tell them about comments that Mr. Smith had made. One of them even told them that he tried to go further with them a few months prior. As the evidence mounted, the school actually got the police involved, and one day, after school, Mr. Smith was arrested for what he had done, and was eventually charged with multiple counts of sexual misconduct with a minor. The whole school was definitely in shock as the news got around, and a lot of people felt really betrayed by this guy. My friendship with Lily, however, was pretty much over. She was angry that I had gone behind her back and felt like I had taken away her control over the situation. I tried to explain that I did it to protect her and others, but she couldn't see it that way. We drifted apart, and by the time we graduated, we were no longer friends. It's been a few years since then, and I still think about Lily often. I wonder if I made the right choice, if I could have handled it differently, or if there was something more that I could have done to help her. But ultimately, I have to believe that getting a predator like Mr. Smith out of our school was worth the cost. There is a time in most of our lives when we seem to temporarily forget some of the forms of human decency that our parents taught us. This usually occurs sometime during the young adult stage, a time when we seem to think that we can pass off certain forms of selfish, ill-mannered behavior as thinking for ourselves. And that was the case with my husband and I on this particular day. What can I say? We were bored that night, and an opportunity for free instant fun seemed to impeccably land itself right into our laps. And so, we graciously accepted it. It was 8 in the evening, and the first day of the November Daylight Savings Time, which had just gone into effect, so it seemed like it had been dark outside all day, instead of just a few hours. We were about to move the following day, so our cable had already been transferred to the new address, and we had mindlessly packed every one of our DVDs into God only knows which of the 8 million boxes piled in our dining room. Quite unexpectedly, our phone rang. My husband and I looked at each other puzzled because we thought that our phone service had been turned off to be transferred to our new address. And, oddly enough, the phone hadn't rang all day. My husband just shrugged his shoulders, so I answered the phone and he sat beside me, and could hear the entire conversation. Right after I said hello, I could hear a rude, aggressive male voice speaking urgently to someone in the background. "What did you say you wanted on that again?" It was obvious that the caller was not yet aware that someone had answered the phone on my end. I didn't recognize the voice. Again, I said hello in a questioning tone, hoping to alert the caller that the phone had been picked up. The caller responded in a nasty tone that suggested that I'd said or done something rude to him, which I hadn't. "Hello?" The caller said rudely. "Hello? You better wait a damn minute." He snapped at me. My mouth gaped open in shock, but before I could speak, the caller resumed talking to me. "Hello? Yeah. Give me a large pepperoni pizza with extra cheese, an Italian sausage, and mushrooms. And 2 large steak and cheese subs, one with extra meat, but with no onions on the extra meat one." The caller spoke in a nasty tone as if he was ordering someone around who knew better than to cross him. Perhaps a servant. He continued with his order, clearly talking down to me. "And I want an order of 25 hot wings with a side of barbecue sauce, and 2 extra blue cheeses, and a 2-liter of orange soda." The caller had not allowed me to get a word in thus far, and once again, before I could inform him that he had the wrong number, as sort of an afterthought, the caller spoke in a snarling but humor-laced tone as if trying to impress someone around him at my expense. And their amused giggle confirmed it. "No, y'all can keep that nasty carrot, celery stuff for your own dinner, because I don't eat that stuff. And I don't want to be waiting all night for my stuff to get here. And y'all had better not forget my damn soda." Suddenly, an angry rush flowed through me. I spoke. "Okay, sir. That'll be $27.50 with delivery," I said in the most cheerful voice. The caller paused for a few seconds. "What? $27.50? You sure?" The caller's voice now sounded like a nice guy all of a sudden. "Yes, sir," I said in a cheerful voice. "We're running a special today. If you purchase 2 subs, you get a huge discount on everything else that you ordered." "That's the bomb. Y'all are the bomb," the caller praised in that cunning, superior tone that people use when they've just gotten over on someone. Sir, where will we be delivering this to tonight?" I asked in the most respectful tone that I could muster. My husband looked at me wide-eyed as if he'd suspected that I may have completely lost my mind. Almost as if he was worried that he and I would actually have to prepare this order and deliver it. When I was in my early 20s, I thought I had all the answers because, after all, I was grown. As I look back on those days, I'm amazed at how dumb I was. And this reflection of stupidity was confirmed when my husband and I were genuinely shocked and caught off guard when, after an hour, the guy called back to inquire on the status of his order. "The driver hasn't gotten your order to you yet, sir?" I asked, pretending to be surprised and confused. "He left nearly half an hour ago." "Sir, I am so very sorry. He should be there in about 5 minutes, I assure you." Between the time that I ended the initial call with this guy and the time that he called back to check on the status of his order, curiosity had prompted my husband and I to do a little research and simple arithmetic. We discovered that the order that we told the caller would total less than $30 would ordinarily have cost over $50 in most pizza places. We wondered how the caller could have been naive enough to believe that an establishment could afford to present such an offer, one that wouldn't yield any profit at all, and would actually cost them money. My husband and I laughed until our eyes teared up and stung. The humor suddenly vanished from my husband's face, and it was replaced with worry. "What if they call back again, though?" he asked in a nervous whisper, and the expression on his face made me fall right back into another laughing frenzy. "These are just people, not the boogeyman. They can't do anything to us. They don't even know who we are," I assured him with a smirk. "Besides, maybe this'll teach them a little something about common courtesy and telephone etiquette." The truth was that I resented the ill mannerisms of the caller and thought that he would dare to speak that way to a fast food employee. It infuriated me, as half my friends at the time were working in fast food. The phone rang. It was now almost 9 o'clock, so I knew it couldn't possibly be anyone else besides our rude caller. I reached to answer it with a sinister grin on my face. My husband got to the phone first. I thought to myself, oh well, there goes my last bit of fun for tonight. Old Johnny Joykill is going to tell them they have the wrong number. And prematurely, I exhausted a bored sigh. "Hello, sir. This is the manager, and before you go off on me, I want to sincerely apologize for my employee's incompetence." I had to look twice to make sure that the voice was coming from my husband's mouth and not from the TV. He continued, "Apparently, our delivery guy quit on us tonight, and he took your food with him." My husband spoke his words so fast that the caller didn't get an opportunity to say anything. "We've already prepared a brand new order for you, and it's out for delivery. Our driver has a white Lincoln Town car with a red ragtop roof, and if you look out your window right now, you should be able to see him approaching your house in less than 60 seconds. Finally, my husband gave the caller a chance to speak, and he tilted the phone receiver for me to listen in. "Oh, okay, 'cause I was about to say that this is taking all night. Are they even coming?" "Answer, we've actually knocked off half the price, and we threw in another double meat steak sub and upgraded your wing order from 25 to 50, just to express our sincere apologies, and to assure that we may keep you as a customer. Again, I am so very sorry for all of this mix-up tonight, sir." I was indeed impressed by my husband's Oscar-worthy performance. "Oh man, don't even worry about it. We're cool." The guy's tone sounded friendly, as if he were talking to an old friend. "Then you will order from us again?" my husband asked with exaggerated humility, sounding just like a manager trying to salvage his business clientele. "Oh, for sure, my man, for sure." I could actually hear the pleased grin in the caller's voice. "Okay, well, I'm gonna hang up now so you can go out and meet our driver. His name is Charles, and he's shining a flashlight on your address plate right now." After my husband ended the call, we took our phone off the hook and just laughed ourselves to sleep. Instant fun. To this day, whenever I order a pizza or wings, I secretly wonder what I would do if it never arrived. Deep down inside, I know that if it doesn't, it would probably serve me right. In the summer of 2012, I went on a camping trip with my church group. There were 12 of us kids, all around the age of 10, give or take a year, and 6 adults, all crammed in between 2 vans, and we drove about 8 hours to a national park in Arkansas. I'd been camping a few times before with my parents and 2 siblings, so it was nothing new to me, and I was actually pretty excited about the trip. It was, however, the first kind of trip like this that I've taken that wasn't just a lock-in at the church, so I didn't realize how planned and following a strict schedule it was going to be. The camp was going alright otherwise. It was early June, but it wasn't too hot. We were going to be there from Thursday to Sunday. We got there in the evening on Thursday, so after setting up all of our tents, we had dinner, and went over our itinerary for the weekend, and the rules, and then we were left to do whatever we wanted that night, as long as we stayed within the campgrounds. Since I couldn't go very far, I instead looked for a good branch that I could keep as a walking stick, and, out of boredom, tried to sharpen one end to a point with a rock. For Friday, they had all these planned activities such as icebreakers and team-building exercises. Some of the activities even involved water balloons, which was a plus as it helped us stay cool. They were fun, at the least. I did have a few friends that were there too, so we teamed up on the activities. We again had some downtime in between these and the church sermons, but, as always, we couldn't leave the campgrounds. So, my friends and I found a way to keep us entertained. Our church wasn't very big, so there weren't a lot of extra things planned for us. We were just expected to be entertained by each other and the small things that we were allowed to bring, like books. No electronics. I was excited for Saturday because we were going to actually be taking a hiking trail around the park. It was fun, but still a very by-the-book hike. We were split into 2 groups, so I was with 5 other kids and 2 of the counselors. It was still nice, but we stuck to the trail and listened to the counselor talk about their experience there back when they were a kid, and they talked about some of the stuff they had done. And then they tied it all back to our lesson, or sermon, for that day. Needless to say, it was fun, but I still wanted to be able to just explore on my own. That's how I've always been. I wanted to experience things for myself. I wanted to encounter wildlife as it was, not something set up for people to take pictures with on a designated path. So, when we stopped to take a quick break on the trail, I made the decision to explore a little bit. Everyone was sitting around having their snack and talking. I stood up and started pacing nearby, looking at the surrounding area. When the counselors weren't looking in my direction, I walked off a bit deeper into the trees beyond the trail. Before I realized it, the trail and my group were completely out of my sight, and I was deep within the thicket of trees. I knew that I just needed to turn around and walk back the way that I came from, but in the meantime, I wanted to see what was around. I saw a tree that was covered in English ivy, but also some of the tallest trees that I'd ever seen. I even found a small runoff that had crawdads in it, as I caught and then released one. That was what I wanted to experience while I was there, and I was happy to finally get to do it. I took a small pebble and a leaf from the ivy and pressed it into my little wallet, and then told myself that I should head back, knowing that they'd probably noticed I was gone by now. As I started walking back, I noticed a couple of things. One, it seemed like it was taking longer to return, but maybe that was just because I didn't want to go back. And 2, I wasn't recognizing the things around me like I did getting there, and that one was a bigger deal. At some point in time, I must have turned, and the once familiar surroundings now felt alien and foreboding, causing almost a sense of dread. I didn't see the start of a trail anywhere. I couldn't hear anyone talking. I did my best to remain calm and thought that it would be best to just walk in one direction, and eventually I would have to make my way out, even if it wasn't in the same place as my group. I continued walking the path that I was creating when I started to hear the crunch of leaves on the ground ahead of me. I perked up a bit as the fear started to subside, thinking that I may have found my way out. But that was quickly trampled when I saw the source of the sound. It was a bear. It hadn't noticed me as it was facing away and moving something around on the ground, but I was frozen in fear. This was a church camp, not Boy Scouts, nor was I ever in Boy Scouts. I had no idea what to do when you encountered a bear. I was in the middle of these woods with no one around except a huge, powerful creature more than capable of tearing me to shreds. It hadn't noticed me, so the only thing I could think to do was hide before it did spot me and then wait it out. I slowly walked backwards and looked around when I saw a tree with some kind of growth on it. It had some low branches, but they were sturdy enough for me to stand on. I slowly climbed up the tree, trying to make as little noise as possible, but every slight crunch under my shoes or snap of a little branch, it made my stomach drop. I was finally up high enough that I deemed myself safe, and stayed as quiet and still as I could. The bear lingered for what felt like eternity, shuffling through the brush and rocks on the ground. I was thinking that I was going to have to stay up there overnight. I just prayed that an adult would be crazy enough to do what I did and show up to bring me back to safety. I was up there for about half an hour. I was counting the seconds and marking them into the tree since I had nothing better to do. And that's when I started hearing more crunching. But it wasn't from the bear. I started looking around when I saw a figure come through the trees. I started crying and wanted to scream out to them, but I was worried what the bear would do if it saw either of us. Of course, my kid brain decided to risk it, and I started screaming for help. Both the bear and the man stopped. The bear stood up on its back legs and looked like it was sniffing the air. I kept screaming my location and warned the man about the bear. As he slowly approached, he stopped by a different tree when he actually spotted the bear. Then, he started yelling, whistling, waving his arms around. To my surprise, the bear actually got back down on all fours and swiftly started walking off. When he was just out of view, the man approached the tree and told me to come down, asking me my name. I answered him as I tried climbing down the tree and nearly jumped into his arms. He told me that people had been looking for me, and I just started bawling. I was so scared in those moments, and I really didn't expect to be searched for, or at least found anytime soon. He led me back to the trail and used a walkie-talkie to report that I'd been found. He gave me some water as we walked the path and just talked to me about myself and the park, which helped me calm down. He told me about how making yourself look big and loud was a good way to get a bear to leave, and I'll never forget that. Though I hope to never run into another bear, unless it's at the zoo. We finally made our way back to our campsite, and I hugged and thanked the man for helping me. Tears streamed down my face with this mixture of gratitude and sheer exhaustion. I then ran over to one of the counselors, hugging them as well. They all explained how they noticed that I was missing when they started walking again on their break. I'd been gone for nearly 3 hours. I definitely got a stern talking to about the situation. I lost my free time that night and had to help set up for dinner, but I didn't mind. I was just glad to be back with familiar faces and not lost in the woods, helpless. That night, as I just lay there in my sleeping bag, the events definitely were playing in my mind. I could remember the smell of the trees, the grass, the dirt, the sensation of the water. I remembered the pure terror sneaking up on me as I realized I was lost and that defeat that I felt when I saw the bear. All of this ingrained itself into my memory. It was a stark reminder that sometimes rules are there for a reason. And the reason for the rules that I broke that day were to protect me from the untamed wilderness. I went home that Sunday a little more mature, and I promise you, I never ventured somewhere like that alone, ever again. I've been playing this MMO for a few years now, and I've definitely created some relationships along the way. In fact, a few of my closest friends I met through the game. So, when I started talking to this guy named Zeke on a dating app, and he said he had instantly matched with me because I listed I was a big fan of the game, I was pretty excited. Not only did I find someone interesting, but I also found someone that played the same games as me, which was a big help. No fighting over what activities we would do in our free time, right? But, thankfully, we didn't just have the game in common. We actually seemed to have very similar personalities. And it wasn't even me saying, I like or dislike this and him agreeing. He brought up a lot of things first, and I agreed with it. It was actually a breath of fresh air to find someone that was so much like me, in a way. We shared pictures back and forth and even started texting outside of the site, as well as, of course, playing the game together. And that was the only time that we ever really talked, though, was in the game. We talked a few times on the phone, but it was usually short. I think it may have been nerves, but it was also cute, so I could deal with it. Still, it was nothing weird to me. He was always quick to respond and never suspicious. That was until I tried to plan something for us to do outside of the game. I was ready to meet him and go on an official date. And when I suggested this, he was just as excited. However, our date got cancelled by him, due to something coming up. He said it was a family thing, so while I was bummed, I understood, and we just planned to reschedule. This happened a few times, and to be honest, I was starting to get pretty annoyed. I really liked him, but I was starting to think that he either wasn't actually interested in me, or I really did tell myself that maybe I was being catfished. I dismissed the latter, though, because he would have gotten nothing out of it other than a new buddy in a video game, so what would be the point? So, I confronted him. I told him to be honest, and if he wasn't interested in dating, then I would move on, and I guess we could just be friends. He apologized and said that that wasn't the case, and that even more so, he had strong feelings for me, but he was worried that I wouldn't like him if we met in person. He was worried that it wouldn't be the same. I told him that was ridiculous, because unless his pictures weren't real and his whole personality was a lie, I would still be interested in him. And even more so, knowing that there was a real person behind the phone or computer screen. So, finally, we made real plans, and he gave me a sincere promise that we would get together. I told him he better keep his promise because I was going to look my best that night and give us one more chance. So, there I was, the night of our date, waiting at the bar of a restaurant for him to get there. He texted me 5 minutes till our meetup time, and said that he was still going to be there, but that he was running late. So, I grabbed a drink and waited. And waited. I was pretty annoyed, and I expected him to, again, cancel on me, and I was prepared to just be overall done with him, too. But, while I was waiting, I heard my name and looked around to see someone that I actually recognized. It was a guy that worked in the same building as me, but was in a different department. For the sake of this, we'll call him Brett. I was an admin assistant, and he worked in our on-site tech support department. His department would help anyone in the office with hardware and software issues, replace systems, etc. I saw him a few times when our VP had to get a new system. He helped to get it set up, and I had to actually let him in the office. He even helped me with some new software that I had installed. Other than those specific instances, I may have seen him in passing, or in our cafeteria, but that was about it. But we did recognize each other, obviously, and he approached me to say hello. He even complimented me on my outfit and apologized if he interrupted something. I assured him that he didn't, saying that I thought my date had canceled on me, so he offered to buy me a drink and I agreed. He sat with me for a bit, as I checked my phone on occasion, wondering if he was going to show up, but I never even got another call nor text from him. So, instead, I ordered myself some food and just talked with Brett. It was strange because I started to notice things that we had in common, just like Zeke and I. Then, I started to notice his cadence and mannerisms were the same. I figured out what was happening. I grabbed my phone and sent one final message to Zeke, and then watched as Brett's phone lit up. He quickly grabbed it and acted as if it was something unrelated, which, I suppose, without seeing the message, I couldn't say for sure, but it was pretty damn suspicious. I tried to get him to slip up by asking certain questions, or talking about certain topics, and I finally succeeded. I brought up games, and I got him to bring up the MMO, as I acted like it would make me look weird. Then he brought up a very specific strategy that I had mentioned to Zeke in texts that I liked to use. Not many people know how I do it because I don't just start talking about that randomly. So, I caught him, and confronted him. He said that he didn't know how to talk to me or ask me out, so he created a fake profile. But all the pictures he used were of his roommate. Like I mentioned, I hardly knew him, but I didn't dislike him or have any problems with him. I never even got weird or awkward vibes from him. Not even that night. At least up until I started piecing things together. So he apologized for misleading me, but then also confessed that he was in love with me, especially since getting to know me more. He thought it would be romantic to admit how he did this, too. He said that he basically studied me. He watched what I ate to see what I liked. He watched my Facebook and Insta pages to learn more about me, and even my family. He even said he learned more about my hobbies, such as the game, so that we would have more in common. He explained how he would constantly hop servers over and over until he found the one I was in, and just listened to me and my friends talk. I was honest with him, and I told him that what he was doing was not sweet. It wasn't impressive. It was creepy and unhealthy. I told him that he should have just been a man and approached me, and that this could have gone so much differently. I could tell that I had crushed him, and for a moment I felt bad. But then I realized that he actually did take something from me. He took the opportunity to start conversations with him, to actually get to know each other, agree with each other, relate to one another. Because he already knew so much about me, and I hardly knew him. In fact, I felt powerless, and like I had become some kind of human study. So, I told him to just leave me alone, and I left. He, of course, persisted, though, wanting me to give him another chance, but he didn't learn. I blocked his number since he unfortunately had mine, but he started messaging me from a different number. So, I eventually had to just change my number. He tried adding me on social media, and when that didn't work, he thought making a fake account would, and sent a message request. Now, since this all stemmed outside of work, I didn't report it at the time. But then, I got some kind of lockout on my computer, and it said that I had to call IT. And he just so happens to take the call and knew how to fix it, but said that he had to be at the computer. I was livid. So I went to my boss and I explained everything. They were quick to take action too, which I appreciated. He was given the choice of being laid off, or he would be moved to a different site across town. I assumed that he took the latter because his name was still in the directory. I didn't want to be the reason someone lost their job, but if he would have just dropped it, I wouldn't have reported it to my work. The messages, requests, and calls all stopped soon after, so I assumed that he moved on to a new obsession. Sorry to whoever that is. But I learned my lesson. Get more proof that someone is who they say they are, and if that happens to be a first date, and I get stood up the first time, there are no more second chances. Now, I just have to watch out for creepy coworkers, I guess. I have a story that I've been wanting to share with the world for a while. A story that really taught me a lesson about trusting people and made me realize how things can go really bad, really fast. I am going to add a bit of a trigger warning here, as this story does end in a horrifying way. This happened a while back, when my high school ex-boyfriend, a guy we're going to call Christian, came back into my life after close to a decade of being out of touch. Back in high school, Christian and I were really close. He was probably the most connected relationship I've ever had, if that makes any sense. He was actually the first guy that I got with, in multiple meanings of the word, and I thought that he and I had this really bright future planned out. In my head, we were going to get married, we were going to have kids, and we were going to grow old together. In reality, Christian didn't want anything more than a high school fling, and he planned on cutting away from me the minute that he graduated. He ended up telling me as much only a quarter away from graduation. We were talking about the future, and when I asked if we were going to stay in state, he said that, after May, there was no we. Needless to say, we broke up that day, and it crushed me. Fast forward around 8 or 9 years later, I'm single, living my best life, and just doing whatever life brings. When, out of the blue, I get a friend request on Facebook from a face that I hadn't thought about in ages. Christian. Being the nostalgic idiot that I am, I immediately went to accept it, but then hesitated when I thought about how our relationship ended. I sat on it for a couple of hours, but eventually decided that we were both young, we both made mistakes, and it wasn't anything more than a friend request on Facebook. If he had grown up enough to seek me out and to reconnect, then I could grow up enough to accept it. What I didn't expect was that clicking that button was going to be the opening of my own personal Pandora's box. At first, everything was chill. We messaged back and forth, and it seemed like he really had his life together. After high school, he went out of state for college, and he'd actually gotten married and had a son. I congratulated him for all that, saying that it was great to hear that he was doing well, and then he told me that he and his wife had gotten a divorce, and she had done everything she could to keep his son from him. So, he was actually moving back in with his mom for a bit to get back on his feet. I apologized, and I told him that that was awful. And after a bit of talking more, he told me that he was actually in town, and we agreed to meet up for lunch the next day, just to catch up. Now, nowhere in this conversation and nowhere in my mind was there any intention of making this anything beyond just being friends. I didn't want anything beyond that. I just wanted a friend, and I just wanted to meet up to catch up with him. When we met at the restaurant, I went in for a friendly hug, and when he hugged me, his hand wandered way too far down my back. I immediately pushed away and looked at him like, "Bro, what the hell?" He quickly apologized and said that he just got absorbed in the moment, and he didn't mean anything by it. I told him that this was his one warning, and that if he tried anything else, this meeting was over, which I think caught him off guard. I think he expected me to be a bit more submissive, mostly because when I was young, I was way more willing to go along with things. In the years since then, I've become a lot more self-sufficient and mentally sound, and I'm not the kind of person to take that crap. I told him as much, and he nodded, saying alright and continuing to apologize. The rest of the lunch went pretty normal. Nothing else happened, and I figured that he knew his place. Of course, that was the wrong thing to believe. About 2 days later, I got a message from Christian on Facebook that said, "Thinking of you," with a picture of something that I genuinely did not expect nor want to see. The situation was very disappointing for multiple reasons, and I told him that that was the end of it. I replied, saying, "I told you that if you did anything like this again, that would be the end of it." He immediately said, "Oh my god, I am so sorry, that was for someone else, I swear." I messaged back saying that it was nice to see that he was doing well, but that was the end of our conversations, and immediately blocked him. I'm not stupid. I knew what he was doing, and I wasn't going to be this rebound fling for him. Plus, he's not exactly the kind of person that I'm into anymore. After that, the situation with Christian went off the rails, and did so pretty quickly. One night, about 2 weeks later, I was out with some friends at a local bar just trying to have a good time, and lo and behold, Christian showed up. He walked in and came straight over to us, acting like he was my best friend. The entire feel of the night changed immediately. My 3 friends all glanced over at me like, "Who's this guy?" And Christian stood over me and smiled like everything was fine. I hit my limit the second he put his hands on my shoulders and said, "How you doing, babe?" I shoved my seat backwards to make sure that it made contact with him, stood up, turned around, and told him that I wasn't his babe, and that he needed to leave me the hell alone. He laughed and asked why I was being like this, and I went off on him. I told him that I had given him a chance to be my friend and nothing more, and he decided that he wanted to be a creep instead. I told him again to shove off and to get the hell back out of my life. After a few moments, he backed off and looked like he was about to cry, and just walked away. I kind of assumed that was going to be the end of it, that he would understand, that I wanted nothing to do with him. Either that, or the next encounter was going to end violently. Unfortunately for me, knowing him, it was more likely to be the latter. After Christian left, the whole night was ruined, and we all decided to head home. I had driven my friend Michelle out that night, and she'd planned on drinking a bit more, and I don't drink, so I was her driver. When we left, she asked me who Christian was, and when I explained everything to her, she told me that he sounded like a creep, and then asked me if I wanted her to come over to my place and stay just in case. At first, I didn't think it was necessary, but after a bit of contemplation, I told her that it sounded like a good idea and that I would appreciate the company. I'm going to add a bit of a brief pause right here for the sake of anyone reading or listening to this. The next part of the story is the part that deserves the content warning. When we got to my apartment, I unlocked and opened the door, and both myself and Michelle were surprised to see Christian sitting on my couch. Now, I know that a lot of these stories end with the ex standing there with a knife and attacking the person, but that's not actually how my story ended. Christian was sitting on my couch. He did have a knife, but he wasn't going to attack anybody. He pretty clearly ended his own life right there. I was shocked, horrified. I felt like I was about to throw up. Right there on my couch was my high school ex, a guy that I had just sort of reconnected with and had to push back out of my life because he was being a creep. And he had ended his own life in my apartment. I cannot overstate how traumatizing this was for me at that moment, and every day since. Obviously, we called the police, and when they and the medics showed up, they confirmed that he was beyond saving. I couldn't stay there after that. They had to treat it basically as a crime scene with what had happened, and I didn't want to stay there anyways. This was enough to get me out of my lease, thankfully, and I ended up moving in with Michelle in her apartment. I got rid of pretty much all of my furniture, as I couldn't bring myself to look at it and think about Christian. I've had nightmares about him since, about that moment. Opening my door and to say that this whole thing has haunted me is an understatement. I'm not looking for pity, and I feel terrible for the fact that Christian felt that ending his own life was the best course of action. I'm just not really sure what else to say about all of it. Through all of this, coming to terms with the situation, and moving my few things out that I did keep, I ended up finding a note from Christian in my bedroom. He'd actually placed it in the drawer of my nightstand. It was a simple note that just said, "Every mistake in my life has led me to this moment, and all that I can say is that I'm sorry." Not exactly closure, and not exactly something that helped me move on from it. And to be honest, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to get through it. This happened around the summer of 2017. I felt like I'd been having very little luck on dating apps until I came across a guy named Nathan. We matched, and he immediately messaged me. The fact that he matched so fast and sent that message was a bit abrupt, and I, at first, thought, hopefully this isn't a desperate call. But I decided to give the guy a chance. I messaged back and we started a slow conversation, but everything was going pretty normal. He asked me about myself, and I did the same. He seemed like a nice, down-to-earth guy. He told me that he worked a lot, and explained how he was a tow truck driver that worked all kinds of hours as he was typically on call. It made a lot of sense, because our conversations would just abruptly end, and he would respond hours later. I mean, I could appreciate the fact that he refused to have his phone out while he operated a large truck. After talking for a few weeks through text, and on the phone, and not really getting any weird vibes from him, I was really interested in a date. However, I'm dumb and shy, and would never ask, so I just waited for him to do it instead. And I guess that he did, in a way. I had been out late one night with a friend who was actually going through a pretty bad divorce, so we had drinks and just talked. I regrettably got home around midnight, kicking myself because I had to work the next day. As I slid into bed, I got a text from Nathan. It just said, "Hey." And when I responded, he apologized if he'd woken me up, and I told him that he hadn't, and that I was already awake. He then texted me again, asking if I wanted to go party with him. I clarified if he meant that night, at that moment, and he did. And I guess maybe in my slight stupor, I just laughed it off and told him that I couldn't, because I had to work tomorrow. He joked around, sort of teasing for a bit, but he didn't push it. He then wished me a good night, and I went to sleep. The next day, he messaged me again around noon and apologized for the messages the night before, but it didn't really bother me. Hell, I thought maybe he'd had a little liquid courage like me and thought that was the best way to go about it. Overall, we did make real plans for an actual date that same weekend, and I was pretty excited. We agreed on a nice local restaurant that we were both familiar with. It wasn't too fancy, which was nice, because then I didn't feel like I had to overdress or anything. I arrived there first, so I got us a booth, ordered a soda, and waited for him to arrive. However, it had been 10 minutes past our meeting time, and I hadn't even gotten a message saying he was running late. I reminded myself that he does do an on-call job, and thought maybe he had one last minute or one that was taking longer than expected. But once it hit 20 minutes, I thought I would at least message him as a sort of check-in. No response to the text. After waiting a few more minutes, I tried calling. No answer. So when it hit 30 minutes, I texted him saying that we could reschedule, but I was going to leave. I was really disappointed, but I also really liked him, and as dumb as it may sound, I didn't want to just give up that easily because of it. While I was waiting for the server to bring me my check for my one drink and croissants, he called me. He was apologizing profusely for being late, and said that he didn't realize it was as late as it was. I honestly didn't realize this until days later, but he never mentioned why he was late otherwise. He didn't even mention that he was working, or if something else came up. He said that he was almost at the restaurant if I was still interested, so I agreed to stay. When he showed up, though, I knew something was off. He didn't quite seem or act the same way he did when we talked on the phone. He was very kind through and through, but as most people do, the first thing I noticed was his appearance. His hair looked like it hadn't been washed and was kind of just sticking up everywhere. He was also wearing dirty jeans and a long-sleeve shirt that had holes seemingly cut out for his thumbs. The holes were uneven and distressed, which, to me, looked like someone put them there. Not that it was bought that way. I used to do that a lot to my hoodies when I was in high school, and that's what it reminded me of. It was also strange to see him in a long-sleeve shirt because it was summer in Arizona. I was getting overheated just looking at him. I knew it wasn't a formal place that we went to, but I honestly didn't expect to see him like this. I also told myself again, maybe he was working, and that's not exactly a clean job, so I let it go. That's surface deep stuff anyways that I wasn't concerned about. But then we got to talking, and I realized that his demeanor and attention was all over the place. We would start talking, and then he would go on a tangent about something completely off topic. He also seemed to get easily irritated at minuscule things, like how the butter wasn't spreading well enough on his baked potato. It was odd. I was really starting to feel a bit disappointed on our first date, but I tried to stay optimistic that maybe it was just a bad day. When we did actually start to eat, I noticed that he just pushed his around a bit and only took a few bites. Then he leaned in and quietly asked if I wanted to go somewhere after this and party with him. Apparently, he must have thought the date was going pretty well to ask this, but the uneasy feeling wasn't going away, so I declined. I told him that I had some things to do the next day, or something to that effect, and that maybe we could try another day. He looked disappointed in this as well, but I tried to continue with our current date. Shortly after, he seemed like he had a look of realization, and said that he needed to use the restroom, excusing himself. I just finished eating and just sat there waiting for him to return, and once again I was starting to feel like I did when I first arrived. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes, and he was still not back. Now, I really did feel like a fool. I thought that he must have not really been into me, or maybe I ruined his plans by declining his party offer, so he ditched me. I called the server over and shamefully asked for the check. At this point, I was probably waiting for about 20 minutes since he'd left. I was waiting for our server to return with my card when another male server approached me, and with a bit more sense of urgency, asked me about the guy that I was with. I thought maybe they had come to comfort me, or maybe get a good story to laugh about later, but either way, I started explaining who he was. The guy interrupted me to say that he was in the restroom, on the floor, with foam coming out of his mouth. They also found a syringe on him. Their restroom had 2 stalls in them, and apparently someone else was in there, heard a thud as the door slammed open, and he fell headfirst onto the floor. I was in shock. I didn't know what to do or say. I didn't know him like that, and I sure as hell didn't know he was using anything. Before I could speak, I got up and followed them to the restroom. The server said they had already called for an ambulance, and I just stood there, terrified. I didn't really know what to do at first. This guy that I had just been talking to was most likely ODing on the restroom floor of a restaurant. After hearing someone scream for a towel or something, it finally kicked me into gear and I knelt beside him to turn him over on his side to prevent him from choking. They then asked me to stay with him until help arrived. I barely knew him, and now I might be the last person that he sees. Paramedics quickly arrived and kept asking me all these questions about who he was, and I couldn't answer them. Hell, all I could really tell them was his first name, if that was even true. Once they left with him, I quickly went home and called my friend to help calm my nerves a bit. After we talked, I decided to go to the hospital to see how he was doing, feeling like it was the least I could do. I didn't even know if he had any family or friends that would have or should have known what happened. To sum up the visit, it was not a pleasant one. He was very angry with me. He also made it clear that he was only looking for someone to more or less get high with, and or supply him. And that's what he meant when he called me that night. And that's also what he was expecting when we went on our date. Apparently, when he saw I was a pharmacy tech, he thought that meant I could supply him. And when I turned him down, I didn't take away his need for a fix, so he helped himself in the restroom. Now, I may have been a bit smitten with him at first, but I wasn't stupid. There were no hints dropped of any sort that he was going for this, nor did I lead anything on to make him think that I was into any of that. So, yeah, he basically told me that it was my fault he ended up there, since I didn't go with him. I left the hospital, blocked him in the app, and his number, and I never heard from him again. It was definitely a weird situation that I ended up in, but I guess I'll just remove my job and be more vague about what I do in the future. Last year, my husband and I moved into a new home. We were renting a house prior, but we had some life changes that made us upsize. I was now working from home permanently, and I found out that I was pregnant. The house we were living in was a cute little 2-bedroom, but it wasn't going to be big enough for a nursery and an office. So, we decided it was time to move. The house we found was nearly perfect for us. It was a rent to own, and the landlord was an older lady who seemed very kind. The rent was reasonable, and the neighbors all seemed friendly or kept to themselves, which was nice. My husband has a very demanding job. He's also one of the top techs there, and the only one that knows how to work on a specific machine, so he doesn't get a lot of time off. Needless to say, I was pretty happy when he was able to take a week off to help with the moving. We got everything packed up prior, and with me being limited on what I could do, we had to get a lot of help. My dad, brother, and sister-in-law came over, and they helped some during the weekend. We were able to get a good chunk of our stuff moved. One of the days that my family wasn't available, my husband, not wanting to break his back alone, hired a moving company to help. He found a company that didn't charge an insane amount, and they were bright and early to help. There were 3 guys, and they helped a lot. They were all very considerate of our belongings. They asked where everything went before moving it or setting it down, and they even moved some of our bigger things like the washer and dryer, which was nice. When they followed us to our new place, they had me direct them where everything would go. One of the guys noticed that I was pregnant and started asking me about the baby, and even brought up how he remembered when his wife was expecting too, and some of the things that she went through. This was our first child, so it was interesting to hear about some of it. The good and the bad, and getting to tease my husband about what he would go through too was all fun. Then, at the end of the job, that same mover asked us if we needed anything else done before they left, such as moving anything to the garage to make it easier on us, or anything like that. It was past their time that they were supposed to be there, and I really appreciated him going the extra mile to help us. So, after they left, we were emailed a survey about our experience and how they handled themselves and our stuff, and I gave them a great review. They'd really made the whole moving out so much easier for us. I even specifically called out the one mover by name, Alec, and mentioned how much I appreciated him. My husband and I began moving the smaller stuff, like boxes and bags, in between working, until the following weekend. We had things planned out so that we would have the whole month to move our stuff and not worry about having to rush it. However, the landlord at our old place sold the house faster than anyone expected, and now we had to rush around to finish. It was bad timing for us, because my husband was back at work, unable to really take more time off. I wasn't much help, so my husband said that we should just get the moving company again since they did so well the first time, and I didn't hesitate to call them. We didn't have much left in ways of larger things to grab, but we did still have a lot of boxes and most of the basement to move. So, the movers were just going to make a quick job out of it. When they showed up, it was 2 guys instead of 3, and Alec was there again. I greeted them like normal and explained what we were needing done. As they started clearing out our old place, I locked the doors and turned around to see Alex standing there, and it startled me, as I thought he had gotten in the truck. He said that they received notice of surveys, and when there was one specifically calling him out, he knew that it had to be me. He thanked me for being so kind as it would help him move up, and then mentioned how kind I was. It was a bit awkward for me, not knowing how to respond, but I was polite and said that it wasn't a big deal, and that I like to share when I have a good experience, unlike how some people just share the bad. He smiled and agreed, and then we both got into our vehicles. We then met back at our new home, and I directed them on where to put all the boxes, just like last time. The second mover was finishing up, putting away their dolly and straps, and Alec was in my living room, making sure everything was in its place again, and asking if there was anything else I needed. I told him everything was fine and that I again appreciated their help, especially on such short notice. He was standing by the door, and I was basically walking him out, when he turned around and asked me about getting dinner sometime. I didn't really know how to respond to this, so I just kind of chuckled and said, you know that I'm married, so... And of all the responses he could have said, I did not expect him to laugh and say, yeah, so am I. It was really alarming to me that my comments didn't dissuade him, especially with him admitting that he was married too. Then I realized how vulnerable I was at that point. I was alone with him in my home, 6 months pregnant. His partner was outside, and who knows if he would be able to hear us if he tried something. I tried to stay calm, not allowing my fear and discomfort to show, and just said no thank you, as I again motioned him to the door to leave. He walked right up to me, with his chest nearly touching mine, and looked down at me. He was a huge man. My husband was tall, and I know that I'm also short at barely 5 feet, but he nearly towered over me. I just looked down at the floor and mustered out, can you please leave now? Smiling, he told me that if I ever changed my mind, to just call him. And he handed me a piece of paper with a phone number written on it and then walked out. I swear I was holding my breath until I saw him get in that truck and they drove off. I immediately locked the door and closed the garage. Now paranoid that he might try something and come back, I called my husband and told him what happened, and he was furious. He told his boss that he had an emergency and left, even though I told him that he didn't have to, but really I was kind of glad he did. I didn't want to be alone. When he got home, he told me that he went up to the moving company and complained about what happened. He specifically pointed out Alec, who was there at the time, and yelled out for him to stay away from us. He said that Alec just had a smirk on his face the entire time and walked out of view. The owner then took down his information, saying that they would take appropriate action, and apologized. We wouldn't need any help moving anything else, as everything was moved now. We just had to do some small cleaning at the old place again, so hopefully we would just never see Alec or anyone there again. At least, that's what I was hoping would happen. It was probably a few days after that event happened. We were in our new place, exhausted from unpacking and putting together a crib, and we went to bed pretty late. I woke up in the middle of the night, as I often did, but I was feeling incredibly thirsty. So I walked downstairs to get some water. As I pulled out the pitcher, I got this very uneasy feeling, almost like a sense of dread that just engulfed me. I immediately looked around the kitchen and didn't see anything that stood out to me. I also only had the light on over the stove, so while there was some light, it wasn't very well lit. I started walking towards the wall with the light switch, when something seemed to catch my eye. I thought I saw something move in the window. The window looked out into the side of the yard, but there was a wraparound porch so you could reach it and look into the kitchen from the outside. I was pretty well freaked out at this point, but I tried to keep calm and tell myself that it was just the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. So I continued walking towards the light switch without taking my eyes off the window, and right as I flipped it, I saw someone run by the window, which caused the motion-censored porch light to kick on. I screamed and ran towards the front room, in the direction that the guy ran, to see if I could at least get a look at the guy. As I was looking out the window, my husband ran downstairs and asked what happened. I saw someone out before my husband ran out the door. I grabbed my phone to call the cops and was trying to get my husband back inside, worried what this guy could possibly do or have on him. Once he was finally back in, we waited for them to show up, and they patrolled the area. They came back, sadly informing us they never found anyone, but that they would keep looking. They also told us to call immediately if this person never came back. We were both fully awake at this point, and I was terrified. We had just moved in and we were already having someone looming around our backyard. I was worried if it was someone trying to case the place since we were new, but then another thought crossed my mind. I worried if it could have been Alec. With the way he acted towards me and the fact that my husband had reported him, he could have easily been trying to get revenge. Unfortunately, we never really had a conclusion about the person at our place because it never happened again. But I'm also thankful and relieved for that. We put up cameras all over our yard and driveway, but the most we saw were a few people walking by, and there was one person who stopped and just stared at our place, but that was it. It was a rough few weeks there in the beginning, as I was constantly worried about it happening again. My husband put his number on the paperwork for the movers, and he did start receiving some prank calls, so we're pretty sure it's related. In the meantime, we've moved on, but I just get a shiver anytime I see one of their moving trucks to this day. I guess from here on, I'll just rely on friends and family if we have to move again. I used to be a trucker back in the early 2000s until somewhere around 2014, and I loved it. I was never the type to stay in one place for too long. I feel that I also tend to hit completely opposite ends of the spectrum. While my job was in a male-dominated field, and I knew how to work and fix my own rig, I also liked to pamper myself. It wasn't uncommon to see me with my hair, nails, and makeup done while I was behind the wheel. Don't worry, never while driving. It definitely surprised a few people when I explained that I was the driver that pulled in. Some people tend to have a very stereotypical portrayal of what a trucker looks like, so I understand that I didn't fit the bill. Sometimes, I would even be hit on, but I was used to it. One thing I hated, however, was the demeaning comments. The ones where people tried to gatekeep who could be a trucker, which is where this story comes from. This was one of the longest hauls that I had been on, as it stretched across 4 states. I saw a lot of cool places and met some very sweet people. I was just about to hit Georgia, and I wanted to stop somewhere local to grab something to eat. I ended up finding a cute little diner that was off the highway, with signs saying that they were trucker-friendly, usually meaning that they had accommodating parking for them, and they did. I pulled in, got a much-needed stretch, and then headed in. I ordered what was probably the best country fried steak and enjoyed my time. My server even stopped for a while and talked with me about my travels, but after a bit, I started to notice this guy that was sitting at a booth a few down from me. I guess I walked by him when I entered, but I didn't pay him much attention. It became a bit more obvious that he was there because he was facing away from me and kept turning around to look at me. At one point, I was trying to be friendly, but also acknowledge that I knew he was looking at me, so I held my coffee cup up in a cheers-like manner. He nodded and then turned back around. It was when I was nearing the end of my meal that this guy walked over to my table. He then asked me where my old man was, and I told him I didn't have one. Again, I got similar questions like this as people didn't think I was the driver, so I always replied honestly. I'm also not easily intimidated. He looked surprised and then started asking me how long I had been doing this, and again I stayed polite throughout the conversation, even when his questions started to seem more like a test. That's when he dropped the old, "You're pretty young to be out here by yourself." and made other comments like, "Why wouldn't you want to be home making a family?" Now, my parents can attest to this, but I have a bit of a mouth on me. Always have. And the comebacks just kind of roll out before I get the chance to stop them. So, I said something along the lines of not wanting to be tied down to an apron. He didn't seem to care for the comment, and replied with something along the lines of how young women shouldn't be in this field. I was done amusing this guy, so I stood up and walked over to the counter where the register was, and I paid for my meal. As I was putting my wallet away, the guy walked over and was rambling on about how women try to push themselves into every field, and then complain about the work and some other lovely comments like that. I again smarted off with something about how he complained more in the 10 minutes we talked than I had ever heard a female trucker complaining in my lifetime. I guess that he didn't like that one, because he shut his mouth with nothing more to say than a chuckle. I thanked the waitress and I walked out. I was pulling something out of the back of my cabin when I heard the guy shout out to me. I was about to leave, so I decided to give him one more chance to just not be that guy from the diner. But I don't know which one was worse. He then asked me if I wanted him to take care of me, and then offered to take me home with him. I more or less told him to go fly a kite, and then got in my truck laughing. He stood there off to the side of where I was parked until I was on the road, and he was out of my view. I chalked it up to another story to tell my friends and family and moved it to the back of my mind. At this point, I'm back on the road and just moving along like normal, when I had a truck come up behind me. You're constantly looking at your surroundings when on the road, because you're behind the wheel of a potential death machine, so I took note of this in case he passed me. As expected, the truck got closer and closer until it got over. I slowed down a bit to give it more time to pass, but then noticed that it was keeping speed next to me. So I looked over at the driver and, wouldn't you know it, it's the guy from the diner. I gave him a look like, "What do you want?" and he made a kissing face at me and then slowed down to get back behind me. I was curious more than anything that this guy just happened to be going the same direction as me, and that he was able to catch up. I had to have a good head start on him, which told me that he was going a lot faster than he probably should have been. That was the first dangerous action that I noted. The fact that he came up next to me and then slowed back down to get behind me made me think that he was just trying to intimidate me. But this was also pretty dangerous, especially if there was a vehicle behind or in front of us. We were on a 2-lane road with passing spots, so he could have easily hit somebody. I didn't waste any time, though, and immediately radioed it in to tell them what I was experiencing. They wanted info on the truck, but I unfortunately didn't see anything other than the front of it being a dark blue. They told me to get off at the next exit to see if he keeps going, and to let them know if this escalates. That's exactly what I was wanting to prevent. Instead, I started to slow down, thinking maybe he would at least get in front of me so I could get his information. And it seemed to work. He got over, sped up next to me, but this time he had a bit more of an annoyed look. He continued accelerating until his trailer was almost past me, but not entirely. Notice what I said there? I don't know if this was done on purpose or if he just wasn't paying attention, but when he started getting over in front of me, no turn signal, and then the back of his trailer hit me. I couldn't slow down enough to prevent it, and it caused the front of my truck to move. I know how to handle a truck, so I had it under control pretty quickly, and I slowed down even more so that I could stop on the shoulder. I noticed the truck didn't have any markings on it, so I immediately radioed the license plate number and what just happened. and they said that they would look into it. I went ahead and called 911 as well to report his ass. He really did not need to be on the road. I stayed on the side for a while to give us some space, as this guy actually kept going. Once I finally got back on the road, I reported that it was clear and tried to get back to my drive. However, maybe half an hour in, I see a truck in the distance on the side of the road, and as I pass it, I see the dark blue front. I didn't know what this guy's intentions were, beyond just trying to scare me, but I didn't want to give him the chance again. So the moment I saw the next exit, I took it. I stopped at a gas station nearby and just reported that I was going to stop for a bit after seeing that same truck. I was usually ahead of schedule anyways, but I would have rather been a little behind than deal with this guy and his dangerous actions. I went in to grab a drink and some things for the road, but when I came back out, I saw that same guy pulling in. I just swiftly walked back to my truck, trying to pretend like I didn't even see the guy. As I sat in my truck thinking of my next move, this guy walked up next to my door and shouted at me. I looked over and rolled down my window and waited for him to speak. He made some comment about how that was why we shouldn't be on the road, because we didn't know how to act under pressure. I basically just told him that what he was doing wasn't normal, and that he was just being a creep. His reaction was to open his jacket a little, showing his piece, and said, "Well, maybe I should just shoot out a tire then, while you're driving. See how you react to that." And he laughed. He really laughed. I rolled up my window and called the cops, now having a good reason. He eventually walked away. I think he went into the gas station, then back to his truck, but I just waited there until a cop showed up. The cop was given a description of my truck, so he pulled up next to me, and I got out and explained a bit more of what was going on. He went up to this guy's truck who was sitting in it at that point, and asked him to step out. I got back in mine, but rolled my windows down to hear what happened. The officer asked him to step out of his vehicle, but to leave the weapon, and the guy claimed that he didn't have one. This continued for some time, but then the guy actually fired at the officer. I immediately ducked while I listened to shuffling and the cop also radioing something in. I ended up dropping to the floorboard in an effort to shield myself in case this guy started firing. After a while, I started hearing the guy yelling about how his rights were being violated, or something like that, so I looked up and saw that the cop had him pinned to the ground, with two other officers nearby. I watched as they shoved him into the back of their car, and after looking through his truck, they then came over to ask me some more questions. They were trying to figure out why he would threaten me the way that he did, and really, their guess was as good as mine. We started with an innocent conversation, but then he quickly became aggressive and demeaning for no reason. My assumption is that between not taking his crap and turning him down, I must have been the one that got to him. I ended up leaving there a lot later than anticipated, but at least I was able to leave with both me and my truck in one piece. While I may not have shown it on the outside, that guy definitely made me feel a bit on edge after hitting me. I knew that he had no intentions of leaving me alone, and I don't know how long it would have continued or escalated, if I wouldn't have stopped. Unfortunately, I know that people like that are everywhere, but I do my best to not let fear dictate my life on the road, or dissuade me from what I love doing. But no matter what, even if you can defend yourself, it's important to never be afraid to seek help if you find yourself in situations like this. While I was helping a friend move a few months ago, it reminded me of something I personally experienced, and I wanted to send it to you. I guess while it may not have necessarily been creepy throughout, the possibilities of what could have happened definitely could be. Okay, so this was back in 2019. I had just gotten everything finalized on this duplex that I was going to be moving into. It was in a nice community in the middle of one of the more populated cities in my state, which made it super easy to go anywhere. The duplexes, however, were all individually owned, or in my case, through a middleman. There was an owner, but all the property management and whatnot went through a rental company. They were easy to work with, and I was pretty excited to get moved in. The first day of moving in, I was pretty excited, so I'd gotten a U-Haul the day before and filled it with as much as my little self could. I lived alone, and that wasn't changing, so it was just me for the most of it. I had a few friends that were going to help me over the weekend, but I wanted to at least get started on it. I met the rental lady that I had been working with at the new place where we did the move-in walkthrough, signed the final papers, and I was given the keys. As the woman left, I noticed the people across the street were sitting outside, watching me. It looked like just a middle-aged couple, and they waved, so I waved back. I was walking through my new place and talking to my mom on the phone as I got out those last bit of new home jitters before I started unloading the truck. It was probably about 10-15 minutes that we were talking before we finally hung up. I wanted to bring stuff in through the garage since it was connected. So, as I opened the garage door, I saw feet on the other side. When it came up enough, I realized it was the neighbors from across the street that had waved at me. It was pretty fast, but I figured by the kind smile on their face that they were probably just the sociable and outgoing type, eager to meet their new neighbor. They introduced themselves, and, to keep it simple, I'll just call them the Jacksons. I told them my name, and we started out with a pretty simple conversation. They asked if I was from the area, or out of state, and I told them that I used to live in the next city, which was only about half an hour away. They asked me how I found out about the place that was for sale, and I told them that it was actually for rent, and that I found it through a realty company online. I thought the question was a little odd, but maybe they were just curious. Then they asked me if I had heard anything about the neighborhood. I was confused by this question because I really didn't know what they meant. I just said that I didn't really know anything about this place other than it being in a convenient part of the city, and the rent was within my range. That led them to ask me what was within my range. This caught me off guard because I just met these people, and they were wanting to talk about money and income. I just said less than $2,000 and laughed, and so did they. It was kind of awkward to me after that, so I just said, "Well, it was nice meeting you two," and shuffled towards the back of the truck to make myself busy. And they stood there for a few minutes whispering something to each other, then smiled and walked away. My first thought was, great, I've got some nosy and intrusive neighbors. At least they're across the street. I got the truck unloaded into the garage, and before I started sorting them into their designated rooms, I grabbed a box from my bathroom and unpacked it. I wanted to grab a rag to put on my neck because it was a very hot day. As I walked back out to the garage, I realized I had left the door open, and there were two new people standing at the edge of my garage, very obviously looking in at my stuff. I kind of laughed, thinking of how these people all seemed to be very nosy, and then greeted them. They said hi and apologized, saying they were looking for me to introduce themselves. They were my neighbors to the right, and we'll just call them the Smiths. It was an older man and woman, at least compared to the Jacksons. I would guess probably in their 60s or 70s. They said that it was just them at home with their 4 Pomeranian pups, because their kids had moved on a long time ago. They asked me where my other half was, and I told them that I didn't have one, that I lived alone, other than my 2 iguanas, which I hadn't brought over yet. Miss Smith didn't like the idea that I had lizards by the look on her face, but to be honest, I thought maybe that would make them just leave me alone. After her soured face, she then tried asking me if I was planning on getting married or having kids. My parents haven't even asked or pressured me about that, so I just hesitated on responding and said that I hadn't really thought about it. So she said that I should really think about it because children are very important for the future and their community. It was already a weird comment, so I didn't catch the whole community part at first. I just said that I would keep it in mind. Before I could put a stop to the conversation, Mr. Smith laughed and made a comment about how they shouldn't overwhelm me so fast, as we had plenty of time to get to know each other. I nodded in agreement and said that I should probably get back to work, thinking maybe he thought she was being too much too. But as I was going to wrap it up too, Miss Smith turned and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to ask. What do you think of our president?" She had a huge smile on her face, as did Mr. Smith, and they both just stared at me waiting for a response. Now, I'm not one to really talk about politics, but who asks something like that within the first 10 minutes of meeting somebody? I just stammered for a bit and said, I'm not sure I'm quite ready to talk about that yet. And again laughed a bit, and they were the ones to have a softer, awkward kind of laugh. They asked the question. We all just sort of walked away from that, and I left thinking how freaking weird my new neighbors were. All their questions have been so far out of left field. Not to mention weird and inappropriate, too. I just quickly shut the garage door, ready to not have any more interactions with them. One of the things that I didn't get moved was my bed, along with some other bigger items, so once I finished sorting, I went to leave and go back to my old place for the night. As I was getting in the truck, I heard someone hollering, so I turned around to see a man swiftly walking towards me. He looked around the age of the Jacksons, and as he approached, he told me that he was the neighbor to the left. And we'll just call him Pastor Wilson. Obviously, he said he was the pastor for their local church, and even mentioned how the Jacksons and the Smiths attended the same church. He said that wasn't him trying to get me to join them, but just wanted me to know, as this was just to introduce himself. A bit burned out at this point, I just gave my name and greeted him back. He asked where I was from, and then actually asked me some pretty normal questions. It was definitely refreshing because I felt like I could just have a conversation with him. He even mentioned that he had his own plumbing business, and if I ever needed anything, he would be willing to take a look for me. So I thanked him. That's when he brought up the previous tenant. He said that I seemed a lot nicer and open-minded than the lady that lived there before me. I laughed again and said something like, "Huh, yeah?" Not really expecting that to open another weird conversation. He mentioned how she was very nice and open with the community, until she started becoming very hostile, so they had to report her. He claimed that she then became reclusive and seemingly moved out one night without anyone noticing. I said that definitely seemed odd, and that was it. The conversation again started dying down, so he said he would leave me to it, but then mentioned that Ms. Smith told him I was single, and he said that he also helps with matchmaking in their community, and pulled out a pamphlet. He said that he would be happy to sit down with me to start an interview about helping to look for a future husband. Pretty fed up at this point. I told him I was happy with myself and that I wasn't looking for a partner at the time, but thanked him for his time. Once again, he mentioned how time was running out for me and that children are needed for the community. I just dropped the pamphlet in front of him, told him I was gay, and got into the truck. The shock on his face as I drove away, though, that was pretty satisfying. All of this, everything that I just mentioned, happened literally on the first day of getting the keys to my new place. I wasn't even finished moving in yet, and they were already making me have regrets. And I hated it. However, I called a good friend of mine and told him everything that happened, and they made me recall how many times they referred to the community. They said that it seemed odd to say that instead of just the neighborhood, or even the country, like when they mentioned the children being important to the community. That's when they mentioned how creepy and cultish it sounded, and I couldn't disagree with that. So we both started looking into the previous owner of the place. My friend was very good at finding people, and sure enough, we were able to find a woman that used to live there a few years prior to me. We actually found her on Facebook, and I sent her a message hoping that she would respond and be able to answer some questions. It took about a week, but she did finally respond. She said that she didn't like to talk about it, but we were right. She said that she owned the place and sold it to the first person that she could, who then went through the leasing company that I went through. She said that they seemed nice at first and invited her to their community, and they had some very sketchy and creepy requirements. She said that it was pretty traumatizing for her, so she didn't want to get into it, but she did say to not give them any detailed information about myself and to distance myself from them as much as possible. She also said not to accept any gifts or favors from them, as they will harass you saying that you owe them. When she tried to leave their little community, they made her life hell. They were always walking around her place, trying to look into windows or wherever they could. They would call her non-stop, just all kinds of stuff. I was appalled after hearing all of this. I just got this place, and now I want it out. I called my leasing lady, who said that I unfortunately really couldn't cancel or back out of it without losing a lot of money, but apologized because she said they had no idea about the neighborhood, nor how much of that was true. I thought that was kind of weird because why would the previous owner lie about that? She had nothing to lose or gain from it. So, overall, I just had to make it at least through the year, which I was thankful that I didn't sign a longer lease. I kept my guard up all the time while I was at home, making sure that all windows and doors were locked, and the curtains were nearly always closed. I even put cameras up, not wanting to take any chances. I never bought into their gimmicks, even though they tried for a few months, but after that, they seemed to do the same to me. There was always someone outside when I was, and that person would be on the phone. If I had someone over, I would end up with a pamphlet on my door talking about different sins. If I had more than 2 people over, the cops would be at my door talking about a noise complaint. Nothing would happen, though, because I didn't have parties at my place. I didn't want my friends to be harassed by them, so they would just always leave. So, that year was pretty hard for me, but I know the previous owner must have had it much worse, since she wasn't willing to talk about it. I moved out since then, and I love where I'm at now, and my neighbors are a million times better. But I can't help thinking, what the hell do those people do? Sometimes, I wish I could just be a fly on a wall. Hello. I've been a trucker for about 20 years now, doing both local runs as well as long hauls. I listen to a lot of podcasts covering similar topics like yours, and thanks to my wife, she introduced me to your channel and she convinced me to send in a story that happened to us a while back. We work well together, and there's never a dull moment between us. This was something we experienced on one of our trips. I was getting pretty close to my 11th hour driving, and my wife wanted to sleep in our cab instead of a motel. I had made some upgrades to the cab and added some simple amenities, so it was pretty comfortable. We were on a pretty flat and open area of the highway, so we stopped on the side and set out my cones for safety. One thing I did have in my cab was a refrigerator, as well as a small portable grill, so we would often bring along our own food to make. We pulled out some hamburger patties in the grill and started making a late dinner for us. The night was actually quite peaceful, and the only light on us was from our flashlight, or my clip-on light that I used when under the hood. We could hear the sounds of crickets chirping and the smell of petrichor coming from the nearby vegetation. There was a massive storm the night before, after what locals told me was a pretty long drought for them. As we indulged in our meals, we talked and relaxed in our chairs, staring into the trees and taking in the simple joys of existence. When our conversation started getting shorter and shorter, we knew that it was about time to pack up and head to bed. That was around the time that something started to feel unusual. I was trying to figure out what it was when my wife said, "Do you hear that?" I remained quiet to see if I could discern what she meant, but I didn't hear anything. But that was her point. Unlike how it was just a few minutes ago, it was completely silent. There wasn't a single cricket chirping, no sound from the slight breeze and trees swaying, not even a low hum coming from our light. All I could hear was our talking and my breaths. We both agreed that it was an odd occurrence and chalked it up to maybe another storm coming, and mentally we both understood that we should hurry up and get back in the cab. As my wife was getting ready for bed, I was at the front in the driver's seat putting my wallet in the glove box. There was something in the distance that kind of caught my eye. It was a light. There was nothing but darkness surrounding us just prior, other than the one car that had passed by. As mentioned, we were on a pretty flat stretch of highway, but I could clearly see a light just peeking up from the distance in front of us. As we were on the road, I told myself that it was just an oncoming car, turned off the cab light, and walked towards the back. From the time it took me to walk back to the bed and sit on it, that car should have passed us. But I never heard the sound, so I asked my wife if she heard or saw anything, and she declined. This had my interest piqued, so I stood back up to look out the front window, and there it was. The light was still sitting there, like I had seen earlier. This time, I was telling my wife what I was seeing, which caused her to join me. We both stared at this light, trying to determine what it could be, and thought maybe it was another vehicle that was stopped on the side of the road too. We thought about it for a moment. My wife, being the altruistic person she was, wanted to see if maybe they needed help, whereas I've heard and seen way too many stories of similar situations, and told her that we were not going out there. She suggested that we could just drive up to it, but that would involve me having to get out, get my cones, and really, to be honest, I was tired, and being way too lazy to do that. So I told her that we should just leave it alone, and if they were still there in the morning, we could check it out. She reluctantly agreed, and we both went to bed, but I still couldn't shake this thought that there was something more to that light. After my wife had drifted off, I still laid there awake, wondering what it could be, so I ended up getting up to look again. It was still there, but this time, it was different. Prior, it was the normal color that I would expect for headlights. This was now a deep yellow color. The odds of it being another car in the exact same spot, right out of view with different colored headlights, just seemed very unlikely. Something told me that I needed to do something, to have a record of this. So I went to grab my phone and get a picture or video of it. As I quietly returned and opened the camera, I watched the light shift slightly, and change from yellow to red. This caused me to freeze and just watch. That's when I felt the vibration in the floor beneath my feet. I looked back at the light and watched as it grew wider and taller, until I was hit with the bright neon red light. I couldn't look directly at it, it was so bright. But as it rose up, I could see a metal shape of some kind of vehicle, but I couldn't make out what it was. And as I was trying to shield my eyes from the light, it slowly grew darker, until I was able to look again. That's when I noticed the road was now shrouded in that red light. It was almost as if the source of the light was now directly above us, but the light was still so intense. Not only was it bright, but you could almost feel the heat coming from it. What the hell could possibly cause something like that? Lastly, in nearly an instant, I saw the light flash back to the deep yellow that I had seen, and the rumbling had stopped. I didn't understand how my wife hadn't woken up to this. It was almost like an airplane was flying very low to the ground. It was that kind of rumbling. With the light now directly above us, my curiosity got the best of me, and I opened my driver's side door to try and look for the source of the light. I looked straight up, and could make out what looked to be a dark triangle hovering above us. The light was definitely coming from this thing, and I felt as though I had just outed myself. I quickly shut the door, and I went back to bed, praying that what I saw wasn't real and that I was just dreaming. I was hoping that my prayers were answered when I was awoken by my wife. But something was wrong. She sounded startled, and I was on the floor, not the bed. When I finally came to and had my bearings, I assured her that I was fine and asked what had happened. She said that she woke up to an intense high-pitched ringing sound, and when she looked over at me, she saw me sitting on the floor. She was terrified, but by the time I came to, the sound was gone and I never heard it. In fact, even with the rumbling in the ground, it was still silent, all the way through. But one of the many parts of this that was bizarre was that I remember walking back to the bed again and getting in it. Yet, I was on the floor. We climbed back into bed, and I told her everything I had seen, and she did the same, even though she was asleep through most of it. We both got up and looked outside, but it was now completely dark. There were no yellow or red lights anywhere. The road was empty, and we could even hear the wind and crickets again. Then we checked the time and realized that it had only been about 2 hours. I believe that I laid in bed for about half an hour before I got up, so all of that happened, and then I guess I passed out for about an hour to an hour and a half. After convincing my wife that I felt fine, I thought that it was best to just try to get some sleep. I felt exhausted. When we awoke the next morning, I slowly drove in the direction of the light, and there was nothing there. The road was fine. The grass on the side wasn't even flattened like something had been there. We talked about it a bit more as we drove, and we both agreed that it was possibly some kind of military aircraft, I guess. We didn't talk about it for the rest of our trip. In fact, we made sure that we were both in bed, and we only stayed at rest stops and never on the side of the road, secluded from others. It wasn't until we were back home in the privacy of our own house that we finally said out loud what we thought. With the lights and the way that it hovered without any sound, that was no aircraft that we were familiar with. But we were both still pretty terrified to think about what it could have been. Not to mention what could have possibly happened to me since I didn't actually make it to the bed. And honestly, I think I would rather stick to encountering weird people than something that I can't see or arm myself against. Hi, Raven. Huge fan. Hello, owl waitress, and thank you. I love all your stories, and I figured I would share one of my own. I'm sorry if this is long, and I'm no writer, so bear with me. Due to my job closing down, I had to find a place to work that was within walking distance to my apartment, which really didn't leave me with many options. So, I ended up working for a famous chain that requires their waitresses to wear orange shorts and white tank tops. I'd been working there for maybe 6 months, and I had my regulars, of course. There was one regular who always came in every Friday. We'll call him Joe. Joe seemed like a nice guy. He tipped well, and we would make small talk, and he'd always request a table in my section. One Friday he came in and ordered, and I brought him his drink, and he asked how school was going, so I told him I was prepping for my psychology final. He asked why I was working instead of studying, and I made a joke that a girl's gotta pay her bills, then went off to take care of another table. At the end of the night, he wished me luck on my final and left a $100 tip. I was extremely grateful and honestly surprised. I aced my final, and the next Friday was happy to tell him how it went. We high-fived, and I took his order as normal. That night, he had asked if I was seeing anyone. I was honest and said no, not with school going on and work. I was just too busy. He then said that if I was his girlfriend, he'd be more than happy to take care of me and let me focus on school. I gave an awkward laugh and told him I'd be back to check on him in a bit. I took my break immediately after that and texted my bestie about what had just happened. She too said that it was a bit creepy. The rest of the night passed by uneventful. That night when I left work, I noticed a truck at the back of the parking lot that I hadn't really seen before, but ended up deciding to pay it no mind. As I neared my apartment, I got that feeling in the pit of my stomach like someone was watching me. I look around and I don't see anyone, but I pick up my pace. As I'm reaching the stairs, I see a guy with a hat and a black hoodie about 10 feet behind me. His head was down, so I couldn't see his face, but something told me that I needed to get inside, and fast. I raced up the 2 flights of steps and locked the door behind me. I peered through the window, and the guy was just standing in the grass, staring at my window. I was so freaked out that I stayed awake until I ended up passing out from exhaustion. The week had gone by in a blur, and I'd been getting back to normal. It was Friday again, and in comes Joe, seemingly happier than normal. I take his order, and I ask him how it's going. He says that he's great, that he's got a new girlfriend and things are really taking off. I congratulate him and wish him well. As I lean in to remove the menus from the table, I feel him sniff my hair. He asks what kind of hair products I use, because his girlfriend has similar hair and he likes the way that mine smells. Creepy comment, but I brush it off and tell him since it does smell like blueberries. I even tell him where he can get it. He says thanks, and the rest of the night is fine until my walk home. Again, as I'm nearing my apartment, I get that eerie feeling that I'm being watched. But there's no one around me that I can see. I make it to my apartment without incident and tell myself that I'm just being paranoid. The next morning, I go to leave for school, rushing because I overslept, and there on my doorstep is a note and a box. I pick up both, sit the box inside, and take the note with me. As I'm walking to class, I pull the note out of my pocket and it says, "For my favorite girl, each moment with you is all I need." Confused, I stuff the note back into my pocket. That evening at work, I go on my lunch break and sit outside towards the back of the parking lot, just scrolling social media. Joe walks up asking how my day is going and if anything exciting happened. I look around because the back patio is for employees only. I asked him how he knew I was back there. He said he'd come in and was told that I'd gone on break, so he went around looking for me. I asked him why, and he said it's because he wanted to make sure his favorite girl was safe. At this point, I'm starting to put it together in my head. I tell him that he's not allowed back here and that he has to leave. He looks down at his feet as he says he'll see me around. I go in to tell my manager what's been happening, and she tells me it's a hazard of the job, and that that's just how men are, and that they can't help themselves. I explain that I think he's followed me home, and she then tells me there's nothing she can do about it. I needed the job, so I told myself that I would have to deal with it until I could find something else. In the meantime, every time he came in, I would trade Joe's table with another waitress, and each time he would stare at me the whole night. Every week I would come home to packages and notes from candy to stuffed animals, hair products, and my favorite manga. The notes started out nice, and then as time progressed, they became worrying. He would say things like he knew my route home, and how I would be alone every night, and how it wasn't safe for a girl to be alone, that anything could happen. At the start of my last week there, he showed up every day and just stared daggers at me for hours. By that Wednesday, I decided that I'd had enough and could deal with the hits to my wallet missing those last few days. I'd gone to class, come home and napped, and woke up somewhere around 6ish. The sun was setting and I'd gotten hungry, so I decided to run up to the Sprouts, a grocery store, around the corner for half-off sushi. I go in, grab my things, and as I'm walking out, I see Joe in his truck just looking at me. I try to pretend like I didn't see him and speed walk towards my house. As I'm half walking, half running, I hear his truck behind me. I don't turn to look, but I tuck my things tightly into my arms and take off at full speed across the parking lot. I can see the lights from his truck behind me, so I dart across the front lawn and through the bottom apartments. I hear his car come to a screeching halt and then footsteps coming up from behind me. My heart is pounding. I'm fumbling with my keys as I run up the stairs. I slam the door behind me, and as I'm locking it, I hear him begin pounding on the door, trying to turn the knob. I yell at him to go away before I call the cops. He's screaming things at me through the door about how I led him on for months, how he's been doing all the right things to show he's interested, but I just ignore him, and how I was treating him like he was nothing. I yell again that I'm calling the cops, and it goes silent. I know, I should have called, but cops make me nervous. And I have to say that I don't feel comfortable calling them. I was just hoping that he would go away with the threat alone. That night, I'd called my best friend to come stay with me for a few nights to keep me company, as I didn't want to sleep alone. That night, as we were sitting on the couch watching anime, my phone starts chiming. Back-to-back notifications. I look down at my phone, and there's Facebook Messenger and Instagram DM notifications. I open them. They're all from Joe. I had no idea that he'd been on any of my social media. He had tried to tag me in a relationship notification on Facebook as his girlfriend. There were people in the comments saying, "Congratulations, and I'm so happy for you." I immediately untagged myself and blocked him on both Facebook and Instagram. About 30 minutes later, I get a Facebook message from a page that didn't have a picture. I figured it was him, but before I could block it, the messages started flowing in. He said that he's loved me since he first saw me, that he knows we're meant to be together, that he's the only one for me, and if I can't see it, then he's going to show me. At that point, my best friend demanded that we go to the police. I took screenshots and gathered up the notes and gifts, but because I didn't know his last name, they wouldn't give me an order of protection. I literally felt defeated. My old job didn't care. The police couldn't do anything until I could either get more information or something violent happened, and he was caught in the act. With no other options, I moved back in with my parents a few towns over, switched to online classes for the rest of the semester, and I didn't leave the house without another person. I'd get random friend requests for a few weeks after that from who I assumed was Joe, and would just block them. Then it stopped. With that being our last semester, my best friend and I decided to move further north, and I haven't seen or heard from him since. I really hope that he gets the help that he needs, and I hope that I never see him again. Hey, Raven. Long-time lurker, first-time submitter. I never really thought that I would share this story with anyone, but figured that it would be a good one to get out there. This is pretty much the most terrifying thing that has happened in my life, and it's the only thing like this that I've ever experienced, thankfully. And this happened back whenever I was about 13 or 14. At some point in the early 90s. I had a buddy named Mason that I spent a lot of time with throughout my childhood. During summer break, I would stay over at his house, and he would stay at my house. And we were just the best of friends. So, when his dad mentioned that they were going on a camping trip for a week that year, and told me that he wanted me to ask my parents if I could come with them, I was more than excited to do so. Of course, my parents were all for it. They were more than happy to get me out of the house for a while. We got to where his dad had decided to set up camp. It was a campground that was pretty much in the middle of nowhere, and really didn't have many people in it. I wouldn't say that it was completely remote. It had a convenience store at the entrance, after all, but it was definitely on the outskirts of civilization. At least, more on the outskirts than I have been in my time on the planet up to that point. Being that age, I'd been pretty well kept in the boundaries of our small town, so all I really knew was suburban life. We were a few days into the trip when the event happened. We'd been enjoying everything that nature had to offer. Hiking, cooking on a campfire, and of course, telling each other scary little ghost stories. That morning, Alex and I had been up since right before the sun had come out, talking about what we wanted to do that day, and Alex mentioned that we should go to the lake and go fishing. We settled on that, and then we mentioned it to his dad. His dad said that he was pretty worn out from the previous day's hike, and said that he wanted to take it easy, but that we could go by ourselves, as long as we were back by noon. I had a watch, so I knew how long we had, and when we needed to head back. So we agreed. We got our fishing gear together, and I suggested that we take the quick hike up to the convenience store to get a soda first, so that we had something to drink. Alex was really eager to get down to the lake, so he said that he would take the fishing gear down, and told me to go get the drinks and meet him there. I agreed, and we went in separate directions. I got to the shop, bought what I wanted, and got some extra snacks while I was there, and then started making my way back towards the lake. I was pretty excited as I made my way back, thinking it was going to be a really fun morning, and that we were going to catch some really big fish. I got to our spot where we had planned on setting up our lines, and I was a bit surprised to see that Alex wasn't there. At first, I kind of thought maybe he'd found a new spot for us along the shoreline or something, so I looked around and started walking around the lake calling out for him. After a few minutes of me calling out and him not responding, I started to get a bit concerned, thinking maybe something had happened to him. The more I looked for him, the more I started to feel this weird, unexplainable unease at the fact that he was nowhere to be seen. Then it occurred to me that he may have gone back to the camp for some reason. So I started my way back to where we were set up. A bit up the path, I started to hear what sounded like a groaning sound. It was low and filled with pain, and it sounded like whatever was making this sound was struggling. Considering how quiet it was out on that path, it was kind of unsettling. As I glanced around trying to see where it was coming from, it clicked. That groaning sound was Alex. Alex was in pain and struggling. I dropped the sodas and sprinted towards where I thought it was coming from. My breath hitched when I approached Alex. He was crumpled over on the ground with an unmistakable dark spot staining his gray shirt. It was blood. He was bleeding. And it was a lot. I knelt down to him to make sure he was still mostly conscious. I was a young teenager and this was the mid-90s. I didn't know what to do with this situation. I knew that I needed to get him help, but I didn't want to leave him in the underbrush bleeding like that. Being as early as it was, no one was out hiking the area yet, and I was starting to panic. I told him to stay there and that I would go get his dad. Which, thinking back, was kind of silly. He definitely wasn't going anywhere. I sprinted to the camp and I yelled for his dad. I explained to him that Alex was on the ground and that he was badly injured. And then I took him to where I'd found him. He told me to run to the convenience store and tell them to call 911 and that he would take care of Alex. Those minutes that I spent sprinting to that little store were mentally draining. I was pushing my legs as hard as I could, struggling to breathe, and my mind was racing over the fact that if I wasn't fast enough, Alex was going to die. I remember just praying to myself, begging any deity that would listen to not let him die, to give me enough time and strength to get to the store quick enough. I swear every second felt like minutes, and every minute like an hour as I made that fairly short run to that store. And trying to explain to the clerk what happened was difficult as I tried to catch my breath. I ended up just yelling, "Call 911!" which, thankfully, was enough to get him to spring into action. The ambulance got to us in record time. I had to direct them to our camping spot and then take them down the trail to where Alex's dad was holding him and pretty visibly sobbing. The park rangers also showed up to where this was happening, as well as the police, and I had to explain to them my side of the story, which wasn't exactly helpful. At one point, one of the paramedics mentioned that this was a stab wound, that this wasn't just a natural laceration, that this was done intentionally with a blade of some sort. That's about the time where things kind of came together for me. He was stabbed. Our fishing gear was nowhere to be seen. He'd been robbed. Someone at the campground had stabbed my best friend and then stolen our fishing gear. I actually ended up blurting out that the gear was gone and that I think he was robbed. And the police seemed to agree with my assumption. The officers told us that they would be sweeping the area, but they let us go with Alex to the hospital, thankfully. They got him stabilized in the ambulance, and we had to take the 20 or so minute trip to the nearest hospital. I just remember staring at Alex as he lay unconscious on that stretcher. He did survive the attack. They hadn't hit anything vital. He was at the hospital for several days while they made sure nothing internally had been damaged, and they got him all fixed up. His dad and I had to get a ride back to the campground, and we packed everything up. Camping wasn't exactly sounding like a good time anymore. It's crazy to me that on this simple camping trip, something so terrible could happen so randomly. Alex wasn't a threatening kid. He was 13 and weighed nothing. He was smaller than me at the time. If this person wanted the gear, they didn't have to go to such lengths. he would have just given it up. I know him. When he was finally stable and mentally awake enough to explain things, he basically told the exact thing that I assumed. He was walking to the fishing spot when he heard someone shout at him. He thought it was me at first, so he stopped and turned around, but the second he turned around, there was a knife going into his abdomen. He didn't get a good look at the person because all he could focus on was the pain of getting stabbed. He remembered feeling it, grabbing the spot and just falling over, and watching as this person grabbed the gear and walked off. In the end, it was a case of wrong place, wrong time. Of course, I have those thoughts that if I had been with him, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But I can't dwell on that too much. This person was clearly willing to just straight up stab someone for like $50 worth of tackle, so they would have probably done the same thing either way. We never went camping again, and Alex ended up with a gnarly scar and a story to tell when we got back to school. They never caught the person that was responsible for it. They did the full search, and they never found anyone. Obviously, the psychological scars of seeing my best friend lying on the ground bleeding like that, they really messed with me. But I try to not let it haunt me too much since he did make it. Alex and I are still pals with our own lives, though neither of us has chosen to go out camping since that incident. I was just a young, curious child at the time of this event. My parents were going to be taking us 5 kids to a fair of sorts. They held it in our county every summer. I remember going there the previous years, and I remember it just being a time where we could run around and play games, ride the rides, and eat sugar until we crashed. And this year wasn't going to be any different. As we got our tickets and went through the gate, the smell of funnel cakes and popcorn hit my nose. I looked around to take in all the activities and could hear others screaming and laughing in excitement, and I couldn't wait to dive in and try everything. Since there were 5 of us to 2 adults, we all had to go together around all the stalls, games, and rides. We took turns on the games, trying out the ones that we wanted. I typically sat out the smaller, child-oriented ones, like the tiny fishing game, or the one where you just picked up a rubber duck. I wanted to play the ones where I threw the ball at the bottles, or even used the hammer to hit the bell. I may have been a little girl, but I also thought that I was a lot stronger than I actually was. There was also one activity that they had every year that I always enjoyed, and that was the sand art. My poor parents probably had a full shelf of just my little jars of sand, but they always encouraged our creative side, so I was thankful for that. I had just celebrated my birthday a few weeks prior to this fair, so I also had my own spending money, and was hoping to make a special art for my parents. They gave me permission to go to it, as I was within their sight, and ran over to it. I picked out the perfect glass vase shaped like a heart, and I began to fill it with what I thought were my parents' favorite colors. While I was waiting for a different color, I would look around at all the movements surrounding me when a man caught my eye. He was standing near a trash can, smoking, and just staring right at me, too. When we made eye contact, he smiled and winked at me. I don't know why, and I couldn't explain it as a kid, but something about him made me feel overwhelmed. At first, it was like when I hear my dad call my name in a stern voice, and you know you're in trouble at that point. But this was fear. I wasn't afraid of my dad, so I quickly looked back down at my art and tried to just rush through finishing it. When I got close to being done, now just waiting for the cork to close it, I looked around for my parents and saw them nearby at another stall. I grabbed my vase and hurried over to show them my work. While they were complimenting me, I sighed in relief when I looked around for the man and couldn't see him. I just shook it off, thinking it was just me being paranoid, and I continued to have fun with my family. After walking around some more and trying out the other games and crafts, we stopped for a brief moment so that my mom could take my baby sister to the restroom to change her. I started looking around all the stalls, and I saw one that I wanted to check out. They had some large stuffed animals, one of those being an elephant, which was my favorite. My dad told us that we could go shortly, so I impatiently waited. Once I spotted my mom, I walked up to her and told her about the stall as well. Again, I was a very excited child, and as soon as I heard the word okay, I darted over to it to see what I needed to do. While standing in line, I looked back at my family, and I saw that they were still there trying to get my sister back in her stroller. So I turned back to wait. I finally reached the front, and I learned that the elephant I saw was a prize for the game where you had to shoot the targets. I don't think I even got close to winning the elephant, but I did get something else, equally as fun. I turned back ready to show my parents my winnings when I realized that they were not by the restrooms anymore. I thought to myself that it wasn't a problem, that they were probably just nearby at another stall. But as I continued to look around and not see any familiar faces, a slight bit of panic started to set in. So I walked back over to the restrooms, and I began shouting for my parents and older siblings, inside and out. However, my efforts seemed meaningless, because I still could not locate them. I walked around the nearby stalls and even stood on one of the benches, but the fear had already set in. I was officially lost, and I didn't know what to do or who to turn to. As I stood by the bench watching all these other people carrying on with their evening, I finally did spot a face that I recognized, but it was not one that I wanted to see again. It was the smoking man. He was, again, standing, or more so leaning, against a hand-washing station, but still staring right at me. At that moment, the sense of dread washed over me, and I realized how vulnerable I was. He started walking towards me, and something in my 10-year-old brain told me, do not let him get close to you. So I immediately started walking away as quickly as possible, and hopefully without alerting him. Desperate to lose him in this maze of people and festival attractions, I ducked under people as I passed them, cut through lines, and went behind stalls. But every time I looked back, he always seemed to be close by. He may not have been looking directly at me every time, but knowing that he was so close was overwhelming. I couldn't seem to lose this guy. I stood by one stall trying to figure out my best course of action. I remember telling myself that I needed to either find the entrance or find an adult that looked like they were in charge. I then recalled the ticket booth near the entrance, and when I spotted the same neon light, I knew I needed to get back there. I didn't immediately see the man, so I ran out of the stall in the direction of the light. I was proud of myself, thinking that I was going to finally lose this guy. I was going to get to the front and tell the ticket booth people that I was being followed, and then they would track down my family. Problem solved. But then I ran into another person, which caused me to get turned around and slowed me down. While I was regaining my thoughts and figuring out where to go, I felt a yank on my arm. To my horror, it was the same smoking man. At that moment, fear consumed me, paralyzing my body and clouding my thoughts. I felt defeated, and I didn't know what else to do. What else could I do? But then he smiled at me, the most sinister smile I think I've ever seen, and said, I'll help you find your mommy and daddy. I was never more terrified in my life, and as I stood there with him tugging on my arm to follow him, something finally kicked on in me. My fight or flight triggered as a last attempt to get away. I threw myself to the ground, almost like a rag doll, and started screaming as loud as I could. I threw the biggest tantrum that I possibly could. I screamed, I kicked, I flailed until everybody was looking at us. The whole time, this guy still had a tight grip of my arm, so I added to it. I started screaming that I wanted my mom and dad. I screamed, "Let go of me." I screamed, "I don't know you," until he finally let go. Of course, when he did let go, he backed away from me a few steps and said that he was going to help me find my parents. But almost everyone around was now staring at this guy. So he just threw his hands up and nonchalantly walked away. Being older now, it actually frustrates me that no one ever questioned this man or thought to stop him. After he was completely out of view, swallowed by the crowd of people, I stood up and started walking the opposite way of him. Someone approached me who was wearing one of the vests for the staff and asked me if I was lost. She at least looked kinder, and she didn't scare me. She led me right to one of the ticket booths I was looking for, and I helped give a description of my parents. However, my parents actually heard my tantrum and immediately started trying to find where it was coming from. I later learned that, while I was at the game, my family had started walking to a different stall, the one that they thought I was talking about. And within the time of me finishing the game, I had walked the opposite direction of them while they were just circling back. It was kind of silly and crazy that we never ran into each other. In the end, I did shortly meet back up with my family, but that guy was long gone. They never saw him or caught him. My parents said that I was very brave and smart for doing what I did, and it definitely could have gone a lot worse. We still joke about how my tantrums even then got me what I wanted. But I also can't help but think about that awful smile and why he chose me. And even worse, what his plans were if I would have gone with him. For as long as I can remember, my grandparents' cabin has been a real haven for the family. I spent a number of summers up there. We had small parties and get-togethers there, and it was one of my favorite places all throughout my childhood. It was nestled in the woods, and was pretty much perfect for a group of kids looking for some innocent fun. Well, and some not so innocent fun as we got a bit older. It was one of those rare weekends where my brother and I decided that we were going to stay up at my grandparents' cabin. I was 19, and still at home. Ben was 17, and while we were both pretty much adults, we still had to have permission to stay, just in case. Thankfully, everyone was okay with it, and we were told that we just needed to not get too rowdy or destroy anything. We agreed, and then immediately invited a few friends over that had access to alcohol. We figured as long as we just stayed at and in the cabin, everything would be fine, and we weren't likely to cause too much damage to anything. Of course, as the night grew on, some of the guys got a bit stupid, and after a while an idea hit Ben, which is never a good thing. Not for Ben. He stood up and loudly proclaimed, "Let's have a bonfire." I could tell by the fact that he slurred the first half of this sentence into one word that it was going to be a terrible idea. Ben always was a lightweight, and at 17, he was already loopy after 2 beers. He looked at me with that mischievous little twinkle in his eye, and then pointed at me, saying, "You, go get some firewood." To which I responded, "Ben, That is a terrible idea." He frowned and asked why, and I motioned to the fact that we were sitting outside on dead grass and logs, and basically said that the woods around us were just a potential tinderbox. Ben scoffed and waved me off, trying to tell me that I was being a wimp. But I put my foot down on this one. I was okay with stupidity, but I wasn't okay with him burning the cabin down. I told him no fires and that if he started one, I would kick his ass. He grumbled, but eventually agreed and sat back down. We had a bit more back and forth before it started to get too late for me, and I decided to call it a night. I told the guys that I was headed in and pointed to Ben, saying, "Don't do it." He laughed and said that he wouldn't, and, well, I thought that was that. I went in, threw myself on the couch, and passed out pretty hard. After a little while, I started hearing someone screaming, but half drunk, I thought that I was just having a dream. Until I heard someone scream my name, and the sound of distant sirens wailing through the woods. Panic surged through me as I jumped off the couch and ran outside. My heart skipped as my worst fears were confirmed, and I took in the chaos in front of me. There, a few feet from our gathering spot, a bonfire was raging out of control. The fire had danced its way from the small pit where it had started, and was spreading rapidly into the dense woods. The wind, just as I had feared, was carrying the small embers away, and it had pretty clearly spread this bonfire into what could become a catastrophic forest fire. And amidst the chaos in front of me was Ben, his face pale and his eyes wide with terror. Thankfully, the local fire department was there quickly, and they worked like crazy to control the blaze as it grew. It took them a couple of hours to completely douse the fire, preventing a disaster that could have easily consumed the cabin and destroyed a lot of the land. Even after all was said and done, the only thing that you could smell was that stench of burnt wood. Ben later told me that he'd waited all of 30 minutes before he started the fire, thinking that he could control it. He honestly could not have been more wrong. We surveyed the area to see how much damage it had done, and to see where the fire had spread, and it hit Ben pretty quickly that, had the fire gone on for literally a couple more minutes, the cabin would have been completely consumed. There was a section that was actually charred, that I would say was less than 5 feet from the rear wall. It would have caught, and it would have gone up like nothing. This place wasn't built like a house. It was just a small wooden cabin. There was nothing to stop it from burning like a pile of cheap wood, because that's what it was. After that day, we weren't allowed back at the cabin. Like, at all. My grandparents still hold this against us, and rightfully so. And we haven't been back up there since. Unless our mom or dad are with us, or they are there. Nothing like being in your late 20s and having to be escorted by your parents, because they can't trust you to be on their property alone. So, the lesson from this incident? Well, first off, my dear brother learned that he should listen to me when I tell him that his ideas are stupid, and dry summers are bad when it comes to fires. And for anyone out there that thinks that things like this can't happen to them, I have a short but effective word of warning for you. Disaster doesn't knock before it kicks in your door. Don't be like Ben. Take your surroundings into consideration, and don't think that you can control things like fire. Nature does not like being controlled. I guess some people have to learn the hard way like my brother did. Even today, whenever I smell wood burning, I think of that scene with Ben standing in the woods staring at me like I messed up, while the fire just rages behind him. It's a stark reminder for me how a moment's stupidity can lead to a potential disaster. I have a strange story to share that has bothered me for quite a while, but I really don't think I'll ever get any answers for it. I've been a police officer for around 12 years now, and I've seen some pretty strange things. But this one incident has always stuck with me. It still haunts my mind when I'm out on the night shifts and just driving through the silent streets. It was a call that seemed pretty routine, but quickly turned into an eerie enigma that's left me with more questions than answers. I was working the afternoon shift one summer, back when I had just started on the force. It was a fairly slow day. I don't live in a part of the country where big events happen frequently. It's normally pretty relaxed here. I remember that the air was really heavy and languid that day. The weather was hot and humid, and there weren't any clouds, which really dulled down the whole routine. Nobody wants to do anything, much less commit crimes, on days where you can barely breathe, which is something I actually appreciate. I don't want to run and chase people, they don't want to do anything bad. It's like a mutual agreement that those days are not for us. Anyways, I was cruising along and I got a call from dispatch saying that they needed me to go to one of the rental cabins on the outskirts of town. These cabins were owned by a real estate company, and they basically rented them out for a few weeks to a few months at a time. And we never got calls to go out there, so this was even more shocking to me. The call explained that there was a man that was claiming someone had broken into his cabin. He reported that he was on a day trip, and when he got back, he found a fire in the bonfire pit burning in his front yard of the cabin that he had left secured and vacant the entire day. They mentioned that he hadn't gone into the cabin since returning, so somebody could still be inside the cabin, and he needed someone there to clear the scene. It was a peculiar call, but it definitely warranted our attention. When my partner and I arrived, we found the man standing outside behind a minivan in the driveway. He looked nervous, frantic. His eyes were kind of darting around and he was pacing behind the car, visibly agitated. When we stepped out, I could see the bonfire still burning, though it was mostly just embers at this point. There was this acrid smell of burning materials hanging in the air. What materials, I have no idea, but it wasn't pleasant. That much I remember. We approached the man cautiously, and he explained everything to us a second time, but then mentioned that he thought someone was still in the cabin because the door was open. We approached cautiously, hands over our holsters, and every step I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. We entered slowly, cleared room by room, but there was no one inside, though it had absolutely been ransacked. Furniture was overturned, drawers were open, and items were randomly scattered all over the place. We came back outside and told him that it was clear, but that it was a mess. We asked him if he had left it like that, which may sound like a dumb question, but you'd be surprised. He told us that he hadn't, that he'd kept it clean and in good order so that he could get his deposit back. After a bit of investigating, we determined that there was definitely remnants of things from the cabin in the fire. Photos, clothing, documents, all charred beyond recognition. It was really bizarre, as if someone was destroying personal belongings, but why? We tried to piece together some of the puzzle, asking the man if he had any enemies or if he'd been in any disputes. He said no. We asked him if he'd been involved in any illegal activity, mentioning that his honesty was important for his own protection at this point, and he was adamant that he hadn't done anything. He mentioned that he'd literally only been there for 3 days at this point, and that his clothing was still in his bag because he hadn't been there long enough to even really unpack most of his stuff. The incident was perplexing, to say the least. Looking at the possibilities, none of them really fit. If the man had started the fire to destroy something himself, why would he call us? Fires were not restricted at that point in time, so we wouldn't have had to cover for it or anything. I supposed that he could have been trying to do some sort of obscure insurance fraud claim, and he needed the police report, but there was nothing in the fire that we saw that was worth anything. Just clothing and paper. But then, if it wasn't him, who was it? What was the purpose of burning things from the cabin? We did our investigation on the cabin, fingerprinting, interviewing some of the residents of the next door cabins, and did everything that we could to get more information. But there was nothing. It was as if the fire starter had vanished without a trace, and no one knew why it had happened. In the end, we had to just let it go, and to let it go cold. The mystery of who broke into the cabin and started the fire remained unsolved. There was no evidence that this guy had done anything to deserve it. He hadn't made anyone mad. He hadn't even been in the cabin more than a few days. As mentioned, it's still one of those things that pops up in my mind now and again, because it just made no sense, and there were no answers. Odds are, we're never going to have an answer for it, because it was such a small, isolated, and weird incident that happened in a very cut-off part of the town. Something happened to me a few years back that still gives me some chills to this day, but I've never really shared it with anyone. No real reason. I just don't like to think about it, and typing this out requires me to do so. If some of this sounds disjointed, I do apologize. I'm not a very good writer, but I'll try to give this as much detail as possible. Anyways, here goes. I was working a consulting gig in Texas back during the pandemic. It was remote, but I knew that at some point I was going to have to drive to the main site to give the presentation that I found during my consultation. I've done this before with other clients, but this was my first on-site during the years of COVID, so I was a bit iffy on this whole trip anyways. But what happened really cemented that I should have just demanded a remote presentation. The night this happened, I was most of the way to my hotel, and I really didn't want to stop, as it was only about an hour or so to get there. But I was also feeling nervous as the roads that I was driving were incredibly empty and remote. I was driving feeling like I was going to hit a wall soon, and I noticed that Google Maps showed an alternate route to the hotel from where I was. That was even more rural, but was about 10 minutes quicker. I quickly hit the button and made the next turn to take that route instead. The roads were incredibly empty and dark, pretty much just a random strip of asphalt that cut through the Texan wilderness. A couple of minutes down this road, I spotted what looked like a figure on the side of the road. I slowed down a bit and noticed that it was a woman, frantically waving her arms in the glow of my headlights. I could feel my heart rate increasing as I stopped to see if she was okay. I really didn't want to, but I couldn't have lived with myself if something happened, and I could have helped her. She was middle-aged. Her hair was a wild mess, and her eyes were wide with panic. She immediately started babbling a mile a minute, frantically screaming about anything and everything, until she finally stopped, took a deep breath, and said that she had just been in a car crash. She followed that up with sobs, saying that she had driven off the road. that she'd somehow flipped her car and that her husband was still trapped inside, and she needed my help. The story was believable, but something about it still seemed off. She had some bruises on her face, but other than that, she just looked pretty well untouched. She didn't have any cuts, her clothes weren't torn or dirty, and she didn't look too injured. Though I will say that adrenaline can do some wild things. I also didn't see a car behind her, but if she had driven off the road and flipped it, it could have been deeper into the woods. I started asking her some questions to gather more information, trying to piece together the situation. She was cagey with details, first saying that she had fallen asleep and veered off the road. I mentioned that I could call 911 for her and wait until they showed up, but she cut me off. However, this is where she slipped up, saying, "Please, hurry! My son really needs help. He's still trapped down there." I froze. She'd said her husband was trapped, not her son. Sensing that something was off, I made a split-second decision. I looked at my phone and said, "I don't have a good enough signal to call 911 right here. Let me drive a bit further down the road to make the call." She became frantic when I said this, urging me to come with her, getting to the point that her sobbing became an angry screaming at me to get out of the car. I shifted back into drive and started down the road, hitting the gas pedal as quickly as I could. I could hear her continuing her screams as I watched her waving her arms at me in the rear view. About 20 feet down the road, a man then jumped out of the tree line. I watched him jump out and hurl something at my car, which was followed by a sickening thud and a shattering sound. A brick, what I'm assuming is what he threw, had smashed into my windshield, sticking into the glass but not breaking through it. I slammed on the gas, freaking out and realizing that this whole thing was a massive setup that I almost fell for. I looked back again and saw the two people in the middle of the road arguing with each other and making very aggressive motions towards each other in the direction that I was going. The rest of that drive was an honest blur. I was in shock, shaking and sweating, the brick just sitting there in my windshield, blocking the right half of my vision. I got to the hotel, which was about 30 minutes away from where I was, and I asked the front desk to call the authorities. I just sat in the lobby chair breathing heavily and thinking about what happened. They took my statement and promised to check it out, but as far as I know, they never found anything. They did call me in the morning and told me that they found a spot on the road that I'd mentioned where there was a lot of broken glass, but there was nobody anywhere nearby. Obviously, that trip was a bit stressful, as I was 3 states away from home in my personal car with a now shattered windshield, and I still had to give my presentation. I did give the presentation, and I actually mentioned what happened, and thankfully the client was willing to give me a little bit of wiggle room, considering my stress levels. I had the windshield replaced in Texas. Thankfully, my insurance was willing to cover it since they had a police report number, and the report did explain things pretty well. I've since pushed all my clients to do remote presentations, and thankfully they've mostly been okay with it, including the extra work that I've done for that same client down in Texas. Regardless, I will never drive through those empty parts of Texas at night, ever again. I've always been an outdoorsy person. The wide open sky, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the chirping of crickets, all of it makes me feel alive and free. My friends share the same sentiment, and thus our group excursions to remote areas for camping and bonfire parties were quite frequent. We would typically set a date in the early autumn for the first one, and get together to spend the entire weekend just living life. But there was one trip that was unlike the others, and it was not for good reasons. It was that time of year when the leaves started to turn golden, right as the weather starts to shift slightly in the direction of winter. We decided to venture out into the forests of northern Maine, where our friend's family owned a small cabin. The cabin was rustic and cozy, and we all called it Harmony Hollow, a cheesy name that our DM had made up for a town in our D&D campaign. The cabin had a good amount of land attached to it, and it was definitely our go-to for autumn parties. We arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon, just as the sun was starting to set. The air was crisp and cool. The leaves were blowing around in the wind. We could hear the sound of a nearby stream, and the smell of wood smoke filled the air. The first night was pretty normal. We'd set up a pit for the fire, but had decided against actually having one, mostly because by the time we were all comfortable in the cabin, it was already pretty late. Plus, it just wasn't quite there temperature-wise to sit around a fire. However, on the second night of our stay there at Harmony Hollow, we decided that it was cool enough to have that bonfire. The chill was just starting to settle in, and there's something that's incredibly appealing about just sitting around a contained fire throughout the night. We got all the firewood and branches that we could, and we set up a decent-sized bonfire. Nothing too crazy, but large enough that it would burn for probably a couple of hours, at least until we all hit a wall and wanted to go to bed. We sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and telling stories. We talked about how things were going for us, how things had been since last year when we met up like this. It must have been around midnight when our laughter and merriment was cut short by a really harsh and cold wind sweeping across our little setup. I started to shiver despite the fact that I was wearing a jacket and sitting by the fire. Brian made a comment that it was really quiet out that night, other than us, and we all kind of paused to listen. He was right. It was nearly silent out in the woods. There weren't any real crickets chirping, no owls hooting. It had gotten to the point where it was completely silent out. I started to say that it was getting late and that we should probably get to bed when Jen made a comment. Something like, "Wait, who's that?" The entire group quickly looked over to the woods in the direction that she was staring, and we all saw what she saw. There was a dimly lit silhouette of a man just slowly taking steps out of the tree line in our direction. We all froze as we watched this guy walk our way, each step crunching leaves under his feet in an almost unnaturally loud way. He paused somewhere around 15 feet from us and just stared at us, the fire barely illuminating his face. He was, to say it politely, rather grizzled looking. His hair was unkempt, and he had a beard that was very overgrown. His clothes looked dirty and torn, and his eyes were sunken sockets that were barely visible in the light of the flames. He didn't say anything at first, just standing there staring at us and the fire. There was a very uncomfortable pause before Brian stood up and asked if this guy was okay. The man didn't respond. He just continued to stare. His unsettling presence and the unnerving silence of the forest made this whole scene feel more isolating than ever. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the man pointed toward our fire and uttered one word. He literally just said, "Danger," in a raspy and deep tone, and then turned and started walking back into the forest. We all just sat there and watched as this guy disappeared back into the woods. Now, I'm pretty sure that I've seen every horror movie that's been made in the last decade, and I know for a fact that When a creepy homeless looking guy comes out of the woods and tells you something is a danger, you listen. I immediately stood up and started putting out the fire, much to the disappointment of my friends. Jen asked why I was putting it out, and I said, because he said that it was dangerous. Besides, we should all go to bed anyways. After some annoyance and grumbling, they all agreed that we should probably call it. That next morning, we woke up to the sound of sirens and went outside to see what was going on. When we got outside, we saw fire trucks and forestry service racing down the road. Come to find out, a small wildfire had broken out in the early hours of the morning, a little further north from our cabin. It had spread into the deep underbrush, but they were able to quickly get it under control, and thankfully not much damage was done. We were all safe. Our cabin was untouched, but I couldn't help but think that if we had left our fire burning, would we have started a fire like that? Was he somehow warning us? Did he set the fire, and he was telling us to put ours out so that we didn't look guilty? Or was this more likely just some weird and chilling coincidence? We never saw that man again, and all of our questions remained unanswered. We still go up to the cabin to have our parties, but we've set a hard rule since that night to have the fire out by midnight, just in case. We've decided that we don't want to see that man, whoever he was, ever again. I have a story that I have never shared online, mostly because it just never really felt like something I should share, but you convinced me that I should go ahead and get it out there. So, here you go. This is probably the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me, and it happened on what was a fairly normal day otherwise. It happened about 5 years ago, in the middle of the summer. Back when this happened, I was attending evening classes to get an associate's degree, and after class, I went to work. I worked as a box truck driver for a company that produced car parts. Mostly just the plastic ones, though. It may sound strange to some, but the biggest part that we produced, and what was probably our biggest moneymaker, were bumpers. For what they are, they're ridiculously expensive, and they break pretty easily. Anyways, my job amounted to nothing more than overnight parts delivery guy. I got to drive this box truck filled with parts to each of our partner dealerships in town, and I would unload the parts for them. It was a pretty lonely job. It was an overnight job, so no one was ever at the dealership, so it was just me, my truck, and whatever audiobook I was listening to at the time. It was, for lack of a better word, fairly mundane. On the night that this happened, I actually remember that I was listening to the audiobook version of Ready Player One because the movie had just come out in theaters and I wanted to hear the book before I went to go see the movie. I was just driving along, plotting out my route and glancing at the delivery log to see which locations I needed to go to that night, when, out of nowhere, this car came blowing past me on the small 2-lane each-direction highway. It didn't surprise me. People hate being behind trucks. I just didn't really expect to see anyone else on the road this late. They gunned past me on the left, the headlights glaring in my side mirrors, and before I could even react or really process the car, they cut sharply in front of me. I swerved hard, narrowly avoiding a disastrous collision. My heart was pounding, my palms were sweaty on the wheel as I veered over to the shoulder of the road. Interestingly enough, the other car also pulled over just in front of me. Part of me assumed that maybe they wanted to apologize, or maybe they were freaked out, or maybe they were about to go off on me in a bit of road rage, but nothing happened. I sat there in my truck trying to catch my breath, and they just sat there a bit ahead of me, not moving or really doing anything. After about 4 minutes, two of the car's doors burst open, and two figures jumped out. I assumed that they were going through the motions of the previously mentioned road rage, but then I noticed that they were wearing ski masks. I barely had time to process this before I saw them sprinting towards my truck, guns in hand. I was struck with this paralyzing fear. I really only had two options: floor it and risk getting shot, or do whatever the hell they demanded. I was a delivery driver, not a hero, so I decided that it would be less risky to just comply. I put my hands up and I climbed out of the truck, my hands shaking and my breath ragged. The masked men did not waste any time. They nudged me out of the way, and two of them jumped into my box truck and then sped off. The third person that hadn't left the car then gunned off down the road, following the truck, leaving behind nothing more than the screeching of their tires. Then there was me, just standing alone on the side of the highway, watching the taillights of both vehicles as they disappeared into the distance, and thinking about whether or not I was going to get reprimanded for this. As I thought about that, and about work, my mind stepped over to, who do I even contact about this? I then realized that I still had my cell phone in my pocket. I pulled it out and dialed 911 and tried to explain everything that had just happened. I must have sounded insane because I remember the operator asking me to calm down, telling me to breathe, and then asking the same question a few times to clarify what I had said. She stayed on the phone with me while I stood there in the same spot the robbers had left me, just waiting for the police. Within a few minutes, I could hear the sirens coming my way, and thankfully they saw me just standing there and realized that I was the one calling. They took my statement and information, and one of them offered me a ride back to the warehouse, while the other officers mentioned that they would drive up ahead to see if they could find the truck. Worse yet, they did find it. But it was not the outcome that I had hoped for. They found the truck only about 15 miles up the road, abandoned off the side of the highway, and set ablaze. The truck, the parts in the back, and everything inside the truck was completely destroyed. The metal frame was completely warped from the intense heat of the fire. To this day, I have no idea why this happened. Why me? Why did they take my truck? I can only imagine they did this for the haul, but the truck was very clearly marked as an auto parts delivery truck, and I can't think of any modern parts that would net that much cash that would be in a truck like that. I guess maybe catalytic converters, but I can tell you that my list had 0 of those. So if that's what they were going for, then I was a poorly chosen target. Beyond that, it just felt so damn random and pointless. Either way, it was the most terrifying experience of my life, and I struggled to get back into the cab of another box truck without thinking about that visual of them running at me with shotguns pointing up at me. The fear, the confusion, that mental feeling that I might actually die for some bumpers. I was just a dude driving a truck and doing my job, and it was painful to be pushed so suddenly into this nightmare. I do still work for the company, and I did move up when I got my degree, but I now work in warehouse, and the only thing that I drive for them is the occasional forklift. Bear with me. This is going back to the 70s. But enjoy the ride if you can handle a ride back in time. It's been so long since I even thought of this experience, and yet it rates up there. Mysterious, unexplainable, occult. I was living in Chicago at the time, in high school, having moved from the southwest, and it felt fun, energetic, and yet there was a need to escape from it as well. My father was always cutting out and going on junkets to South America for long weekends, and I was fine with a mild party house while he was gone. But sometimes he would take me along if the holidays were aligned, and so we went on one of these long weekend trips to England and a dip into Wales. I remember it all too well now. The cold of O'Hare Airport, a couple that stood out kissing by a counter. He looked like Mick Jagger, and he was with a woman in fashionable velvet overalls, or some kind of onesie jumpsuit and poofy copper hair. And my grandmother had come along at the last minute. She was a traveler, coming out from her ranch in Washington State and meeting us there. I was hiding in a big army jacket and wearing faded jeans with the police patch that I had swiped from a pile at the police department that time that my friend and I got flashed and a cop pulled up right afterwards, so we flagged him down. Yeah, we were just out walking and the duster pulled up real slow, and the guy was acting lost, and then he just stared. Well, anyway, he was caught in the alley behind a Chinese takeout. The cop seemed to know exactly where that shrink would be. Yeah, that's what we found out he was. The plane ride felt morose. Flying over the North Atlantic in late November, I hoped that we weren't going down in it, and London was dialed a few notches down from dreary. It was dark, almost as night. Walking around the record shops in Piccadilly, my dad rented a car within a day, and we blew off the big city heading west. It was a dogged trip. The rain poured, and we went from little village to little village in our not super comfy Fiat on mud roads. The whole trip was gray and brown, yet there was something dreamy about looking out the window on the old stone walls and the smeary pubs that we passed. Once we got out and went to a market in the pouring rain, and I got an old used paperback book of ghost stories that were super British and full of castles and deranged geniuses. It was fun just slouching in the back, reading this hair-raising stuff while cruising by abbeys, palatial breaks with hedgerows and mazes. There were no more billboards, bright gas stations, none of that. It was full immersion. And nearing one of our last nights, we rounded a corner and pulled into a pub in a deserted edge of a rolled-up sleeping town. We went in to just ask where an inn was, and the corpulent bartender with dark hair and a big smile, wet with sweat, and his hand with a rag up a glass, and we are ordering up a storm of things and laughing, and as my grandmother and dad are talking with the bartender, a gentleman asked if I would play darts with him. We had a strangely great time. I hit a bullseye on my first try. It was true beginner's luck, and we laughed and laughed about it. He had zoomed in the parking lot in a shiny Jag from his job at Lloyd's of London, insuring George Harrison. But then as we spoke about things, he lowered his voice. "You're just traveling through. That's it?" "Yeah," I answered. "So you really don't know where you are? Because this is a damn strange place. So I must tell you, and you can take it upon yourself to find everything I speak of in the morning." He then proceeded to tell me of a church that I would find on a hill to the right in the morn. And if I looked at the top, I would see that instead of a cross, there was a crescent sort of shape, a kind of golden bowl. And that would be the sign that this was not a Christian area, and that the hill the church was on, the church with the bowl instead of a cross, that hill was hollowed, and beneath it was where the Hellfire Club met. And he proceeded to order another ale as he drew a map on the coaster with his Lloyd's of London pen. It was rather cozy upstairs in the pub's inn, and sleep came so fast. The morning was intriguing to me. I told my grandmother and my dad what the gentleman had spoken of the night before. It seemed sort of senseless, but we took off early. It was like 6 or 7 a.m., and there was this mist all around that gave light somehow. And as we got in the car and began to drive, there it was, on a mowed hill above a thick forest. The top of the church could be seen, and yes, it really did have a golden bowl. My father, the driver, was deeply confused by that bowl, and so began to drive toward the winding road leading up the hill to the church. Now, this is where things began to get odder. There was a trail that we saw off the road that led into it, and I suddenly was begging to go up the trail and meet them. I have no idea why. Were my legs cramped? Did I feel I needed a solid walk up the hill on a good, obvious trail? I said that I would meet them at the top, and they agreed. I thought it would be not scary at all. It was morning, and would only become more so. And it was a gentle, quiet woods, a pleasant walk. Yet there was something going on out of the ordinary. And I saw that, along the trail, there were images nailed to the trees. They were not satanic per se. Some were Hindu-looking cutouts, thick and glued to thicker paper. They were put up with intent, all with burned-out candles around them. There were more than the Hindu ones, but that one I swiped for some reason. It was less creepy than the others. I slid it in my army jacket pocket, seeing more and more images deeper off the trail, and then something white, ghost-like. Was it a stray piece of extra thick fog? I watched as it crossed in front of me and went up the hill, and I made note to watch, even though I was frightened. I knew that this was the type of incident that could be forgotten, brushed aside, denied. I was not going to let fear come in, and I knew that this was a rare chance to be in a most strange place. At the top of the hill, we came together again, and we walked around the church. But it was early and it was locked, so we left. We decided to continue our journey, leaving this unforgettable twilight zone. About a decade ago, my friend and I decided to take a break from the hustle and bustle of city life and spend a weekend in the woods. We'd been planning this trip for months and were eager to leave our worries behind, relax, and enjoy some quality time with each other. What we didn't expect was that our peaceful retreat would turn into a terrifying encounter that none of us would be able to forget. There were 3 of us total: myself, Corey, and Ash. The 3 of us had been friends since early high school and always enjoyed spending time together. Of course, life had made it complicated to get together, and thus the camping trip was planned. When the Friday finally came, we packed up our camping gear and set off early in the morning, excited for our weekend adventure. Our destination was a secluded spot deep in the forest, far away from civilization. It took us about an hour to hike there, but the breathtaking scenery and crisp, fresh air made it all worthwhile. When we finally arrived, we quickly set up camp and started gathering firewood for the night. As it started to get dark, the 3 of us gathered around our little campfire, started roasting some marshmallows, and Ash decided that she wanted to flex her storytelling muscles by starting in on some ghost stories. As the fire started to die, and the 3 of us started yawning a bit more, I made a comment about how it was probably time to turn in, and Corey agreed. Ash said that she wanted to spend a bit more time out in the cozy atmosphere, taking in the stars. Corey and I both gave her a look like, "Are you sure you want to be out here all alone?" But she waved us off and said that she wasn't going to leave the campsite. Corey and I both went to our tents, and I dozed off pretty fast. After a little while, I woke up to hearing Ash yelling for both of us. She sounded pretty scared of something that was out there. I opened my door flap and I asked her what was going on. Corey followed right behind me. Ash was standing on the edge of our little campground and staring off into the woods. It took a bit, but after the three of us stood there silently staring off into the tree line, we started seeing something. The only way that I can describe these things is to say that they were strange, dark figures lurking at the edge of the tree line. At first, we couldn't make out their shapes, but as our eyes adjusted to the darkness, it became apparent that these were no ordinary forest animals. They were large and almost shapeless, with an unsettling and unnatural presence. Corey tried to say that we should just ignore them, that they were probably nothing, or that maybe it was just a group of people hiking in the woods. I would have agreed, but it was the middle of the night. Why would people be out here hiking like that? Corey decided to go back to his tent, and I sat out with Ash just watching these things, trying to figure out what they were. They were mostly motionless, but every now and then it would seem like they would kind of sway. Honestly, I was feeling really uneasy. Like these things were watching us intently, maliciously. After just sitting there for a while trying to decide if we should investigate or just go to bed and hope for the best, I started hitting a hard wall. Like I was going to pass out one way or another. I told Ash that we needed to try to just live and let live, and that whatever these things were, they would likely move on. She reluctantly agreed, saying that I should go back to sleep and that she would be doing the same here soon. I told her goodnight, and I hopped in my tent thinking that would be the end of it. It was then that things went from a bit creepy to downright terrifying. Ash let out a yelp-like scream and damn near jumped through the door of my tent. I jumped up as she dove in and shut the door. Her eyes were welling up with tears and she was very clearly freaking out. I tried to ask what happened, but she said that she just wanted to go to sleep and asked if she could sleep in the tent with me. I told her that that was fine. She said thanks and literally curled up in a fetal position facing away from me. Thankfully, the morning came without much in ways of anything eventful. When I woke up, Ash was asleep, and I stepped out into the morning air and greeted Corey. He asked about her, and I told him that she was freaked out, and how she had jumped into my tent after screaming. We talked a bit about what we saw, and he admitted that he was pretty freaked out, but he didn't really know what to do with the idea of there being those weird things watching us. I agreed. I said that it was creepy, and we started on breakfast. When Ash finally woke up and came out, I said good morning, and she immediately started asking about the night before. She asked if we had any idea what those things were. We both shook our heads. I decided to ask her what happened to lead to her jumping into my tent, and I could see the color drain from her face. She said that she was sitting on the log by the fire as it died down, and she was starting to doze off a bit. She said that one moment she had her eyes closed for only a second, and as soon as she opened them, one of those things was much, much closer. She motioned to a spot by a tree that was just outside of our circle, like within 10 feet of her tent. She said that she could see this thing, but she couldn't tell what she was looking at, like it was some kind of living shadow. She said that while she was staring at this thing, she couldn't feel anything but pure dread and malice. And that's when she screamed and jumped into my tent, because she wasn't about to get closer to this thing to get into her tent. After discussing it a bit more, we all agreed to cut the trip short, which, while disappointing, I don't think any of us wanted to stick around in those woods. It was a mutual decision. We would cut it short and plan another trip another time. In the years since that night, I've actually tried to figure out what exactly those things were, but I've yet to come up with anything. Part of me wants to say that it was just a trick of the light or something, that they weren't real, but with how Ash said one got closer, I don't think that's it. I don't think we're ever going to know the truth as to what they were, but I think they may have been some kind of supernatural entity that resided in the woods. That's just my uneducated opinion. The three of us are all still close friends, obviously, but we've all opted to not really speak about that night. We decided it's best to put the experience behind us, but it's definitely difficult to forget what we experienced. And, of course, the lingering questions about the whole situation. Still, on some nights when I'm home alone, I'll look out my window and almost half expect one of those things to be standing there watching me. Thankfully, it hasn't happened yet. And I may sound paranoid, but there's always that chance that one day I'll look outside my bedroom window and it'll just be there watching me. I've been sitting on this story that I had actually forgotten about until my cousin reminded me of what happened. He and I were chatting. We were at my aunt's house for my grandmother's 94th birthday, and he asked me, "Yo, Nate, you remember that time we found a cabin in the woods?" And it all came flooding back to me in an instant. This was back when we were in our early 20s, which was in the early 2000s, and we used to go places and do some urban exploration, which is just a fancy way of saying breaking and entering. It was a day in the late spring, and we had decided to spend our Saturday going to an area that had an abandoned school near a really small town that barely even has a Dollar General store. We knew that this school was there because a friend of my cousin's likes to scout out these kind of areas too, and he told my cousin about it. We started out on our hike. The weather was warm, but it was definitely overcast, looking like a storm was going to hit in a few hours. But we didn't plan to be out all day. We found the school, did our expedition, and I may write a story about how creepy that was, but it was actually what we found after that this story is about. We followed a path off the back end of the school, and we walked it for a solid half hour until we wound up finding what was pretty clearly an old abandoned cabin. This cabin was decrepit, and nestled between a group of trees that had taken the area back over. The structure was pretty rough, though the windows were all still mostly intact. We approached slowly, just in case there was someone that was still living there, and stranger things have happened. But as we approached, we noticed that the door was slightly open, and that the cabin was definitely vacant. We pushed the door open, and it immediately stirred up a layer of dust that caused me to pull my shirt over my nose. The inside was as run down as the outside suggested. It was musty, damp, it smelled like mold, but there was still furniture that was set up in the living room, albeit gray from the dirt that had settled. We began looking around, the floorboards all creaking under our weight. I was honestly thinking that the whole thing might collapse, and that we were going to end up trapped in the rubble. My cousin, on the other hand, was way more interested in touring this place, and didn't even acknowledge my concerns. We looked over the furniture in the living room, and came to a conclusion that the couch was definitely hand-carved, with the cushions that were hand-sewn and put together. We got to the bookshelf, and it was filled with moldy books. Most of them just old literature, but I noticed that there were a few books that were based around, well, Satanism. I don't mean just books about the devil. I mean that there were a handful of books that were written to explain the significance of rituals, how to properly sacrifice animals. I mentioned this to my cousin, and he thought it was really interesting. We kind of glanced over the books, but he ended up putting them back on the shelf. I mentioned that we could take one of them for the hell of it, but my cousin said that doing so would just be inviting evil spirits into our lives. I didn't question him on that. We noticed that there were a set of stairs that went up to a loft, and another set that went down into what we assumed was a cellar or a basement. But we decided to check out this floor first. We moved on to the kitchen, and that's when the really weird stuff happened. In the sink, there were what looked like bones. Small, fragmented, broken, and worst of all, wet. They weren't covered in blood or anything, but they were wet like they'd been recently washed. We opted to just leave them as they were and move on. On the counter was a pile of old newspapers from the nearby town, and even a larger town that was a few miles away. These newspapers were a solid decade old. But what was really weird is that most of them were just the front page and the obituaries, with people and names circled. My obvious first thought was that maybe this was some kind of serial killer circling the obituaries for his victims, but as I looked at them, these people were all born the same year, and it was a long time ago, which made me think that this was someone tracking a group of people they knew and circling them as they passed. We pressed on further, deciding to check out the back half of the cabin, but there really wasn't much to it. There was what looked like a bedroom that was mostly empty, and the bathroom was pretty dirty and messed up. After this, my cousin asked if I wanted to go check out the loft, and then the basement. I agreed. We went back to the living room, and I stepped up the ladder and described what was up there. It was basically just a bed, and a small end table and a really small CRT TV. I looked around, trying to see if there was anything worth really looking at, when I decided to open up the end table. Now, I don't want to describe what I saw. I will just say that the drawer was filled with very graphic, very disturbing, and very illegal photographs. Among those were other photographs, voyeuristic pictures, of people that clearly didn't know they were being photographed. I told my cousin about what was in the drawer, and I could hear his disgust. He told me to come on back down and that we should just go check out the basement really quick. I didn't like that he was suggesting that we keep looking. We walked down the stairs toward the basement, which had a door at the bottom. My cousin slowly opened the door, and the second that it opened, the stench of decay flew out into the stairwell. I nearly threw up, and my cousin pulled the door shut and said, "Nope." We both ran up the stairs and out of the cabin. We stood outside and tried to figure out what we should do. Should we call the cops? The pictures, the smell of death? It made me think that there may have been something really messed up in there that we didn't see. My cousin was saying that he just wanted to move on. After talking it through for a few moments, we ended up deciding that we would just go ahead and forget that this place ever existed. Whatever happened in that place probably happened a long time ago, and there was nothing there that would help them find anything now. We never went back to that cabin. We never went back to that school, either. We both just kind of accepted that something terrible had happened in that little cabin in the woods, and there was likely someone or something dead in the basement. But we didn't want to know what. I feel like we probably should have told the police, but I don't really regret it. I have no idea if anyone else has ever found that cabin, though I'm sure somebody has by now. The experience was really not what was expected, but it was definitely creepy. My friends and I loved going to this local festival that our county held every year in July. They had live music on an open field where you could bring your own blankets, chairs, and drinks. They had some fair games and food, drink and craft booths set up for you to shop till your heart's content. They were never really a bad time. Between the single people, the groups of friends like us, and even the families with kids and older couples perusing the crafts, everyone always seemed to be in high spirits and looked after one another. That's exactly what we were expecting when we went there this time. There were 5 of us that went there together: Ashton, Nevaeh, Tanner, Paige, and myself. We brought a couple of blankets and a small cooler with our beverages of choice. We just lounged around talking and enjoying the electric atmosphere that surrounded us. The band was full of energy and everyone in the crowd was cheering them on for more, and after the band was done, there was going to be an intermission before the finale. The finale was going to be fire jugglers, so they had set up an area in front of the stage where there was a small fire pit. While they were setting up, my friends and I walked around the booths, got ourselves something to eat, and even played a couple of games, betting on who would do the best and which of us would fail miserably. Once it started getting darker, we heard someone talking through the audio system from the stage, and decided to start making our way back to the field to settle down again with more drinks and entertainment. When we got back there, we danced to the music and waited for the show to start. It was nearing the end of the main event, so there were already a lot of people that were drunk, or should I just say under some kind of influence. We all laughed as we watched other people being silly with their friends too. Then the lights on the stage dimmed, telling us that they were ready to start. But it wasn't dark for long. The stage came alive with swirling flames and dancers going to the rhythm of the song. It was very impressive, and quite beautiful. We all watched in awe, and the crowd cheered them on as they landed each successful stunt, one after another. There was one particular guy that I noticed on several occasions that was absolutely enthralled by the entertainers. He was whistling, clapping for them. He would holler out, wanting them to do more, all while dancing and pretty much headbanging to their music. He was pretty obviously drunk, but enjoying himself, and he wasn't being a nuisance to anyone around him either, so no one was bothering him, of course. Then the show came to an end, and many people started packing up, mostly the ones with the kids. My friends and I were all still sitting on our blankets talking and deciding on if we wanted to stick around longer, or if we should go too. We started gathering up our stuff, but a few of us still wanted to go check out some of the booths. While we were waiting for Tanner and Paige to finish getting their stuff packed up, I was looking around, taking in the atmosphere. They had the music playing again, and there were some people laying on the grass together. I saw the families leaving with the kids excitedly talking about the day, and I even spotted the man from earlier that was next to us. He was spinning around and dancing, slowly making his way towards the stage. The fire pit up front was still going, and I assumed since they weren't the ones to set it up, they weren't going to be putting it out either. But it was contained and people were taking notice of it to either avoid it, or they were using it as a backdrop for their selfies. I even thought that it would be nice to get a picture of all of us with it as well. But then the happy and euphoric moment would be brutally ended. I watched the drunk man climb up onto the stage as he continued dancing and singing. I instantly knew that this was not going to end well, and I looked around for anyone that I had seen him with. There was a girl and a guy that were standing with him during the show, but now I didn't see them anywhere, not even by the stage. I thought to myself, I need to find someone in charge to let them know so that they could get him down. But I was out of time. I turned to mention it to my friends, and the man yelled out something and jumped right into the fire. The air filled with screams and gasps as we watched him land in it, and the flames engulfed him. Ashton, Tanner, and I ran towards the man, hoping to be able to help somehow as we yelled at our other friends to get help. Before we reached him, he'd stood up and started screaming. He managed to get out of the pit, but he was still on fire. Knowing how intoxicated he was and how he danced around with a bottle, I'm sure he had spilled it on himself as well, making this so much worse. The man ran around screaming for help and flailing his arms. The crowd of people that was forming recoiled in horror. They were all desperate to keep him away from them, but no one was doing anything to help him. As he ran towards people, they would shove him away, or he would run into a piece of the building, causing it to begin a new flame that people were trying to put out. Tanner and I were trying to catch him to make him drop on the ground, but he wouldn't stop moving, as one might expect. Your mind is already altered by the alcohol, and now you're in pain and don't know what to do. I thought about it afterwards, and God, I can't even imagine how you would handle that kind of situation. Tanner actually ran after the guy, tackling him, which also caused him to get burned, but we at least got him to the ground. And that's when a few of us patted him down and tried to get him to respond to us while we waited for help. We were in the middle of a field. We didn't have much that we could really help with or do. I could only pray that he was still alive as he wasn't responding. I was frozen with fear as everything around me started moving slowly. People were screaming all around, and the once lively festival grounds now looked a bit like a hellish landscape, with small fires starting everywhere. Those agonizing screams from the man replayed in my mind until the wails of the sirens finally drowned out my own thoughts. They started checking his vitals, at least confirming that he was still alive, as they got him on the stretcher to wheel him off. We watched as they loaded him up and left, leaving the rest of us with these haunting memories of what had just unfolded in front of us. We all tried to move on and shake off the event that we had just witnessed, but I don't think anyone could really move on from that. Tanner especially. He probably saved that man's life by tackling him to the ground and patting out the fire. He wasn't talking much, so we all thought it was best to leave. I know it was a pretty restless night for me, but I felt bad for Tanner as well. I wanted to add that the accident was covered on the news. The man had third-degree burns all over his body, and it also affected his eyesight. I was thankful to hear that he had survived and told Tanner about it too, but that night still makes me sick to think about. That festival was always a lot of fun for me and my friends, and now that will always be a memory of how an innocent night of fun can quickly turn to chaos and change lives forever. I am, and always have been, a very creative person. I enjoy being able to find something, anything, and see potential to turn it into something better or renew it to good use again. I make jewelry, clothing pieces, hair accessories, and art pieces. My roommate/partner and I even started our own business selling our products, as well as other items such as gems, minerals, and tarot cards. All that fun, witchy stuff. One thing we like to do is buy a booth spot at our local Summerfest that we have in our state. It's a celebration of our county specifically. I also make sure to make an excess of items to buy and bring even more supplies to customize items, and make more on demand if needed. The event that I would like to share with you took place one of those days that I was at my booth. My partner was working the last day of the festival, so I had to handle it myself. I teased that it was planned to get out of not having to break down our stuff, but that's neither here nor there. So the last night of the event was always a grab bag. You could spot the people that practically lived here through all 3 days that it was there. You saw people that were just trying to catch a glimpse of the festival joys, and those people that were just there because someone dragged them to it. I sat behind my booth displaying an array of handmade treasures while I was working on another piece, just taking in the energetic atmosphere and the aroma of various homemade sweets. I've always been very social, so it was easy for me to strike up a conversation with anyone, and it seemed to draw people towards me too. So, when I saw a couple approach my booth, I thought it was just business as usual, at first. They both walked up, smiling at first, but the woman quickly looked disinterested, with her eyes wandering elsewhere. The man greeted me and I started to go into the different items that I offered. He asked me how I made the pendulums, and as I explained the process, he actually seemed interested. I would glance over at the woman while speaking, and notice that she was not paying much attention to our conversation, if any at all. She was looking at some of the things on my table, but also seemed to be looking around at the other nearby booths. I tried to involve her in the conversation, but I would barely get a side-eye from her. Then, the guy asked me about one of my crocheted bralettes that I had out, motioned to his partner about how she had one like it, and she just gave a half-assed fake smile and said, "Yeah, cool." I could see where this was going, or so I thought. I tried complimenting her, saying that the color would look really good with her complexion, and even offered an earring and necklace set that would match it. She still wasn't interested, but the guy was, so I started showing him the pieces. While he was looking them over, he would hold them up to her and ask if she liked them, and she would give very abrupt answers. However, I did notice that she was looking at my hair sticks, so I tried asking if she used them or if she wanted to try them at that time. I didn't mind giving away some items, especially if it meant getting my name out there or making a potential purchase in the future. Not to mention, if I could get her to loosen up or be in a better mood, it would be a win for everyone. But she immediately made a comment about how the idea seemed odd. The man quickly apologized and asked what was wrong with her, but she didn't answer. Part of me was beginning to think maybe this wasn't about me, and something had happened prior to them approaching my booth. I gave a lighthearted laugh and said that it was fine, joking about how it took me some time to figure them out myself. The guy decided on a purchase and handed me a card, so I went to grab my card reader from my tub behind me, as well as a freebie. I like to give the little stuff away as a thank you. As I went to stand back up and turn back towards them, I suddenly felt a very sharp pain and pressure in my arm. I looked over at it, and I saw one of my hair sticks protruding from it. And that's about when things started going in slow motion. I heard the man yelling, "What did you do?" And then the two began arguing. The woman made a hand gesture and started walking away, as the guy seemed conflicted on what to do. Then, the last thing that I remember was all the sound around me slowly getting muffled, my vision tunneling until I blacked out. I was never good with blood, especially my own. When I finally came to, there was a different man at my side wearing a reflective vest, talking on a walkie. I immediately looked over at my arm and saw the stick still protruding from my flesh, and my first instinct was to pull it out. The man stopped me, telling me that I needed to wait. I still wasn't fully conscious, so I let my head fall back down until I was awoken again. This time it was an EMT who was working on my arm, holding pressure, but the stick was now gone. I was awake at this point, as there was no blood, but the pain was pretty excruciating. I called my dad since he lived nearby to grab my stuff, because the guy said that I was going to need to get stitches. They allowed me to stay there since it wasn't life-threatening, and that way I didn't have to take an ambulance, but the police were more than willing to stay by my side. They took a lot of information from me. They asked me what happened, how it happened, and I gave them a description of the couple. When my dad arrived, he helped me pick up my items and was going to take me to the hospital, but before we left, I noticed the same guy looking at me from a distance. I immediately pointed him out to my dad and the officer that was still standing nearby. I didn't think anything else would happen, but one of the officers said that they would stay with me until we left since they hadn't found the girl. They immediately called it in and began looking for the guy. I guess he had a conscience and felt he needed to do the right thing. He didn't run or try to lose the cops, and when confronted, he explained what happened. He even gave a description of the woman, her name, and which car she was driving. She'd actually left without him. He never approached me about any of this, but explained this to the cops and asked them to tell me that he was sorry about the incident. I got to the hospital and left with a few stitches, and now I have this cool-looking circular scar on my arm. I didn't press charges, because I feel like even if she was that angry at him, or jealous even, she needed a different kind of help. But it did happen out in a public place, so the state took care of the charges, I guess. Overall, I guess I learned a few things from this. I learned that my sticks are probably too sharp, so now I've rounded them off a lot better and they're coated better to prevent such a point. And I don't make metal ones at all anymore, just wood or glass. But I also learned that while you can look for the good or the best in other people, try not to turn your back to someone who's exhibiting erratic behavior or just radiating hostility. But also, don't let that ruin a good time, friends. May your encounters be filled with light, rather than shadows. Or crazy jealous people. Once upon a time, in the digital world, I met a girl online. We'll call her Bella. Bella was a breath of the freshest air that I have ever inhaled. Before meeting Bella, I was depressed as I had just come out of the worst relationship I had ever had or known. I was ready to move forward, though, and I thought that I would give online dating a bit of a try. Something I now know was a terrible idea. Bella, though, seemed like she was going to be my turning point. Her profile picture was absolutely gorgeous. She had these adorable bright blue eyes, this really curly red hair, and this smile that just screamed absolute sweetheart. I swiped right, wanting to see what happened, but honestly I thought that she would take one look at me and think, no thanks. To my surprise, we matched. Even more to my surprise, we hit it off instantly. We talked about everything, and every conversation was crazy comfortable. Like we had known each other for a long time. I would start messaging and she would be able to relate to everything I said. I told her my favorite books. She would talk about her favorite parts of those exact books. We talked about movies, and we had identical taste. I remember one of the first nights, we actually stayed up until 3 a.m., talking about our love for older rock bands. She started talking about Pink Floyd, and the two of us got into an incredibly pretentious conversation about the musical genius of The Wall and Dark Side of the Moon. These conversations honestly had me feel like the two of us were naturally in sync, like we had found each other through some act of fate, and our future was calling. I know, crazy thoughts to have about someone that you met only a week prior, but, you know, something soulmates. When I suggested that we meet in person, Bella was incredibly hesitant. She said that she wasn't comfortable with meeting so soon, and that she was nervous that I may not like her if I met her in person. I didn't want to push it, but also, What? She was amazing. We vibed together like crazy. Her pictures were gorgeous, and everything about her was absolute perfection. Almost too perfect. This is when the idea of, am I being catfished, came to mind. I did a bit of fishing myself, asking if there was a reason that she didn't want to meet. I didn't want to be pushy, but I also wanted to know if this was a waste of time. I thought that maybe it was just worth asking, is there a reason you don't want to meet with me? She got a bit defensive, but then asked if she could call me. I immediately agreed, and when she called, I could tell that she had been crying. I immediately felt horrible about trying to push her, and I immediately apologized to her, saying that I shouldn't have been so aggressive about it. She then told me that the reason she was so nervous about meeting was that she was scared of how perfect things were going, and she said she didn't want to move too fast. She followed that up by explaining to me how she had just come out of a really bad relationship where the other person was emotionally abusive, and she didn't want to end up in that same cycle. We talked a bit about relationships, and I told her about my ex and how she was, and it felt like we connected even more. I then told her that I really liked her, and that I would be more than happy to just keep this over the phone and in text for as long as she needed, and whenever she was ready, we could get together and get coffee. Much to my surprise, the next morning, I got a text from Bella saying, "You've convinced me, let's meet up at 10 at," and then mentioned a local coffee shop that I was definitely familiar with. It was a quaint little place that was a favorite hangout spot for my friends and I, so it was perfect. Feeling a mix of nervous excitement and anticipation, I arrived at the coffee shop, and I thought that this was going to be the start of something amazing. I sat at my favorite table for a few minutes, and then about half an hour. Then an hour. I was actually quite upset thinking that she had ghosted me, until I heard a voice call my name. I turned around to greet Bella, but was immediately struck with a gut-wrenching feeling. Standing there was my ex, Christy. The only thing different was that she dyed her hair and was wearing blue contacts. I kind of said, "Oh, hi, Christy," not really certain if what was happening, and she chuckled, saying, "Christy? No, my name is Bella, silly." This sent chills down my spine. Now, you could ask how I didn't recognize my ex in the pictures on the dating app, but I will also say that the woman in those pictures was not Christy. They were someone else altogether. You could ask how I didn't recognize her voice, but I'll say that Christy had a very generic mid-20s Midwestern girl voice, so it didn't even cross my mind. I felt a wave of anger, betrayal, and disappointment hit me, but I won't say that I was surprised. Manipulation was Christy's specialty, and she had certainly manipulated me. I asked her what she was doing there, and she kept trying to pretend that she was Bella, and not Christy. It was honestly sickening the way she kept saying, "My name is Bella, not Christy," as if I was going to fall for it. As if I would just say, "Oh, you're right, and you're totally not my abusive B-word of an ex that made me feel like garbage. How could I ever be so silly?" I pulled up Bella's account and one of her pictures, and I kind of pointed it at her, like, "That's not you, Christy." She then mentioned that it was just an older photo. No matter what I said, she would come back with something to try and convince me that she was this other person. I stood up and said that I was done with that she was a psycho, and that I wanted nothing to do with her. I asked her how she could do something so damn deceitful like this. How could she do this and think that it was okay? That I would just be okay with it? She then started off by trying to justify her actions, saying that she did it because she still loved me, and that now she knew I was into redheads. As if that was the reason that we broke up, because I like redheads. As I kept laughing and shaking my head at her statement, her demeanor shifted. She moved from explaining herself to screaming at me about how I belonged to her and no one else. The entire coffee shop went silent. The manager walked over to our table, trying to calm her down, but she was beyond reasoning. She lashed out, attacked him, jumping on him and hitting him repeatedly. And some of the other baristas jumped in to grab her and pulled her off the manager and restrained her until the cops arrived. They took her, took statements, asked me some questions about her, and after all was said and done, I was just left there shaken and shocked. I went home, deleted my profile on the dating app, and decided that I was just going to take a break from dating altogether. I've decided that while online dating may be simple and efficient, it's not worth the risk of potentially getting catfished by Christy again. In the mid-90s, my brother, Jake, and I found ourselves in charge of a long-distance move. Jake had secured a job in Colorado, a far cry from our quiet town in the Northeast. There was a lot of logistics that came with the move. He had to move everything he owned, which, while it wasn't much, was enough to fill a small box truck. There was no way that he could mail it all, and his girlfriend was already at their new place with his car, so it came down to him and I driving to his new place in the U-Haul, and then they would drive me to the airport so that I could fly back home. Jake and I were super close, so I had no problem taking a few days to road trip halfway across the country to get my little bro settled into his future. We packed up the truck and hit the road with excitement and a bit of trepidation. After a couple of days of smooth sailing, we found ourselves on a rather barren stretch of highway, miles from the nearest city. I think we were in southern Nebraska or part of north-central Kansas, just driving down the highways that were completely empty, even in the middle of the day. It was here that I looked in the side view mirror and saw what looked like a rusted pickup truck trailing us. Initially, they were pretty far back, but after driving for a while, it really did feel like they were following us. And I was a bit uneasy about it for some reason. To lighten the mood, I turned to Jake and made a dumb joke. I commented, "Wouldn't it be insane if these were some Deliverance-style psychos trying to kill us?" We both laughed, appreciating the absurdity and the scary thoughts of that impossible scenario. He followed it up with the classic banjo tune, you know the one, strumming the air, and we both chuckled and moved on, focusing on the drive. Our laughter was short-lived, as I noted that this truck was actually pulling up on us at a faster rate. It got to the point that I couldn't really see it in the side view mirror anymore, and when I turned to mention this, we were both nudged forward by the bump of this truck hitting the back of our U-Haul. I shouted, "What the F?" and hit the hazard lights, expecting them to pull over so that we could look at the damage. Instead of pulling up behind us, or ahead of us, they stopped right next to us, blocking one of the lanes of the road. I glanced over out at the truck, and before I could even string together a thought, a gunshot rang out and the windshield shattered. I covered my face and cowered over. My brother did the same, and we both just sat there for a moment before we realized that the truck was starting to roll away from us. I opened my eyes and looked at the truck drive off, only to see a literal child, no older than 10 years old, hanging out the window and holding the gun. This kid was waving the gun at us, almost to say, "Hey, I shot you. Me, a 10-year-old. Have a great life." We just watched as the truck drove off, the visual playing until they were a solid mile down the road. Thankfully, neither of us were hit, but the windshield and the passenger side window were clearly hit by the round. Being the 90s, we didn't have a cell phone on us. So we drove to the next exit and down to the nearest gas station. We were miles away, and it was an agonizing drive. Jake tried to say that we should just pull up to someone's house and ask for help, but I mentioned that the welcome wagon to town just shot at us. So I didn't think talking to anyone living here was a very good idea. The whole drive to the station, we were thinking that they were going to come back and do it again or something. Thankfully, we got there without issue. It was a fun time trying to explain to the attendant that we were shot at and needed the police. They came, examined the truck, and said that it was probably nothing personal, and that they would try to find out who did it. They asked about the truck, and we described it, but the officer kind of chewed on his pen and shook his head like, "Nope, don't know who that is." Surprise, surprise, we never heard anything more about the case. We got the truck to his new place, and we had to give the company the information on what happened, including the police report. Nothing makes you sound crazier than telling a U-Haul attendant in a decently sized city that you were shot at by a child in the middle of northern Kansas. The scariest thing about this whole event, other than the 10-year-old handling a gun like that, is that the whole thing was unprovoked. They followed us for a solid 45 minutes on the road, so this was most likely planned while they were driving behind us, and hitting us was pretty clearly to get us to pull over. This was by far the scariest thing to ever happen to me, and to this day, whenever I plan any trips anywhere, I make it a point to completely avoid the central US at all costs. When I was around 10 or 11, my parents sent me to a nice little summer camp. I don't want to use its real name because I don't know if it still exists, so we'll just call it Whispering Pines Summer Camp for the sake of the story. I only went the 1 year. It was something that one of my parents' friends had mentioned, and my parents thought that it would be a good way to help me socialize and develop. It was your basic old school and rustic camp, tucked away in the forests of the Northeast. The cabins were super old, but the lake was really nice though. A bit cold for my taste, but it was still really pretty. I can remember the woods like it was yesterday too. It was just really gorgeous and lined with pine trees. One night, about 2 weeks into camp, I woke up abruptly. I wasn't sure why. It wasn't like I'd had a nightmare or heard a noise or anything, but I had this really weird feeling deep in the pit of my stomach. It was like I woke up and needed to get up, but had no idea as to why. I sat up on my bed and looked around to see if anyone else had been awoken, but no, they were all still asleep. The cabin was dark, but the moonlight was shining in through the curtains and was illuminating a good portion near where my bed was. I remember it being almost ethereal, I think is the word, as it just shimmered down into our cabin. As I sat there, something made me feel like I needed to get up and go over to the window. I didn't think there would be anything out there, but for some reason, I felt like I needed to go check. I jumped up to my feet and trotted over to the window to look outside. For the most part, all I could see was the gorgeous moonlit pine trees. But as I focused a bit more, trying to get the sleep out of my eyes, I noticed a figure in the fringe of the tree line. It was a bit hazy with the moonlight, but as I stared, I started to see what was unmistakably my own likeness, just standing there, as if it were staring at the cabin, staring at me. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, but yet it was still standing there. It was almost awkward, just standing there and standing at the window, staring at what looked like me standing out in the trees. We just stared at each other for several moments, until I started thinking, I should go see who that is out there. I almost felt like I was drawn to the door, moth to the flame kind of thing. I tiptoed to the door, trying to make as little noise as possible, trying to not wake the counselor up. I opened the door and stepped out onto the stoop of the cabin, and much to my surprise, the figure was still standing there, unflinching, and not shifting its gaze at all. Now, I want to reiterate that this figure was me. I don't mean that it looked like me, I mean that it was an exact copy of me. It had the same hairstyle, it was wearing the same Whispering Pines t-shirt that I went to bed in, the same Disney character pajama pants. This figure was an exact copy of me, just standing there in the woods, watching me walk out of the cabin. I stopped at the bottom of the stoop, probably 35 or 40 feet from this thing, and my heart was racing. Part of me wanted to call out, to confront this copy, but something in my mind was telling me to go back inside, not go anywhere near this thing, and that I needed to forget this ever happened. I started walking up the cabin steps, never looking away from this thing, and I walked back inside the cabin. When I got back to the window and peered out, this figure was still standing there and looking in my direction. I got back into bed, and I just thought that if I went to sleep and forgot about it, it wouldn't hurt me. Morning eventually did come, and when I got up out of bed, everything felt normal again. The camp woke up to another day of their activities and such, and for a moment, I was thinking that I just had a really weird dream. That is, until I got outside. There, in the very spot where the doppelganger had been standing, was the gruesome sight of a dead rabbit. It was a mess. I won't describe it, but just say that it was nothing shy of unsettling. The sight of it made me feel sick. The whole thing that happened that night before kind of flooded back with a vivid clarity. To this day, I still have no explanation for what happened that night. Why did I see myself standing there in the woods? What did it mean? And what was with the rabbit? There are far too many unanswered questions for me to be comfortable with this situation. This may have been a long time ago, but it was truly the creepiest experience of my life. One that will forever be etched into my memory. I'm not typically one to share personal stories online, but I have a bit of a bizarre and, frankly, terrifying event that I experienced during a move several years ago. It genuinely freaked me out, because it could have gone much, much worse, and I think that I got really lucky with how it all actually played out in the end. So, several years ago, my boyfriend and I were preparing to move into a new place. He ended up having to work through most of the days that we were planning on moving, so most of the packing, boxing, and actual moving of things from one place to another fell solely on my shoulders. He recommended that we just hire someone, or ask my brother for help, but as stubborn as I am, I absolutely refused to let anyone touch my stuff. I assured him that I could handle it, and that I would get it done while he was at work. One of the days, in the midst of our move, I had packed up most of the rooms into boxes, and most of them had large stacks of all our things in said boxes sitting in the middle of the room. I was working on the bedroom at this point. It was the last room that we needed to get packed since it was the main room we were still using. I was standing there, emptying the dresser, when I thought that I'd started hearing talking. Initially, I shrugged it off as possibly coming from outside, thinking that I may have just left the upstairs window open. The more I listened, though, it became rather clear that the voices were coming from upstairs, inside the house. A chill ran down my spine when I was hit with that sudden realization that I was not alone inside my house. Part of me wanted to shout out, ask who it was, but then it kind of clicked that these two people had broken into this house in the middle of the day. They probably weren't there for conversation. I quickly jumped into the closet, having to squeeze through the stack of boxes that I'd placed in front of it, and shut the door, just standing there with my heart beating hard. I could hear the intruders walking through the house, stepping through the kitchen, and then I heard them walk down the steps and into the bedroom. As they walked into the room, one of them, his voice scratchy and gruff, asked, "You sure this is where he said they lived? These people look like they're moving. I don't think they were going anywhere." The second voice responded with a, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure." They went quiet as if they were waiting for something, and after a few moments I heard one of them rummaging through one of the boxes outside the closet. He started making joking comments about my clothes and items, which really made it that much worse. Not only was I scared out of my mind, this guy was violating my privacy and handling my underwear. This whole thing felt surreal. Like, was this really happening? Was this some kind of messed up joke or something? After a few minutes of him commenting on my stuff, and the second guy huffing impatiently, the second voice said, "You know what? Let me go call him and make sure. Something seems off about this." The silence after that was deafening, punctuated only by the remaining intruders' casual rifling through my boxes. I could barely even breathe, fearing that if I did, I would give myself away. When the other guy came back, his voice sounded way more urgent than before. "Hey, dude, come on. We got the wrong house. I wrote the address down wrong." The other man chuckled and said something like, "Damn, man, that could have been bad. Imagine if they were home and we got the wrong person." Then, their voices trailed off as they walked upstairs and out of the house. I stayed huddled in that closet for a while longer, too terrified to move. When I finally got my nerves up to step out, the house was completely silent. I quickly checked the hallway and bolted into the garage to grab my cell phone from the van and called 911. The police arrived, they took my information, and they checked the whole house for me. They asked if I had seen the two guys, and I told them that I hadn't, because I had hidden in the closet. I told them what the guys had said, and obviously they were concerned. They told me they would do what they could to find them, but with how little I could give them, I doubt they ever did. Nothing was stolen, nothing was disturbed outside of the items in the box the guy was going through, and nothing happened during the rest of that week. I couldn't have been more thankful to have been moving out of that place. The memory of this still unsettles me, and it absolutely taught me a very valuable lesson. Lock the door. Always make sure it's locked if you're not near it. There was no forced entry, so they walked right into the house with literally no issues. I have no idea what they were planning on doing, but based on the conversation, I could be pretty certain that their intentions were not good. I feel bad for whoever it was they were looking for, but I'm glad that I never had to see them again. This was back whenever I was about 17 years old. I used to spend a lot of time walking in the woods, on the walking paths that had been either paved or had been walked down so often that they were stamped down into the dirt. I lived in a pretty decent suburb. There were quite a few people that lived there, but it's never been heavily populated. There were neighborhoods here and there, but a lot of trees in between them. I was pretty heavy into fitness and being active, so I was spending hours every week jogging and walking through those paths. This was a pretty normal day. I was home, I think on spring break, and my parents were at work. I decided to take a nice little hike through the woods behind my home. I've always found that the forest was calming and a peaceful escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. I would grab my Zune, which should date this story a bit, and head out into the woods to listen to whatever I had downloaded at the time. On this day, after about 20 or 30 minutes, I started feeling a bit off. It was hard to describe. I just kind of felt a bit of anxiety, which was not normal for me. I couldn't shake this feeling that something around me was watching me or following me, but I kept telling myself that it was just my imagination. I glanced behind me and around me, and I couldn't see anything that would cause me to have those feelings. The woods were actually incredibly still and empty. After a few more minutes, that anxious feeling dug deeper, and I literally felt the hair on my neck start to stand up. I got this really weird chill down my spine. I paused my music and closed my eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath in a way to gather my thoughts. I pulled my earphones down and listened to the woods. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I decided to pause and, I guess, squat down for a moment to catch my breath and get through what I assumed was an anxiety attack. As I was sitting there, breathing and thinking that everything was okay, I heard steps a bit off to my right. I opened my eyes again and turned my head, and that's when I saw it. This was a creature unlike anything I had ever seen before, and I don't say that lightly. This thing was tall, easily 7 feet tall. It was slender, scrawny even, with long and spindly-looking limbs that seemed way too long for its body. Its neck was elongated. It wasn't quite giraffe-like, but the neck was longer than what I would expect any normal creature's neck to be. The flesh that was clung tightly to its muscles and bones was this sickly, pale yellow color, kind of like the underbelly of a catfish, if that makes sense. The skin almost looked rubbery, again, like that of a catfish, and it sort of shimmered in the sun. It got worse when this thing turned to look at me. Its eyes were like two deep, empty holes. I just sat there, staring at this horrible creature as it walked slowly through the trees, just sort of slowly trotting like it was trying to avoid my attention, even though I was staring at it. After a few steps, it slowly crouched down, much like how I was crouching, and my mind immediately went into, this thing is going to pounce or run at me. That was enough to kick my brain into overdrive, and before I knew what was happening, I was running my back end off. It didn't really feel like I had a choice, more like my survival instinct had taken over. I remember my heart pounding in my ears, the taste of salt on my tongue as it dried out, and this overwhelming urge to just keep running until I knew I was safe. I dashed through the woods, branches scratching me up, but I was completely ignoring them. My mind kept flashing back to those pits that thing had for eyes, that sickly color of its skin. I kept glancing back to see if this thing was following me. Thankfully, it didn't chase me. Or at least I didn't see anything to indicate that it had followed me. maybe it was just as surprised by my sudden flight as I was. I made it back to my house and slammed the door shut behind me. I was shaking, out of breath, drenched in sweat, but I was safe. I peered outside, half expecting this thing to be there, but there was nothing. To this day, I have no idea what that thing was. I can't even rationalize what it could have been. I don't know if this was some sort of cryptid, or maybe it was some kind of alien creature. The way that it tried to avoid my attention, and then crouched, almost like it was mimicking me. It was weird. I actually have avoided that path and area since that day, and I don't live there anymore as I've grown up and moved out. But I've not read or heard any stories in the area about this thing, so I guess that I was just the lucky one. Hey Raven, it's Ollie from some of your other stories. It was 4 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. Me and my friends were going cycling to a neighboring town. However, we switched plans and decided to go on an aimless cycle. We cycled along the highway and then some streets and then a road. We were miles from home. Having the Chili Peppers playing in your ears as you cycle aimlessly is honestly pretty great. Eventually, the town that we were in started to get less and less urban, until we were just cycling along a farm road with no buildings to be seen for miles. At some point, we saw a town come into view. We could see the entire town from where we were, so we knew it was small. And it definitely was. There were no cars driving about, despite the countless cars parked outside houses. We got into the town and realized that every single shop was closed. There were quite a few, for how small the town was. In their defense, it was a Sunday. The center of town was nothing more than a small monument for someone that I'd never heard of, nor can remember. It was already turning evening, and with it being January, it was already getting dark. I needed to eat something quick. My friends and I looked all over trying to find a place to eat. It might have just been paranoia, but honestly it felt like the few people that we did see around town were staring at us. They might have just been surprised to see new people in this crack shack of a town. Eventually we found a single open takeout. It was small and locally owned. Some of my friends decided that they would rather wait until they went home to eat than to eat here. Me and my friend, who I'll simply call Charlie, stayed. The pizza that I ordered came quick. I guess it was probably just frozen. It was alright, nothing special. On the other hand, Charlie's kebab took at least 45 minutes. The girl at the counter only looked a couple of years older than us, but acted as if we were aliens or something. I kept glimpsing at her staring at me and then turning away quickly. By the time that we left the takeout, it was already dark. We were hungry, so we began eating right away. It was then that Charlie started complaining about the food. I've never been a huge fan of kebabs, but I still like them in some way. I asked to try it, and he let me. At first it was fine. Then, suddenly a horrible taste washed over my mouth. It was overly salty and yet sickly sweet. Was it the sauce? No, it had texture. I told Charlie that it was definitely just one ingredient that was ruining it. He agreed and started poking about the kebab. We both noticed what we knew was the strange ingredient at the same time. The meat? It was gray. And that's the best thing about it. It was thinly sliced into squares. It almost looked like beef jerky, only it hadn't been dried. We thought that there were green spots on it, but that could have just been the other ingredients on it. I decided to taste the meat on its own. Sure enough, It was what we had tasted. I spat it out, but there was no way of telling what meat that it was. Was it chicken crushed into a chicken foam? Beef? Pork? Who knows? All we know is that it tasted awful. The consistency was even worse. It was like Spam morphing into clay. Charlie threw it in the bin, and I shared my pizza with him. On the way back, we meet our friends, and I again noticed that everyone was staring at Charlie and I. We both wanted to leave. We got back with our friends, and they told us the same thing. That people had been giving them strange looks all day. We took our bikes from the rack that we had put them in, and we left. As we were leaving, the number of abandoned buildings began to dawn on me. I hadn't noticed that they were abandoned on the way into the town, but now I did. The streets were laid out strangely, with several uncomfortable turns and such. The roads were desolate, riddled with potholes. I was lucky that I had Google, otherwise I'd be completely lost. As I checked Google Maps, I realized how out of the way this town was. You could see on the map that there were several towns all connected by roads, but the town we were in was only connected by one single road leading to it, and nothing else. If you've ever seen the map of a town, you'll understand that this isn't normal by any means. We left the town and cycled down the road that we came. We slowly began making our way home, one by one leaving the group to cycle to our houses respectively. And that's about it. This event probably isn't as unsettling as the other ones I've submitted here, but it has confused me since. If I were to use one word to describe the town, it would be fake. Everything felt as if it was hiding something, even though it likely wasn't. So, quiet town on the country road, I don't think I'll be seeing you again any time soon. As a kid, summer camp is synonymous with freedom, adventure, and summertime fun. My experience, on the other hand, is nowhere near fun. My time at the summer camp, back whenever I was 12 years old, took a horrendous turn just 3 days into camp, when I decided that I wanted to take a hike alone. A decision that quickly turned into the most painful thing I've ever gone through. The summer camp that I went to was this neat little Bible-focused place in the middle of the woods, tucked away in the middle of nowhere Midwest. I'd gone to this camp once prior and had no problems. This was my second time going, and because I was 12, I was part of the young teen group. This meant that during the time at the camp, we were given free days to, in their words, find ourselves and venture into God's glory. Basically, go out into the woods with friends and enjoy nature. Now, I didn't have any friends there, which meant that I did my hikes solo. Despite this, these were my absolute favorite days of camp. I loved going out and identifying the plants, the birds, the bugs, all that. They would give us a checklist that we could fill out for a prize. I never found out what that prize was because I never saw a chipmunk while I was there. Which, thinking back, I guess I could have just checked it off and said that I saw one. Tangent aside, I had a great time just being out by myself. It was on one such hike that my day took a sharp turn, both literally and figuratively. Walking along the narrow dirt path, my foot got caught on a large tree root, and I was sent tumbling down into the small gully to the side of the dirt path. It wasn't a large ditch or anything, but it was enough that the fall was definitely going to hurt. I remember feeling the dirt slip out from underneath me, having a sudden jolt of pain, and then an overwhelming feeling of fatigue. To put it bluntly, I had fallen down and somehow hit my head and basically knocked myself out cold. When I woke up, The forest seemed really weirdly silent, and like it was spinning. Dazed, I tried to piece together what exactly had happened. I was laying face down on the ground, my arm throbbing in pain. I was incredibly confused and woozy for all of 10 seconds, which is when the real pain kicked in. A burning sensation spread across my face and my arm. The intensity of it was enough to make me jump up to my knees from where I was lying. I brushed my hand across my face to figure out why I was in so much agony when I came to a horrifying realization. Fire ants. I had fallen face first into a fire ant mound. I started screaming, my shouts echoing through the woods as I jumped up and sprinted back to camp, slapping and brushing at my face and arm in a desperate attempt to get these ants off of my skin. The pain just kept feeling like it was getting worse and worse. And I just remember thinking for some reason that they were burrowing under my skin. That's how bad that it hurt. When I got back to the camp, one of the counselors saw what was going on and immediately rushed me to the shower room, not wasting a moment to get my clothing off and blasting me with cold water from one of the detachable shower heads. Each and every drop of the water was a small bit of relief as it washed away the ants. I was literally sobbing as I watched those little bastards go down the drain. Of course, that wasn't the end of it. I don't know if you know this, but fire ants contain a venom called piperidine, something I looked up while typing this out. It's a nasty venom that, when you get too much of it, such as when you're stung by hundreds of these suckers, can and will cause major issues. This was the day that I learned that I wasn't allergic to them, which was probably the only mercy in all of this. I did, however, get horribly sick. Throwing up, struggling to sleep through the pain, dealing with various other issues. The swelling and blistering on my face were so bad that I could barely open my eyes. I remember one of the kids coming to visit me in the hospital, and he joked that my face looked like hamburger. And that comment alone added a whole new level of terror to this. As mentioned, I wasn't allergic, thankfully. If I were, I can tell you that the story would have had a much more grim ending, one that someone else would have had to have written. I was left with a number of scars from the blistering and scabbing on my face, and I still actually have these scars all this time later. The right side of my face is definitely not my good side, is all that I'll say to that. To this day, I cannot stand the sight of ants. Each tiny little bugger reminds me of that hike and what they're capable of. I guess all I can say is, if you decide to go hiking out alone on a summer day, try to watch your step. And if you see a mound of dirt that's teeming with activity, just stay away from it, because the consequences might just leave you scarred. Growing up, there was always something special about summers at my grandparents' house in rural Pennsylvania. They had an old farmhouse, one that was tall and proud in the rolling green fields, with the backdrop of a fairly dense forest. It was a place where my little brother, Josh, and I would spend way too many hours adventuring out and playing dumb games. When we got out of school for the summer, our parents would drop us off and we would spend the couple of months out there, helping our grandparents out where they needed us. They owned a pretty decent-sized property. They had the fields and the animals, and the backwoods behind the property had a charming little creek that ran through a lower section of the land. It kind of snaked its way through the back corner of the property, and we spent a lot of the hotter days in that creek. It wasn't too deep, and it didn't have too much of a current, so we would wade into it and splash around. Sometimes we would find tadpoles or neat rocks that we would collect and keep. Sorry for the tangent, but honestly, the innocence of those days are something that I've missed as I've gotten older. There was one day one summer that I remember being blisteringly hot. I was about 12 at the time, which would have made Josh around 8. The afternoon sun had turned the day into an absolute oven, and that creek was calling us. Once we finished helping our grandmother clean up the home, we asked if we could go out and swim in the creek, and she told us to go and have a good time. We jumped into our swimming trunks and ran down to the creek as quickly as we could. We'd been splashing around for a while, just having a great time with each other and enjoying the cool waters. Around then is when I thought I had seen something a bit down the way in the stream. There was something that was there, but I couldn't really tell what it was. We typically only ever swam around in this spot in the creek, mostly because we didn't want to leave the property, but I was a little curious and intrigued on what was out there. So, as little boys do, I took the initiative to investigate what this thing was in the creek with us. Josh, of course, followed closely behind me. The closer that we got, the more it dawned on me that I really didn't know what the hell this thing was. This thing was decently sized. At first, I thought that it could have been some kind of giant rat, or maybe some kind of a beaver. I don't even know if beavers live in Pennsylvania, but I just remember thinking that beavers were large and weird-looking like this thing. We kind of pushed over to the side of the creek as we got a bit closer, just watching this thing doing whatever it was doing in the water. The closer we got, the more I noticed that this thing wasn't really rat-like. It looked more like a really hunched-over person. You know how Gollum would crouch down in Lord of the Rings? It kind of looked like that, but it was covered in coarse fur like a rat. It did have some parts that weren't covered in fur, like the hands and the face, and I could see that it had this weird, gray-green, leathery skin. Its arms looked like they were too long for its body. Its fingers ended in these hooked-like claws that were short, but still looked deadly. We just stood there watching this thing as it seemed to forage through the pebbles in the creek bed, picking one up every once in a while and then tossing it back down. Then it looked over in our direction. This thing had a face that honestly haunts me. It was dominated by these large, bulbous eyes that were pitch black, and it had a small mouth filled with teeth, and it was moving it non-stop. Like it was speaking, but it wasn't making any noise. Seeing it look at us, my initial curiosity and fascination were immediately replaced by fear. I could see that Josh was just as scared as I was. As we stared at it, and it stared at us, it dropped what it had in its hand, and it seemed to shift its attention our way. As soon as it started coming towards us, I stood up and started to step backwards, which I think may have scared it. Like, it was initially curious about us, but when we were no longer hunched over, it started to see us as a threat. It stopped approaching us and turned away, and we watched as this thing scurried out of the creek and then darted into the dense underbrush that lines the stream. We stood there in what I can only call shocked silence, neither of us really even breathing as we just stared at where it had run off to. After a couple of seconds, we both agreed that we needed to get out of there and get home. We ran back to the farmhouse and we tried to explain what we had seen to my grandmother, but she just laughed and told us that it was probably just a squirrel or something. Well, I can tell you right now that this thing was not a squirrel. And this thing was some sort of creature that, to this day, I still cannot identify. And the rest of that summer was different. The creek had lost its appeal. It was no longer a place that we wanted to spend time. Every time we would talk about it, we both would be filled with those same thoughts, like, what if that thing came back? We never did see this thing again, and we never figured out what it was. I've tried to see if it matched any description of any animal that exists, but the only thing that looks remotely close are sloths. And this thing was not a sloth. It had similar coarse fur and kind of similar claws, but the face was all wrong, and it moved way too quickly. Even today, when Josh and I talk about our childhood, that thing is always brought up in conversation. We can both describe this thing with perfect detail, and we both have that same visual burned into our memories. This experience is one that I've kept to myself for a very long time. And I've always wanted to put it out there, but I've always had this concern of people telling me that I was lying or was just making it up. I will say that I am not making this up at all. It may sound like a crazy story, but it is something that happened to myself and my cousin when we were much younger. I'm not much of an author, so if the story feels a bit stiff, I do apologize. I'll try my best to make this detailed and written well enough. But this is the story of the night that my cousin and I believe we ran into the Jersey Devil out in the Pine Barrens. As I've said, I was spending my time with my cousin back when I was about 20. While I was there, we had made plans to go on this camping trip as a way to wrap up our summer. As is only natural, when you're in that part of New Jersey, I had told him that I wanted to spend a few nights in the Pine Barrens, an area notorious for those urban legends about how creepy the woods can be. We were fully aware of all the stories about the Jersey Devil, but being that age, and with him having lived there, we all thought that it was just a joke, or a story to tell to kids to keep them out of the woods. When we got to our destination, a spot that was a bit secluded, far away from other places, and we settled in for the night. The first day was great. We did some hiking, cooked up our food over a small fire, and we turned in pretty early. The second day we spent a lot of time out enjoying the weather, and we had broken out our case of beer, so that we could party a bit over the campfire. That was honestly the overall plan of the trip. I was 20, my cousin was 22, so we planned on going out into the woods to get drunk and have a good time. That night, we started drinking and sitting around the fire, and my cousin started telling me about his plans for college. How he had actually gotten a scholarship for whatever sport it was that he played, and in the middle of this sentence, we both paused and looked into the trees. The silence of the forest was broken by a weird sound. A high-pitched scream mixed in with a low growling sound. When we both heard it, I mentioned that it was probably just a wounded fox, that they make some really creepy noises, and it was most likely just that. My cousin laughed and said that it was creepy as hell, and then we heard it again. Except, this time, the higher-pitched tone was less prominent, and the growling was way louder. I then said that we should probably just go ahead and get to sleep. Part of me wanted to just ignore the sound and not think about it. My cousin agreed, and we got into the tents and went to sleep. After a bit, I did doze off, but I was woken up by that same sound again, probably around an hour or so later. I heard it, and my eyes shot open, like an instinctual reaction to the sound, like my body was telling me, hey, you need to wake up and be scared. I just stayed there on the sleeping bag for a few seconds, staring up at the ceiling of the tent, thinking about whether or not this thing was actually a threat, when I started hearing footsteps near the tents. I glanced over to where I thought they were coming from, and sure enough, there was something there. The steps were a bit heavy as this thing approached. I started to get hit with this heavy fear when I saw a hand-like appendage pressing against the fabric of the tent, almost like it was rubbing it, trying to figure out what it was. The thick fabric crinkled and folded slightly as this thing started pushing against the walls, and then the top. I just sat there thinking, it'll lose interest, right? It'll walk away. Thankfully, it did lose interest after a while, and it did start walking away. At that point, though, I had to know what the hell that was. And when I was satisfied that it was a good distance away, I unzipped my tent to see if I could find this creature. To my surprise, my cousin was already standing outside of his tent, pale as a ghost under the moonlight. It was at that point that I realized that this thing wasn't just a normal creature, nor was it something I was imagining. He had seen it very clearly. I saw this thing too, but he saw it in much better detail. What I saw was a very tall beast-like thing covered in matted fur, and I swear that this thing had wings that were tucked in. My cousin added 2 details to this that makes me think this thing was the Jersey Devil. He said that it had glowing eyes that he saw as it walked away, and he claimed that it had legs with knees that shifted backwards, like a goat. I can't make that claim as I didn't see its eyes, nor could I really see its legs in detail, but this thing was not a normal animal. That much I am certain of. Unfortunately, it was the middle of the night, and we were both a bit tipsy, so driving away wasn't really a good idea. We both made a conscious decision to start our fire back up and just wait the night out, and then drive away when we were sobered up in the morning. When the sun came up, we got our stuff together and got the hell out of Dodge. To this day, I'm convinced that what we encountered that night was the infamous Jersey Devil. I can't explain what it was or why it chose to check out our little camp like it had, but I'm grateful that it didn't go any further, or decide that it wanted us, and not just to check our tents out. I know that nothing really happened to us, thankfully, but it was still a scary moment. That was the only time we ever camped out in the Pine Barrens, and I will never forget that thing, whether it was the Jersey Devil or not. Okay, so this is the story of the weirdest, most surreal event of my life. It happened during a camping trip that my girlfriend at the time, now wife, went on while we were still a pretty fresh couple. I think at the time we had only been together for about a year. That summer, my girlfriend and I decided to go out into the woods and just have a lovely little camping trip. We found our perfect spot, an open section of the woods with a huge open section of sky, and we set up our tents. As the sun started to set, we lit a cozy campfire and we were sitting there just enjoying the gorgeous night, cuddling up, sitting on our plush blanket and loving this romantic evening. Out of seemingly nowhere, a man wearing a ski mask and holding a gun stepped into the light of our campfire. He approached slowly, and I think that we both didn't realize that he was there at first, but when we noticed him, we both jumped up and entered into a state of panic. We both froze in fear, me saying, "Whoa, please, we don't have anything," thinking that this guy was just here to rob us. The man quickly tried to defuse the situation, saying, Hey, settle down. I'm not going to hurt either one of you if you just do what I ask. Okay?" He then motioned for us to sit back down, and we both kind of looked at each other like, do we do what he wants? He actually answered that question for us, saying, "Look, just sit down, relax, let's just enjoy the night, and everything will be okay. I just need you to sit down and relax." I looked over and nodded at my girlfriend, and we went to sit back down on the blanket, and I pulled her down with me. He nodded, and then took a seat in one of our cloth lawn chairs, sitting across from us by the fire. After a few seconds, he motioned towards the cooler by me and asked if we had any beer. I said that we did, and he asked for one. I cautiously handed him one, and the three of us just kind of sat there in this really awkward silence. He broke the silence after a bit, asking me my name. I told him that my name was Todd, which it is, and he responded with, "It's very nice to meet you, Todd." And he then asked me what I did for a living. I mentioned that I was a desktop support guy for a company. He asked what that meant, and I explained that I was basically the guy that set up all the computers for the company's employees. He nodded and smiled, saying that it sounded kind of boring. I actually chuckled at this and said, "Yeah, it kind of is, but hey, it pays our rent." He nodded again and then said, "Oh, here's to that," and then took a drink. And then he looked at my girlfriend and asked her the same question. She told him her name and mentioned that she was going to school to be a nurse. He almost looked excited to hear this and then said, "My mom was a nurse. It's stressful, but she loved it. You'll do great." We sat there for about half an hour just engaging in this bizarre small talk, with this masked stranger holding a gun in his right hand and a half-empty beer in his left. After talking a bit more about what we did for work, our hobbies and all that, he starts to laugh and then shares a story about his brother. He tells us that this one time his brother was trying to light a bonfire, like ours, and he ended up setting himself on fire. He said that he ran around screaming like an idiot, and that he had to dump a cooler that they had full of chunks of ice and beer cans on him to put out the fire. It was surreal. This guy was sitting there, laughing, sharing this story as if we were best friends at a little reunion, acting as if he wasn't masked and basically holding us hostage. After about an hour had passed, he ended up standing up and thanking us for the beer. We were both stunned at how, I guess friendly is the right word, how friendly he was to us. He mentioned that it was getting late and that we should probably get to sleep, and then casually started just strolling away. Before he left the campsite, he stopped and turned back toward us, waving his gun in our direction, and said, "Oh, and I don't know if it's obvious, but I was never here, right?" We nodded, too shocked to really say anything, and he just said, "Good. Have a good night, guys." Just like that, he was gone, leaving us in the glow of our little fire, shaking and thinking, what the hell was that? I still have no idea what actually happened that night. Was he on the run? Had he just committed a crime and was just hiding out for a while? Was this just some kind of messed up prank, possibly? We can really only speculate, but what I did know is that this experience is certainly one for the books. It's a story that she and I share with new friends, mostly because of how absurd it is, and how much it sounds like a small scene from some kind of horror movie. I will say that he was a very nice guy, minus the obvious, and that I'm more than grateful that he kept his word. He could have shot us. He could have attacked us. He could have done so many things, but he seemed like he just needed a spot to stop for a while. And if he was going to be there, he figured he may as well have a drink and make some small talk. Now, despite how polite he may have been, I really hope that we never meet again. I have a summer camp experience that seems like it would be worth sharing. So, I wanted to send it your way to see if you would want to use it for your channel. I've written this story for another channel in the past, so Hopefully that's okay, but I'm rewriting it here, so odds are it'll sound a bit different anyways. When I was around 14, I spent a summer in a camp near the northwestern part of the US. They still do the summer camp, and I actually help out now that I have a kiddo old enough to get involved, but I was part of something at the camp that was legitimately scary, especially as a teenager. Most people think summer camp and think of the marshmallows, bonfires, swimming, and some friendly games and such. And I would say that those are the typical things that people get to enjoy when they're at camp. Me, on the other hand, I almost feel like I was cursed when it came to going to the summer camp. I went 5 times, from 11 to 15, and like I mentioned, I help out at the camp now as a grown man and things have been okay, but every year that I attended as a camper, something went wrong. I won't get into every year. I have one story in particular that I want to tell you, but I want to give some slight evidence to the fact that I was cursed. First year, half the camp fell ill with food poisoning, including myself, and we all spent a few days throwing our guts up. Second year, I was swimming and managed to break my forearm, resulting in having to leave early. Third year, we had an incident with one of the fires that actually led to the camp losing one of the cabins. And of course, it was the cabin that I stayed in. Now, the fourth year, and the story that I would like to submit. This happened during what I have to say was my favorite night there. Mystery Night. The counselors decided that they needed to create something engaging to really test our smarts. And it was just a fun and spooky game for all of us to solve. We all stayed up later than normal. They gave us a story, and we had to go over the campgrounds and immediate woods to solve the mystery that they'd created. That year, the mystery leaned more into being a scavenger hunt. Each clue would lead a bit further into the woods to really add to the creepy factor. My team was feeling confident. We'd been the first to solve pretty much each step of the mystery so far. It was scary in the woods, dark, quiet, filled with only the sounds of night critters. But my excitement was pushing me through the thoughts of how scared I should have been. After a while longer, the 3 of us on our team had found what was the last location. It was an old well in the woods that was ancient, partially crumbling and barely held together. It was lovingly known as the Wishing Well to the camp, though I don't think any of us campers really considered it to be a fortunate thing. It was ugly, covered in moss, and mostly destroyed. I approached the well to grab what was our final clue when I heard it. As I reached, there was this low groaning sound pouring out of the well. It was a guttural sound, human-like, but kind of distorted. I remember being terribly freaked out, thinking it was some kind of spirit or monster or something. We all stood there staring at the well like, what was that? When we heard it again. The sound was seriously terrifying. This low, gurgling, rumbling moan. The 3 of us took off back to camp, noping out of there as quickly as we could. The head counselor approached us with his jovial smile, asking if we got the last clue, but at this point we'd forgotten about the competition and were just going on about the creepy sounds from the well. We were frantic, but able to tell them what we heard, and of course they all laughed at us, saying that we were just imagining things. After we kept trying to explain it, one of the counselors, Ted, decided that he would go with us to look so that we could be sure nothing was out there. We got to the well, and we were explaining that there was this really weird groaning sound, and we stood there waiting for it for a few minutes. After nothing happened, Ted started to say that it was probably the wind or something like that, but he was cut off by the groaning sound as it echoed out of the hole in the ground. I remember watching the blood drain from his face as he stared at the well, and we all started in with, see? We told you it was real. He immediately told one of the other boys to go get the head counselor, and he ran off to get him while we stood there watching Ted carefully lean over the well with his flashlight. The head counselor showed up with his mag light and was able to see what was down there. He told Ted to call 911 immediately. To cut this a bit shorter, the authorities showed up to the camp, and what happened next was beyond shocking. After a couple of hours, they were able to pull a man from the well. He was half-starved, dehydrated, had a few broken bones, and was barely conscious. He'd been down in that well for at least a day or two. He'd apparently gone hiking and gotten lost and somehow fell into the well, left to the mercy of fate and time. To say that we were shaken is a bit of an understatement. The mystery night was overshadowed by the sight of that man. Broken, barely clinging to life. He did, thankfully, survive, but the memory of those groans echoing from the well, it was nightmare fuel. The well has since been rebuilt by the camp, probably to prevent that from ever happening again, but when I'm out at the camp helping in the summers, I tend to avoid it altogether, in the off chance that I have a repeat of that night. Hello. Now, this story isn't what most might be used to, seeing as how it's told from the perspective of the one who we would call the stalker. Let me preface this by saying that I am aware that what I did is wrong, and I'm truly sorry for it. For context, I'm a male, now in my 30s, but this takes place in high school about 14 years ago. I attended a large public school, though I won't say where to protect the privacy of those involved. During this time, I was in a severe depression, and seeing as how I was not aware of what that entailed, I thought the feelings I had were perfectly normal. I was in a class called Study Period, during which time I was part of a small, tight-knit group of friends. We had dubbed ourselves the Breakfast Club, after the film of that name. Instead of studying, we would spend an hour and a half just talking about our lives and ourselves. The group consisted of myself, a boy named Eric, who was my best friend at the time, and 2 girls. Their names were Amber and Cassie. Now, during this time, I was shy and socially awkward, and I had no idea how to approach girls. However, with Cassie and Amber, I never had this problem. In time, I even started to fall head over heels for Cassie. She was everything I liked in a girl. She was smart, fun, loved to read, and on top of that, she was very pretty. Soon, and it shames me to write this, I actually started to follow her around the school, trying to discern her schedule and to try to work up the courage to ask her to homecoming. However, before I could, another boy asked her to go, just as friends, but to me, this seemed devastating. I felt like I had missed my chance, but then I started to reason with myself, thinking that I could just wait until after, and then if she was still single, I could have my moment. Being the complete dolt that I was, I did just that. To my relief, she was still single afterwards, so thinking this would be the chance that I had waited for, I made what I consider one of the dumbest decisions in my entire life. Given that I was too shy to approach her directly, I wrote down my feelings for her in a love letter to the effect of, "You're the best part of my day. Every time I get to see you is amazing. You're the most perfect girl I have ever met, and I would like to know more about you." I did not sign it, seeing as how I thought that if I didn't, I could just wait and see and gauge her reaction. When she got up to use the restroom, I slipped the letter into her backpack. The following day, I eagerly awaited Study Period. Believing I would be able to declare myself as her admirer that morning, thinking she would be receptive to it. Instead, I was called into the teacher's office and confronted with the letter. The teacher straight up told me that my letter was unacceptable, and that, far from receptive, Cassie was frightened and in tears over it. Needless to say, I got detention for that incident for a whole week. Thankfully, my parents never found out, as I had fibbed about staying after school for afternoon classes. My mental state, which was already bad, promptly deteriorated further, to the point where I even began to contemplate taking my own life. I'm sorry to say that my obsession with Cassie continued for some time afterwards, but to my dismay, she had already deduced my name and blocked me on all social media, and I never saw her again. Long story short, I got moved out of that class and very nearly did end my life out of guilt. However, I eventually confided in my parents about my depression, and after a year of therapy, I was able to recover and move on with my life. I know this isn't terribly interesting or scary, but I will say that it was by far the darkest, most traumatic experience of my life. It's been years, but I confess that I still do feel a bit of guilt for what I did. And if I could, I would say to Cassie, wherever she is, how sorry I am. This actually happened a few years back when I was in college, so it would have been around 2018. Back then, I was a very social person. I liked to hang out in large gatherings, go out to events, etc. You get the idea. That year was actually the last year that I went to house parties. Partially because of COVID 2 years later, but mostly because of this event. I'd gone to a house party that was hosted by a really good friend of mine, Wayne. Wayne is a weird guy. He likes parties, but he's also kind of a stiff. He wasn't the type to throw wild bashes. He was the one that planned out a gathering, made sure that everyone knew that closing time was 10:30 p.m., and kept things within what the law said was okay. The plan of this party was that it would be a small to medium-sized get-together. No more than 20 or so people total throughout the house and yard. Just people that we both knew pretty well. But as the night went on, I noticed that the count of people was definitely more than 20. I leaned over to Wayne at one point and asked if he invited more people than he told me, and he took a look around the party and gave a bit of a scowl. He hadn't. He mentioned that there was a group of guys that he didn't know that showed up a few minutes ago, and that he just hadn't had the chance to talk with them because he'd been talking with everyone else. I patted him on the shoulder and mentioned that I would go talk to them for him if he wanted, and he said that he would really appreciate that. I walked up to the small group that was standing off to the side, just chatting amongst themselves, and lifted a hand to sort of wave in a friendly way. I'm the diplomatic type. I tried to keep the conversation light and casual, assuming that maybe these guys just didn't know they weren't supposed to be there. I didn't want to make a scene or be rude. They could be good guys. I asked one of the guys how he knew about the party, and he mentioned a mutual acquaintance of Wayne and I, a guy named Jason. I nodded, asked if Jason told them about it, and they sort of shrugged it off and said that they were friends of his, and that's where the conversation tapered off. With that information, I went back to Wayne to let him know. Upon hearing the name, Wayne's expression changed to one of annoyance. He said that Jason had actually done this before, and that he was going to have a talk with him. Jason was actually a coworker of Wayne's, so Wayne definitely treated him with kid gloves when it came to these things, because he didn't want to have to sort out any bad blood with someone he worked with. I could tell that this, however, was a breaking point. Wayne asked me to come with him just in case, and I agreed. As we walked towards the backyard, I noticed that the group of unfamiliar guys was headed in the same direction, just ahead of us, which made me feel a bit uneasy for some reason. We got outside just in time to witness the horrifying scene. That group of guys had jumped Jason. They were relentless as they beat him senseless, punching him, kicking him, beating him harder and harder. It was a quick but very intense assault, and after just a few seconds of chaos, they stopped. One of them leaned over Jason, who was completely motionless, and yelled, "Consider this a warning. Next time, it'll be your last." Then, in a show of audacity that still haunts me to this day, the group walked calmly through the party, out the front door, and all got in a car and drove off. They didn't rush, they didn't glance back, they didn't do a damn thing to hide who they were. They walked, as if they owned the place, as if they were untouchable. In the aftermath, of course, 911 was called, and an ambulance arrived to tend to Jason, who I honestly thought was dead. Thankfully, he wasn't. Despite the attack, Jason refused to identify his attackers. He claimed that he had no idea who they were, and that he'd never met them. It was pretty clear that he was covering for them, for whatever reason. Nothing came of this event, at least not to the best of my knowledge. They were never identified, and I haven't seen any of them since. As for Jason, I haven't really seen him either. This was also the last time that Wayne had an actual house party, which is completely understandable. We can all speculate what the hell this was, but it was pretty clear that Jason had upset someone that he shouldn't have. And I think that it's best that we all just left it at that. I got into online dating due to being introverted. I don't like going out to bars or other highly social places, and prefer spending time with a few people only. I made a profile, uploaded some pictures, left some information about myself, and started chatting with people. I wouldn't say that I found anyone I clicked with. Some of them were okay. There were obvious scammer accounts where they would have models as their profile pictures. When Henry, not his real name, contacted me, his pictures were of a handsome man. But they weren't too handsome. They were still realistic and not too polished, so I didn't think that they were fakes. We started chatting and had a lot of similar interests. In fact, I've never met anyone as into the things that I'm into. I didn't realize at the time that he was just mimicking me and wasn't actually interested in what I was talking about. The conversation got flirty, and I admit that I indulged in it. I started talking to him every day. It was part of my routine, and I really enjoyed it. We talked on the phone, and he sounded exactly like what I imagined him to. We would talk for hours, and after another week, we decided to meet. He said that he hoped that I would like him in the flesh, and I laughed, telling him how silly he was being and not to worry. I got to the restaurant first and sat down at the table. He texted me to warn me that there was traffic and that he would be a little late. I didn't mind. I sat and people-watched when an old man approached the table. He stood with his arms wide for a hug, and I awkwardly said, "Hello?" He said, "Aren't you happy to see me?" I stared up at him in confusion when I realized what had happened. He catfished me. I sat there with my eyes open, like a fish, trying desperately to come up with something to say, and I couldn't hide the look on my face. I don't know why, but I stood up, awkwardly hugged him, and he pulled me into a tight hug. At this point, I kind of felt bad for him and thought that he must have been a lonely old man who just wanted some company. He didn't let go until I gently pushed him away. I, um, hmm. You don't quite look like your pictures, I said, after blubbering for a bit. Oh, those are my grandson's pictures. He is good looking, isn't he? He didn't seem fazed by this and sat back down. I looked around and wanted someone to help me. Henry started talking about how happy he was that we got to meet, and it was oddly wholesome at first. Until he said how excited he was to be taking me back to his place to have sex with me. While he was looking over the menu, he started talking about all the things that he wanted to do to me, and that he was excited to now have a mistress. So, that was also how I found out that he was married as well. I didn't care about letting him down gently, and clearly he wasn't just an innocent, lonely old man. I stood up, told him that I wasn't interested in someone like him, and to not contact me again. I picked up my bag and started walking away. He reached over and grabbed my arm, really hard. It actually hurt, and I had dark bruises on my arm afterwards. He told me that he'd come all this way to see me, and called me quite a few horrible names. He was telling me that I was such a tease and that I had led him on. I pushed him away again and screamed for him to leave me alone. A waiter approached and asked what the problem was. I told him, and fortunately it gave me enough time to get away and get to my car. I drove off as fast as I could within the speed limit. I got home and saw that he had sent me so many messages. Some were him begging me to come back. Others were calling me a variety of slurs. Others saying how horrible I was. I blocked him. After that, I would get messages from other accounts, and the writing would be similar. One managed to slip through, and I recognized him. I yelled at him to leave me alone and reported the account. And after all this, I've now learned to video chat with every prospective date before I go to see them. All of this is to avoid any other issues. And so far, it's gone pretty good. I have found someone, and things are going well, so I didn't need the apps anymore. So, I deleted them. The creepy old guy is a story that does get quite a few giggles when I tell it, but it was quite exhausting at the time. A few years ago, I used to live in an apartment complex that was attached to a really nice public park. One that was surrounded entirely with a walking path that broke away on one part to go into a wooded area. I've walked this park hundreds of times. Like, literally hundreds of times. I used to walk that park every single day after work for a couple of years. It was one of the safest places that I'd ever walked, and honestly, I never expected anything to happen to me while I walked it. But the day that this happened, my illusion of how safe it was definitely shattered. I was about halfway through my usual route, which included about half of the branch path that took me out into the forest. I didn't like to do the whole thing because it went too far out for me. But I would go until I reached the benches, which would be the halfway mark, and then turn around and head home. I was minding my own business when I started to get this weird feeling, like something was watching or following me. You know that creepy, crawly sensation that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up? I tried to shake it off, thinking that I was just a bit anxious, or that maybe there was a person there, but they were just walking. After a few more minutes, I started to feel a bit worse, and was thinking that I was just being paranoid, until I turned around and saw that there was a guy that was standing on the side of the path, looking around like he lost something. But then, every few moments, he would glance up in my direction. He was a bit overweight, wearing a white and green tracksuit. I slowed down as I walked and half turned to look at the guy to make sure that he knew that I saw him. As soon as I did, this guy stopped looking at the ground and stood straight up, gave a small wave, and said, "Oh, hey." I didn't reply. I just stood where I was and gave a small wave back. As soon as I did, he nodded and laughed and then started stepping toward me at an escalated pace. My instincts kicked in, and I took off down the path, starting at a medium run, but when I looked back and saw that this guy was now chasing me as fast as he could, I took off into a full sprint. For a few moments, this guy was running at me, and I was running away. Thankfully, I was definitely faster than he was, as I was able to get back to the part of the path that branched off. I ducked down into some of the thicker bushes, hiding and seeing if this guy was going to follow me this far. After a couple more seconds, he actually did run down to the split, and he slowed down to a walk as he caught his breath and looked around. I just sat there, ducked down into these bushes, feeling my heart pound so hard that I might throw up, watching this guy look around the paths. Then, I heard something that completely confirmed my fear. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, pressed a button on the screen, and started talking. I couldn't make out the full conversation, but I heard enough to know that this situation was as terrifying as I thought. "Hey, yeah, I lost her." His voice was frustrated and angry, and I knew for a fact that had I not gotten away from this guy, bad things would have happened. After a few more words, he hung up and yelled a few expletives out into the woods, and then slowly walked back the way that he came. I stayed hidden in those bushes for a while, until it clicked in my mind that I should probably call 911. I pulled out my phone and dialed it and explained to them that there was a guy on the walking path that had been chasing me, and explained what he had said on the phone. The woman said that they would send some police out to the park and to meet them there if possible. I got out of the hiding spot, and when I was certain that he was in fact gone, I walked back toward my building. I waited in the parking lot of the property for a while, and, in an incredibly disappointing twist, the police never showed up. My guess, they probably got a call that was more important than "weird man followed me in the park." But I would have at least liked a call back or something. But of course, it didn't happen. The whole thing really messed me up, and I never walked back to that park. I ended up taking my walks around the parking lot of the apartment complex because I couldn't bring myself to go back into those woods, just in case. It's scary to think about what might have happened had he gotten a hold of me, but thankfully that didn't happen. I have no idea what happened, and honestly, I hope that no one ever ended up in that situation that I did. And I hope that I never run into him ever again. And to everyone else, be careful and stay aware, because you never know who might be watching. You know how some encounters in life are so extraordinary that they become sharply etched into your memory, completely refusing to go away, no matter how much time passes? I had one of those encounters. One of those interactions with what I think was a cryptid of some sort. I cannot explain what the hell I saw, other than to say it was a creature straight out of my wildest imaginations, and the whole thing was incredibly chilling for me. I grew up in a rural town in Vermont. The endless expanse of woods was my playground for most of my youth. I was always an adventurer, pretending to be the first person to have ever ventured into the middle of nowhere. For me, the trees always held these weird mysteries for my young brain. However, the day of this encounter, my view of the woods was pretty much completely shifted. This evening, it was starting to get dark and the sky was turning into that really pretty orange, and it was about to be time for me to head back home. So, I was starting to head back towards my house. I had my flashlight with me, but I also didn't want to be out there when it had gotten too dark. So I was heading mostly in the direction of my home, but was still pretending that I was an adventurer heading back to camp. About halfway through the trail back to my house, I heard what sounded a bit like a rustling in the underbrush. My first thought was squirrel, or fox, or something like that. It wasn't too terribly uncommon to run into something like that in the early evenings, so I dismissed it at first, but then I started hearing what sounded like heavy steps in the leaves. The rustling went from soft to hard stomps as whatever was out there was walking a bit out in the woods. At this point, my mind started shifting to the possibility of it being a bear. I didn't think it would be likely given my location and the time, but it wasn't impossible. Then, I started hearing this low, guttural growl that sent the sharpest chill down my spine. And from there, I knew that this was not a normal forest inhabitant. I kept walking toward the house, but would frequently turn to look back into the woods, looking for the location of this thing. I paused for a moment and shined my flashlight out into the trees to see if I could get a glimpse of whatever it was. My heart nearly stopped when my small light illuminated this creature. This monster was unlike anything I have ever seen or heard. It was massive, at least 6 foot tall, hunched over behind a tree. It had fur that was thick, but there were spots that looked like they were missing patches. And where the patches were missing, the skin looked irritated and almost damaged. At first I thought it actually was a bear, albeit injured or sick. But I noticed that it was digging at the ground with a bit of aggression, like it was trying to get at something, and its hands weren't like a bear or any creature that I would expect to see. They were human-like, with normal, human-looking fingers. It didn't have claws, it just had these long, human-looking fingers that were digging into the dirt. That's what really set it aside as something other than a bear for me. I froze as I watched this thing tear into the ground. This thing was paying me no attention, much to my surprise, and I knew that I needed to run, but I honestly couldn't. Until I watched this thing stand up and glance over in my direction. It pulled itself up onto its feet, turning away from whatever it was digging at, and I swear it sniffed the air in my direction, like it was trying to identify what I was. As soon as I saw this, I took back off toward the house as fast as I humanly could. I swear that I could have set a new speed record with how quickly I ran from that spot to my front door. And when I finally got to the porch, I stopped for a second to take a breath. When I did, I looked around to see if this thing was following me, but it wasn't. I ran in and locked the door as quickly as I could, and then stared out the window to see if I could see this thing outside, but again, I couldn't. I had no idea where this thing had gone, but I was at least glad to see that it hadn't followed me home. I have no earthly idea what that thing was, but I can tell you with certainty that it was not something that normally occurred in the woods of Vermont. It was not an injured bear based on those hands and how it held itself. And it wasn't some kind of wolf or dog or anything like that, based solely on how large it was. Even now, I have no explanation for what I encountered that evening. Was this some kind of cryptid or something like a dogman, possibly? I don't know, but it scared the absolute hell out of me. I never ventured out that far into the woods after that day, and I no longer live in Vermont, so I have no idea if that thing is still out there. I'm glad that I was able to get away from it unscathed, but I can only imagine what would have happened if that thing had been more interested in me than the hole that it was digging. I live in Glasgow, Scotland, and at the time of this story I was 14 and my brother was 13, and we lived with our divorced mother. Let me begin by saying that I have never seen any form of paranormal entity in my life. I'm open to the paranormal and would welcome reassurance that, when I die, I'm going somewhere good. But as the story continues, you'll discover the reason why I don't have anything paranormal happening to me. March 2000 was the beginning of this nightmare. My mother was a hard-working woman and very easygoing, and my brother was the same. The event started when I asked my brother why he left his TV on all night, and he replied with a wobble in his voice. "He won't let me sleep." Confused, I asked, "Who won't let you sleep?" "The miner," my brother replied. "He just keeps talking all night, but I can't quite hear what he's saying. He stands at the window and won't go away." I told my mom about this, and she said that she would speak to him. Fast forward 3 nights, and I woke up to a loud moaning sound, like your typical spooky moan. So I ran to my brother's room, assuming it was him. When I saw him, he said, "What is that?" The moaning continues, but is coming towards the room. My brother was frightened. I was angry. As the moaning continues, the room door opens slowly, and in crawls my mother, saying, "Help me, help me." She was the one doing the moaning. So we picked her up and ran into her room, screaming, "Do it to me, you bastard! Come on, do it to me!" It took a while, but I calmed them down enough for my mom to tell us what happened. She said, "I woke up, son, and there were all these people standing around my bed just staring at me. And they were talking, but I couldn't make out what they were saying." For weeks after, my brother kept talking about the miner, and I said, "I'm not getting this. You're seeing stuff, so is Mom, but I've still yet to really hear or see anything like that." My brother replied very seriously, "They're scared of you." I took that with a grain of salt. Me and my mom sought out and found a medium, and even if it was all rubbish, having a medium do a cleansing would make them feel better. The medium arrived and immediately said, "There's a man. His face is dirty. He was a local miner." You see, where I live was a mining and steelworks town. The medium continued, "Mum, your family visited you a wee while ago. They're sorry that they scared you." My mum was so frightened that she didn't recognize any of them. I then asked the medium, "Why haven't I seen anything?" And she replied, "They are scared of you." I asked, "Why would my family be scared of me?" And she said, "No, they are all scared of you. I mean, even the bad stuff out there is afraid of you. You're different. But you already knew that, didn't you?" Hey Raven, this is my first time submitting a story, or telling anyone about this as a matter of fact, but it's one of those memories that just keeps popping back up. It might not be the most exciting story to happen to someone, but it sure keeps me up at night. I was a goody two-shoes teen and never touched a drug in my life. When I was about 17, one summer I would walk my dog around my neighborhood at night. It was a relatively safe neighborhood, and I lived in South Florida, so it was too hot to go during the day. Not to mention there were other dog walkers during the day, and I hated making small talk with the retired residents of my neighborhood. I was a bit shy. One night when walking my dog, I was suddenly stopped in my tracks when an orb of light hovered above the ground, around 20 feet in front of me. It was only maybe a foot above the ground directly in the center of the road, and about the size of a softball, or maybe a bit larger. It almost looked like an LED light, blue and white in color, and as a very solid ball, there wasn't much reflection on the ground. Just as fast as I could process what I was seeing, it blinked out of existence. A few seconds passed and it appears again, even further down the road before blinking out again. Almost like a huge white firefly, but being in South Florida, we don't even really have fireflies. The moon was bright enough that I could see that the road was completely barren where it disappeared from. It almost felt like it was beckoning me, or leading down a path the way it moved further down. But I didn't get closer to investigate. I noped out of there. It happened again a few nights later on a different street in my neighborhood, blinking 3 times in and out of existence. Same height, hovering above the ground and about 20 feet away, appearing further and further away each time. For some reason, being 17, this did not stop me from walking my dog at night, although it definitely should have. It must have been about a month later when my boyfriend and I went on a motorcycle ride. He was a bit older than me, but also never touched drugs in his life. He was a car and bike guy, so we frequently went on drives on his motorcycle. This time it was about 10 p.m., earlier than I had seen the lights in my neighborhood. The boyfriend and I were riding around town and then down a usually pretty busy 2-lane main road. At this hour, there were a few cars passing by in the other direction every few minutes. Driving along, everything was fine, until all of a sudden that same kind of ball of light was nearly at our height, just barely at our heads, a few feet in front of us, but a bright orange-yellow this time. It was so close that we both ducked under it, and the bike swiveled a bit. I literally watched it appear out of nowhere. I was staring at the road in front of us from behind him the whole time. He yelled back, "Did you see that? What was that?" Had it not been for his reaction at the same time as mine, I might have assumed that I was crazy. At the time, I was moving out of my ex-boyfriend's house. It didn't end badly or anything. We're just different people who wanted different things in life. And that being said, feelings were still sore, and I planned to move out while he was at work. I told him this, and I told him which pieces of furniture I was taking. He bought the dryer that I bought for the place from me. Since I wouldn't be able to handle everything on my own, I booked a moving company who had a truck and 2 movers to lift the heavier items. Everything I had was either in boxes or wrapped, ready to go. The 2 men knocked. I opened the door, said hello. We began to put things in the delivery truck. I locked up and gave the address to the new place. I followed behind the truck in my car, and I swear, every song that I heard on the radio was reminding me of my ex. They pulled up in front of the house. I parked in the driveway. I asked if they wanted me to move my car so that it would be easier, and they said that they were fine. I began moving things inside. Boxes were everywhere, and they were helping me with the heavier furniture. Soon, we were done. I tipped them and gave them drinks to say thank you, and they gave me the receipt and paperwork. I closed the door and started working on getting things prepared around the house. I got my bed set up so that I'd have somewhere to crash. The kitchen was priority for me. I was taking the plates out of boxes when I looked over and saw that the delivery truck was still sitting there. I thought it was a bit strange. Surely they had other deliveries they needed to tend to. It was now the late afternoon, and they were still sitting there. I was tempted to text the company and see what it was about, but I really didn't want any potential confrontations. I've never really been good with them. I kept working on getting things done, had some food delivered, and ate it on my bed while watching some Netflix on my laptop. I went to take my leftovers into the kitchen when I noticed that not only was the truck still there, but this time, it was blocking my driveway. I instantly knew that I wasn't going to be able to get into my car and just drive away. They had blocked me in. I actually saw them peeking through the windows and heard them talking. I ran to the bathroom, locked the door, and called the police. I stayed on the phone with them until I heard the police show up. I was terrified, but thankful that I had locked all the windows and doors before settling down. So, as it turns out, it was actually part of a scam. They would deliver items, scope the place out, and then come back to rob the place later, since they got to see what items you had that were the most valuable while they were delivering. These two weren't very intelligent, though. It's been years, so I can't remember how long they'd been doing it, but the company was shut down, and, naturally, I felt like an idiot. I was so grateful that nothing had happened to me and that I was safe, while some of their other victims, they'd actually gotten violent with them, and even put someone in the hospital. So, yeah, I guess make sure you check the reviews for any moving companies you work with, and always remember to lock your doors. I was 15 years old. I was coming home from a party with a couple of friends around midnight. We'd been out drinking and having a good time, and the party was pretty far away, so we were taking the bus home. The two friends that I was busing home with were going to have a sleepover at one of their houses, but I was tired and felt like sleeping in my own bed for that night. My friend tried to convince me to come with them because it was late, and they didn't want me getting home alone. I assured them that it would be fine. We were the only ones on the bus at this time. However, about 5 minutes before we got off, a man got on. He appeared to be in his early 20s, and I could have sworn that I'd seen him before. Not from social functions or anything, but just from around the neighborhood. When he got on the bus, he sat fairly close to us, especially considering we were the only ones on the bus, and that there were other seats that he could have chosen. I noticed that he kept looking at us, and it seemed like he was closely listening in on our conversations, but I didn't think much of it, especially since he seemed close to our age. About 5 minutes later, it was my stop to get off. My friends stayed on the bus because they had a couple more stops to go. Oddly, the man on the bus got off at my stop too, despite only having just gotten on the bus. To be completely honest, I didn't really think anything of it at the time. If anything, I actually felt safer that someone was walking in the same direction as me, as it was dark and late. My house was about a 15-minute walk from that bus stop. The walk home was through a dark path through a park and then through what I considered to be a sketchy neighborhood. The guy was walking behind me, not too closely, but also not far away. At this point, I didn't feel uneasy at all. I was thinking about the night that I'd had with my friends and the best way to sneak into my house while my parents were asleep. About 5 minutes had passed, and he was still behind me. I wanted to let him pass because I don't really like people walking behind me in general, so I started walking a lot slower. But the distance between us didn't change. After that, I started walking faster, and the distance between us was still the same. Close, but not too close. I found it very odd how consistent the distance between us was, and how attentive he seemed. He wasn't listening to music, or distracted by his phone. At this point, I started to feel nervous, and I felt like I was being followed. By now, there were a lot of paths that he could have turned down, but he was still walking the same route as me. I thought of an idea to test this theory. This way I would know for sure if he was following me, and honestly, I was kind of scared to find out. The path we were walking on was about to diverge into two paths going in separate directions. The way home was on the left, but I started walking down the right path first. He followed on the right path as well. Then, at the last second, I cut over through the grass to the left path. And I swear, when I turned around and saw that he also cut over to the left path in that instance, I have never been more terrified in my entire life. I turned around and faced him, and I started screaming at him that I was calling the cops. By his reaction, it appeared that I really caught him off guard. He quickly walked away, and I've never seen him again since. I'm 24 now, but I still remember this like it happened yesterday. I still think about what could have happened that night. My name is Brooke, and I live in Ireland. As a kid, I would visit my uncle on his farm down in Cork. During the story, I was about 7. My uncle was 46, my aunt was 45, and their kids were 30, 28, 25, 23, 16, and 8. Note that even though I call them aunt, uncle, and cousins, they're not really part of the family. They're those type of family friends who bluff the line between familial and just platonic. I was outside with my 2 youngest cousins as we played football. As we played, I kicked the ball into a well that was on the farm, and when it hit that well, my cousin went pale. The well was boarded up and the wood was rotten and breaking apart to begin with. And the ball hitting it, it was the straw on the camel's back. My cousin ushered the 2 of us inside as he told my uncle and aunt what happened. That night I was sent to sleep with my 30-year-old cousin because he was the safest to be with. I found this confusing as usually I slept on the couch. That night, my uncle put salt around the house, the furniture, and each and every single door, and as the sun started to set, we were all late into bed. Which was weird as it was only 7:30 p.m. He instructed us that we were not to come out of our room unless he told us to, and then we all locked our doors and went to bed. Everyone except me and my cousin. He didn't lock his door, because he was too focused on making sure that I was okay. That night, I will never forget. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of chewing, and I saw a figure in the corner of the room. It was hunched down and nearly unseeable in the darkness. As my eyes adjusted, I could see it better. Lanky-limbed and pale with backbones looking ready to rip out of its skin. Its body was mostly frail, but its biceps and upper back was beefy as hell. It had disheveled, messy, greasy black hair as it ate something. As I slept, I prayed that I was just having sleep paralysis, but as I moved my foot, I knew that wasn't the case. I tried silently waking up my cousin, but as he was a heavy sleeper, I couldn't. I just watched for what felt like hours before I saw this thing look at me. It looked so human, but like a pale corpse that was left in the sun for too long. And those eyes were sunken and white with red dots for pupils, like in photographs. I ended up passing out from fear and, in the morning, saw something awful. A dead chicken was on the floor, half eaten, next to the ball that had been lost down the well. Needless to say, I never wanted to return to the farm, especially since the farm closed a few weeks after, because cattle, chickens, and sheep were going missing. My uncle and his family moved to Kilkenny, where they all lived happily to this day. But me? I never stopped seeing that thing. I can't even look outside my house anymore at night. It's always there. It traveled nearly 2 days' walk just to hunt me. But this thing's tenacity isn't what scares me the most. It looked human, but it certainly wasn't. So, logically, it must be some sort of monster. And a monster is just an animal that we don't understand, and if it's an animal, that means it has a species. And if it has a species, that must mean that there's more of them somewhere. I was 21 and in college in a relatively small town in western Colorado. I lived in an apartment building on campus, and our doors opened up to the outside. I was out smoking a cigarette, and it was around 10 p.m. I had class the next day, pretty early, so I was planning on going to bed right after I was done. Even though the town was small, there was a significant homeless population. There were a few shelters that would put up homeless people in hotels for a few nights, but they would have to go and request one during the shelter's normal business hours. As I was sitting there, planning out my next day, a disheveled homeless man walked up to me. He appeared to be in his mid-30s. He asked if he could bum a smoke, so I obliged. Normally, the homeless population would stay off campus because there were no shelters around the college. I have no idea why this man was there. I expected him to just walk away after obtaining his cigarette, but instead he sat down and started talking to me. Being the nice person that I am, I asked him about why he was there. He told me that he was just trying to find a warm place to sleep for the night, since it was late fall and the weather was turning cold. I told him that there were a few shelters about 2 miles from where we were. He told me that they wouldn't let him stay because he'd been drinking that night. I then offered to get him some Gatorade from my room because he told me that he was really thirsty. I grabbed the Gatorade and he asked if I had any food. I told him no because I got all my food from the cafeteria, and he then begged me to let him stay on my couch for the night. I told him that I wished I could, but my roommates wouldn't appreciate waking up to a random person in our apartment, and also it was against the apartment rules. What I did next was, admittedly, very stupid. I offered to walk him to the student center, about a 5-minute walk from my apartment, and see what they could do for him. When we got there, I asked the desk attendant if they could help him in any way. They told me no because he wasn't a student. At this point, I was getting some weird vibes from this guy. I tried to tell him that I needed to get back to my place because I had class early the next morning, and he insisted that I needed to help him find a warm place to sleep for the night. Me, trying to be as nice as I could, proceeded to walk him all across campus, trying to find a good place for him to sleep for the night. He had a small sleeping bag. I told him the parking garage might be a good bet, but he said he had done that before and security had banned him from campus. At this point, alarm bells were going off in my head. I couldn't just leave him, though, because I was in too deep. We walked together to the soccer field nearby to see if any of the bathrooms were open for him to sleep in. They were all locked. So, we tried the baseball field directly across the street. It had been around an hour since I met this stranger, and I needed to get out of this dangerous situation. There were no other people around since it was getting pretty late, and he begged me again to stay on my couch. And, again, I refused. What I did next wasn't my proudest moments, by any means. I told him to try the bathrooms around the back of the baseball field, even though I had no idea if any were actually back there. As he turned to go check, I ran as fast as I could out of there, and kept running for 10 minutes back to my apartment. I got in, and I looked out the window for a long time since the room was right next to the door. The man did know where I lived since I'd met him right in front of my building, but I saw absolutely no sign of him. The moral of the story, no matter how nice of a person you are, please don't try to help random homeless people that you meet late at night. When I was a kid, probably around 6 years old, I had a summer experience that still sends shivers down my spine. It was one of those events that happened quickly and could have been much worse, but it taught me one hell of a lesson by the end of it. I remember that it was a really hot day, the kind where the air does that fun shimmering stuff off the asphalt, and I was home with my mom. She was a teacher at my school, and we were both on break. We were spending some time in the backyard. My mom was inflating and then filling the little pool that my dad had bought the weekend before, and I was just excitedly running around waiting to jump in the water. My mom told me to go inside and get us a couple of popsicles, and I excitedly did what she requested. I was there digging in the freezer for a specific flavor, blue raspberry of course, and enjoying the cold air blasting me in the face, when I heard it. A light knock at the door. We didn't really get a lot of visitors where we lived, usually just my grandparents or our neighbor Miss Shelley, whom I absolutely adored. Thinking it was probably Grandma or Miss Shelley, I went over and swung the door open, expecting to be greeted by a warm smile and some cookies. Instead, there was a man standing there, a stranger, with a creepy yellow grin that seemed to be way too big for his face. I may have been 6 years old, but I cannot forget that face. The smell hit me next. A sour stench that made my nose scrunch up. I didn't know it then, but as an adult, I now realize that it was probably the stink of some kind of booze. I bluntly asked this guy who he was, and he laughed and responded that he was a friend, and that he was there to see me. I was a pretty social kid, so I just assumed that he was a friend of my parents that I hadn't met yet. When I asked him how he knew me, he leaned down, laughed, and said, "I've known you for a long time. I was there when you were born." It was a weird thing to say, but at that age, I didn't really question it. He then followed this up with, "Hey, why don't you come outside? I brought lunch for us. You like pizza, right?" I did, in fact, like pizza. In fact, I loved pizza. And with the word pizza mentioned, I then really wanted pizza. I started to step outside, but just as I did, my mom appeared at the front door and put a hand on my shoulder. She asked this man who he was and what he wanted. I remember him flashing that ugly yellow smile at her and asking for someone named Melissa. My mom, clearly not convinced, told him, "No one named Melissa lives here. I think you need to leave." He then responded with an, "Oh, of course. My mistake," still holding that creepy smile, and turned to walk off. Without saying another word, he walked out our front gate, got into an old minivan, and drove off. My mom immediately pulled me back into the house, and that's when I got my first lesson about stranger danger. She explained that we should never trust people that we don't know like that, especially if they're asking us to go somewhere with them. I mentioned that he said he was a friend and that he was there when I was born. She told me that none of that was true, and that sometimes people will lie to get us to trust them. Now, looking back as an adult, I realize how close I came to a potentially dangerous situation. If my mom hadn't come inside to check on me when she did, well, I really don't like to think about what could have happened. It's a really chilling reminder of how important it is to teach kids about the dangers of trusting strangers. And it's a lesson that I've held closely ever since. I used this story to actually explain to my own son about stranger danger. I never saw that guy again, thankfully, and I hope that I never do. Hi everyone. I have an event that happened earlier this year that I still cannot shake. I live in a nice shore town where locals travel up and down the shore to visit other beach towns for dinner, clubs, etc. One night, my friends and I decided to go to a club in a beach town about 20 minutes away. We arrived at about 11 p.m. and met with our guy friends from an hour up north. There were 4 of them, and they came in 2 separate cars. My friend Kaylee and I took a rideshare to the club to meet them, and we ended up having a great night, and around 2 a.m., We planned to go to a local / nicer gas station or food place that is open 24/7. Kaylee and I jumped in the car with two of the guys, who were sober. We got to the gas station, which was in a pretty dangerous area, but figured that we would be safe because we were with four guys and in a well-lit place. When we arrived at the gas station, we parked parallel to the other car with the other two guys inside. We went inside to look for hot dogs. I'm not sure why we were craving them at 2 a.m., but we couldn't find any. The six of us get back outside and head into the cars that we came in. Kaylee, me, and the two guys we came with, and the other two guys in their car parallel to us. I was in the passenger seat and Kaylee was behind me in the back seat. We rolled down our windows so that we could talk to our friends in the car next to us. The cars were also turned off, so we didn't kill the battery. We spent about 25 minutes talking, laughing, and just having a good time parked there. It was about 3 a.m. at this point. Out of nowhere, we saw a guy in a gray hoodie with hands in his pocket run up to our friend's car parallel to us, and he said, "Hey, got any girls in the car?" Our friend went silent and then said, "Bro, no, get away." The guy in the hoodie then ran up to our car and peered into the driver's side back seat completely silent, just staring at Kaylee and our guy friend. We then noticed the gun in his pocket with his hand on it. I noticed, as well as the guy driving, and we whispered to Kaylee to get down. Kaylee and I slid down into the seats as far as we could. I've never felt that much fear in my life. I felt like we were sitting ducks. The guy then lifted the gun up at the car and walked around the car just staring at us through the open window. We didn't know what to do. We were begging under our breath for our friends to turn on the car and drive away, but he didn't want to make any sudden movements or leave our other car of friends stranded. There was also no easy way out of the parking lot, just an alleyway or a long way through the entire gas station area. The guy with the gun then stands in front of our two cars. At this time, our friend driving turned the car on, and the guy with the gun came running at us so fast. It all happened so quickly, but our friend driving the car sped into the alleyway next to the gas station store. The man with the gun then jumped into a car that had someone else driving and followed us, hitting the back of our bumper until we caught speed and were ahead of him. We sped down that road, making random turns so fast until we lost them. We finally got away, and then realized our other car of friends wasn't on the road with us. Terrified, we called them immediately. Thankfully, they told us that they were safe and had driven off in the other direction. We never got a chance to call the cops that night. It all happened so fast, but I wish that we did. I came to find out through friends and people in the area that this is a common gang initiation tactic, holding people at gunpoint, taking the girls, and then leaving them out in the middle of the street. It's terrifying to think about what could have happened if our friends driving the two cars weren't thinking clearly. I hope I never feel that amount of fear again, and still, to this day, my heart drops when I see people with their hands in their pockets at night.